The royal class is a special class in the temple, which is a school that helps train top talent in the empire. This class is filled with very gifted students, the best 1% in the whole empire. The main character is shocked and confused that he got into this high-level class. He's actually a 30-year-old web novelist who, because of his past life sins, ended up reborn as the 17-year-old son of the Demon King. Now he has to survive at this academy until the end. Strangely, this world is based on a novel he wrote with a doomed ending. Somehow, he now has to live past that ending and survive. The Demon World War is a long, fierce battle between demons and humans, meant to decide their fate. The war finally ends when the hero, Artorias, defeats the Demon King, Valier, bringing peace. But after such a hard, drawn-out conflict, the Empire needs to put great effort into training future talent. This leads to the creation of a special academy for the best students across the Empire, known as Temple. In Temple's royal class, a class filled only with highly talented geniuses, there is a boy named Ludwig. He is fair-minded but hot-tempered, yet he always ranks last. All of this story is actually written by the main character, a web novelist. After he uploads it online, he gets so many hate comments that he suffers a heart attack and dies from high blood pressure. To his surprise, a Grim Reaper soon appears and gives him a strange, shocking choice to make. The Grim Reaper explains to him that when someone dies, they must atone for their major sins before entering heaven. For him, these sins are quitting multiple serialized stories and writing plots with terrible continuity. Normally, this wouldn't be such a big deal, but he did it so many times that it became a serious issue that can't be ignored. To atone, he must pick one of his completed novels, where he will be randomly reborn as one of its characters, and he has to survive until the end of the story. Realizing he has no choice, he goes through his list of completed novels and finds that all of them end far from happily. As he checks each one, he can already picture himself dying quickly in every single story. Then he comes across one of his novels titled The Demon King is Dead, a slice-of-life academy story set in a fantasy world. Compared to his other stories, it seems less dangerous, making it his best option, even though this was the very story that led to his death in the first place. Still, he figures he has a better chance of surviving here. Since he'll be reborn as a random character, he hopes he won't be the main character. He'd be happy as long as he's just one of the academy students. He tells the Grim Reaper his choice, and suddenly, he's transported into the story. As he glances around the classic-looking room, he realizes he's already inside his novel, and notices that he now has horns on his head. Suddenly, a status window appears, showing his information, and he realizes that the name Valier Jr. sounds oddly familiar. He also notices that he is labeled as the lowest-grade Demon King. Piecing it together, he remembers the novel's title, The Demon King is Dead, and realizes with shock that he is actually the Demon King in this story. Before he can process it all, a massive attack hits the royal castle with a powerful explosion, sending him flying across the room from the shockwave. Then, a quest window pops up, informing him that, with the Demon Realm army's defeat close, his mission is to escape the Demon King's castle alive. Since he's currently powerless, he has to flee to survive, and he'll earn achievement points if he makes it out safely. He can't believe what he's seeing, surrounded by the corpses of fallen demons. The reality sinks in. He has truly entered the novel he chose, just as he wanted. But instead of being a regular academy student, he's stuck in the heart of the crumbling demon realm, reborn as a character who never even appeared in the original story. He is now the prince of a collapsing demon realm on the brink of extinction. As he sprints through the castle with all his strength, he can't help but think the Grim Reaper tricked him. She'd made him believe this transmigration might actually be a reward, but now it feels more like a punishment. He wonders why he had to become the son of the Demon King, a character doomed to die from the story's very beginning. The reason the castle is exploding is because the Demon King and the hero are locked in their final battle. In the novel, both of them die here, and the war ends with a human victory. Realizing his grim situation as Prince Valier Jr., he knows that if he's caught, he'll be killed without hesitation. He glances at his status window still hovering beside him and checks his stats, which are far from impressive, especially considering he has no combat abilities at all. With no other options, he decides to try the castle's warehouse, hoping to find something useful. But as he steps inside, he sees it's mostly filled with junk. Just as he's about to lose hope, a magic scroll book catches his eye. He quickly opens it and finds a teleportation spell. Desperately, he tries to activate it, only to find it doesn't work. The spell is blocked by a movement magic barrier around the castle. Frustrated and feeling doomed, he considers whether begging for his life might work, though he knows it's hardly a realistic option. He flips through the magic scroll book again and finds a camouflage spell. Desperate, he decides to try it, transforming himself to look like a human prisoner, hoping it will be enough to fool anyone he encounters. His escape plan is to blend in as a prisoner, infiltrate the human group, and wait for the Imperial army to rescue him along with the other prisoners. He believes this is his best shot at getting out alive. However, as he reaches the area where the humans are held, he's horrified to find that they have been brutally killed. Shocked, he realizes that this gruesome scene was never in the novel he wrote, which was supposed to be a lighthearted, rom-com style story. Soon, Valir notices a blonde-haired girl sitting in the corner, crying softly. Feeling a bit awkward but knowing he needs to keep up his prisoner disguise, he approaches her. Trying to stay in character, he asks if she would like to come along and escape the castle with him. She looks up at him and, to his surprise, doesn't immediately reject him. Instead, she tells him to come sit next to her. A little confused, Valir does as she asks, feeling strange in the process. To ease the tension, he pulls out a biscuit from his pocket and offers it to her, asking if she would like to share it with him. The girl hesitates for a moment before nodding and taking a bite. As they sit there together in silence, the sounds of footsteps approach. The door to the prison opens, and guards enter, followed by a nobleman. Valir looks up, expecting trouble, but to his shock, the men bow deeply in front of the blonde girl. "Your Imperial Highness," they say, their voices filled with respect. Valir's heart skips a beat. The girl he had been talking to, this prisoner, is actually a princess. Her name is Charlotte de Gardias, the first princess of the Gardias Empire. At that very moment, a notification pops up on his status window. "Mission cleared," it says, followed by a reward, 100 achievement points. At the Imperial Army base, a group of armored knights stands assembled in front of the tents. Valir remains close to the Imperial princess, having been rescued alongside her by a noble lord. He tries to stay calm, but he's filled with worry. He's a demon in disguise, using a basic camouflage spell. If the princess's mage decides to cast a dispel spell to check for any curses placed by the Demon King, his identity will be exposed. He can't slip away either. Too many people are watching over him, ensuring his safety. What worries him even more is that the princess, Charlotte de Gardias, never appeared in the original story. He never wrote her as a character. Nearby, a knight named Sir Lance approaches, bowing politely as he informs the princess that they've managed only a modest meal. She assures him that it's enough, and he adds that they'll escort her back to the Imperial Palace as soon as Duke Solarian arrives. The princess expresses her gratitude to Valir for his actions back in the cell, leaving him slightly puzzled. He recalls doing very little, yet her appreciation seems heartfelt. She inquires about his origins, intending to arrange a safe journey back to his homeland. This unexpected question puts Valir on edge, and he scrambles to think of a plausible answer. As he searches his mind, it feels as though the names of familiar regions have slipped away, leaving him momentarily blank. He notices Sir Lance's sharp gaze fixed on him, a subtle impatience in his eyes. Feeling the pressure, Valir decides to feign memory loss. To his surprise, the princess readily believes him, her expression shifting to one of empathy, imagining the hardships he must have endured. With a gentle resolve, Princess Charlotte assures him of her commitment to help him until his memory returns. Valir responds with polite thanks. Sir Lance tries to caution the princess, hinting that she shouldn't promise Valir anything, but Valir knows her promise may be meaningless in the end. He realizes that, even if she wants to help him, she likely won't live long enough to do so. After all, he never included anything about prison cells in the Demon King's castle, and now he suspects that some unseen force has automatically filled in details to flesh out this world and make it feel logical. If the princess is indeed part of this mysterious backstory, Valir fears that her life is already in danger. He created Virtus, the Imperial Prince, to be ruthless and ambitious, a character who would do anything to secure the throne. Knowing how Virtus operates, Valir is almost certain that the prince won't allow his sister to survive. She's simply an obstacle to his rise. Valir feels an urge to warn the princess about the dangers surrounding her. He hopes that by winning her trust, she might stand by him when something unexpected occurs. Just then, Princess Charlotte asks Sir Lance to fetch the doctor, saying she feels a bit unwell, likely from eating too much. Sir Lance hesitates, voicing his concerns about leaving her alone, worried for her safety. She brushes off his concerns, insisting that with the Demon King dead, there's no danger. Reluctantly, Sir Lance leaves to find the doctor. As soon as they're alone, Valir notices a shift in the princess's demeanor. Her expression turns serious, more intense than before, and she addresses him in a tone he's never heard from her. She unexpectedly apologizes, her words formal and direct, and then, to his shock, she tells him that he will die because of her. Valir is stunned, struggling to process her words and the drastic change in her behavior, feeling as though the princess before him is someone completely different. The princess continues, explaining that if things remain as they are, her half-brother, Virtus, will likely have her killed soon. She suspects that many of the soldiers here are loyal to him, and their confining her to this camp likely means they don't want anyone outside knowing she survived her time in the Demon King's castle. Valier recalls that when they were rescued, they were both covered in thick, long robes, which would have made it difficult for others to identify them as survivors. The princess adds that the soldiers are probably awaiting orders on how to handle her, likely planning to kill her, and later claim she perished in the Demon King's castle. She warns Valier that he is at risk as well. If they kill her to erase any evidence of her survival, they will also eliminate him as a witness to her rescue, ensuring no one can contradict their story. Valier considers the possibility of seeking help from the knights, but the princess quickly dismisses the idea. She tells him it's no use. She doesn't believe there's anyone among them she can trust. Still, she reassures him, promising to stay by his side until his memory returns, determined to help him escape as well. She outlines a bold plan. They will find a way to escape the camp. Her tone is steady, but urgent, as she explains that she'll create a distraction, buying him just enough time to make his move. There isn't much time, and she warns him that if he fails, it could cost them both their lives. Valier steps cautiously into a tent, his eyes darting around to ensure he isn't seen. Anxiety tugs at him as he wonders why the princess has given him such a challenging task so abruptly. Earlier, he'd asked Princess Charlotte if she truly intended for them to sneak out, to which she replied affirmatively, saying there was only one way to escape alive. She explained that they would need to bring Sir Williams Francis with them. Although Valier recognizes the name, he keeps his expression neutral, pretending not to know who the knight is. Charlotte then clarified that Sir Williams was the one who rescued them from the Demon King's castle. As one of the rare neutral figures, he is fiercely loyal to the imperial family, rather than to any one faction. Valier understands now why she wants to bring Sir Williams. His loyalty to the crown means he could be trusted to help them without betraying their whereabouts to Virtus's men. Valier voices his concern, questioning whether Sir Williams Francis can truly be trusted. He points out the possibility that Sir Williams might secretly be aligned with the prince. Princess Charlotte counters his doubt, reasoning that if Sir Williams were loyal to the prince, he would have killed them back at the Demon King's castle rather than saving them. This action, she explains, confirms his loyalty to the imperial family rather than to any one faction. Valier finds her logic convincing and agrees to follow her plan. Princess Charlotte, visibly relieved by his agreement, picks up a dining knife, intending to use herself as a decoy to create a diversion. Alarmed, Valier insists they can't put her at such risk, arguing that it's too dangerous for her to draw attention. She calmly replies that she should be safe for now, at least until they receive explicit orders to deal with her. Princess Charlotte tells Valier to hurry because they don't have much time. Valier knows he can't back out now and has no choice but to go along with her plan. She walks out of the tent and asks the guards if she can look around the barracks. The guards seem nervous and try to stop her, but she insists that she is the imperial princess and has the right to inspect the base. She starts asking them questions to keep them busy while Valier sneaks out of the tent. Once outside, Valier feels confused. He doesn't know where to begin looking for Sir Williams Francis. The camp is big, and he has no idea where the knight might be. He looks around, hoping to spot someone who can help him find Sir Williams, but time is running out, and he knows he has to act fast. As Valier stands there trying to figure out his next move, a knight spots him and asks what he needs. Valier answers that he is looking for Sir Williams Francis. The knight looks at him and replies that Sir Williams has already left for the Demon King's castle, asking why Valier is looking for him. Valier is taken aback by this news, surprised to hear that Sir Williams is not around. The knight then explains that Sir Lance, the knight who had been with Princess Charlotte earlier, had requested Sir Williams to go help eliminate the remaining forces at the Demon King's castle. Valier is stunned. He knows Sir Lance is closely aligned with the princess, and he wonders if Sir Lance had anticipated something like this happening, even though he wasn't told about the princess's plan. The knight, noticing Valier's confusion, asks him why he wanted to speak with Sir Williams. He offers to help pass along a message if it's not something too confidential. Valier quickly tells the knight that it's an emergency and Sir Williams is in danger. The knight immediately reacts, saying they need to go and save him. But then, the knight stops and looks at Valier, clearly confused, asking what he means by that. Valier, realizing he needs to be honest, decides to tell the knight the truth. He admits that he doesn't know all the details, but someone is trying to harm both the princess and Sir Williams, and that's why they need to bring Sir Williams back right away. Valier hesitates, acknowledging that he's a stranger, and the knight might not trust him. To his surprise, the knight looks at him with a serious expression and says that even though he doesn't know who Valier is, he trusts him. Valier is not convinced and asks the knight why he is acting this way, since there seems to be no reason for it. The knight replies that there actually is a reason. He says that Valier sounds so desperate that he almost seems foolish. The knight also mentions that he has a feeling this situation might happen. He explains that Sir Williams expects something like this and has ordered the knight to be ready, as someone might come looking for him. Valier is shocked by what he hears and starts to wonder if Sir Williams knows about the hardships the princess might face. But then, he thinks to himself, if Sir Williams knows all of this, why does he leave the princess behind and go to the Demon King's castle? He should stay by her side. Dyrus then asks Valier if they are ready to go, and he also asks if Valier has ever ridden a horse before. Valier immediately replies that he has never ridden one. With that, they both walk over to Dyrus's horse. Dyrus introduces himself to Valier, saying his name is Dyrus. At the same time, Sir Lance is watching them from behind a tent. Dyrus and Valier are seen riding the horse together. As they ride, Valier notices some demons that are captured. He asks Dyrus about them, and Dyrus explains that they are prisoners. He says that this means the demons have been captured, and they could either be remnants of the enemy forces or non-combatants who weren't fighting. Dyrus goes on to say that they are still searching for more demons around the castle. The captured demons will likely be taken to headquarters and executed soon after. Valier realizes that he might have ended up like those demons as well, captured and imprisoned. Soon, they arrive at the checkpoint, where they meet some knights. Sir Dyrus salutes them and introduces himself. He then explains that Valier has an urgent message for Sir Williams. The knight looks surprised when he hears this, and replies that he just received a report. The report says that Sir Williams was killed by remnant demon forces during a reconnaissance mission. Valier is shocked by what he hears. He wonders if Sir Williams is really dead, killed in action as the report says. The knight, his face filled with sorrow, curses the demons as he expresses his grief over Sir Williams's death. Valier, standing nearby, realizes that with Sir Williams gone, there is no one left to help Princess Charlotte. This realization weighs heavily on him. The knight then asks Valier if there is anything he needs to know about the message. Sir Dyrus, who had been quiet up until now, immediately replies that the message was supposed to be relayed personally to Sir Williams. With that, they are given permission to head back. As they walk, Valier is deeply troubled. He feels a sense of unease. Remembering how everything seemed to be going too well earlier, something doesn't sit right with him. He wonders if it's true that Sir Williams was killed by remnants of the demon forces, but he can't believe it. He knows that Virtus, the Imperial Prince, wants Princess Charlotte dead. If she truly escaped from the Demon King's castle, Virtus would do everything to cover up that fact. He would make sure to eliminate all witnesses. And since Sir Williams was one of those witnesses, it becomes clear to Valier that Sir Williams must have been lured into the Demon King's castle so that he could be killed, making it all part of a larger, more sinister plan. Valier, feeling the weight of the situation, continues to wonder what he should do next. He doesn't want to give up yet, but the odds seem overwhelming. Sir Dyrus, sensing Valier's hesitation, finally tells him it's time to be honest. He urges Valier to explain why Sir Williams is in danger and how Princess Charlotte is involved. Valier hesitates, unsure whether he can trust Sir Dyrus. Charlotte had warned him that most of the Imperial forces are loyal to Virtus, and he's uncertain if Sir Dyrus might be one of them, even if he's a higher-ranking knight. Valier doesn't know if Dyrus has connections with the low-ranking officers who could be loyal to Virtus. But with no one else to turn to, Valier decides to tell Dyrus everything. He explains the truth, that Sir Williams is likely dead because of a betrayal from their own knights, not demons, and that the princess is in grave danger. Dyrus listens carefully and, after hearing everything, confirms his understanding of the situation. He acknowledges the possibility that Sir Williams was killed by their own men. Then, to Valier's surprise, Dyrus states that he will support the princess. He explains that he belongs to William's company and feels a strong obligation to help. Valier, though still uncertain about trusting him completely, agrees. He figures Dyrus could still be useful, especially if he can help with the escape. In this dangerous situation, Valier knows they need all the help they can get, even if he can't fully trust the knight yet. As Dyrus suggests that they should head back, Valier stops him, his mind racing with an idea. He tells Dyrus to wait, proposing they head to the demon supply storage to loot anything that could help them escape. Dyrus, though uncertain, follows his lead as Valier insists that, despite the storage being mostly ransacked, there might still be something useful if they look hard enough. They make their way to the storage, and Valier's instincts guide them to a few hidden items that could prove valuable. After some searching, Valier finds a scroll for mass teleportation, along with several other scrolls bundled together in a book. He knows these will be crucial for their escape, so they gather them up. Valier feels a sense of relief, knowing that this could be their ticket out of the camp. However, as they prepare to leave the storage, Sir Dyrus notices something strange. He's puzzled by how Valier knew exactly where to find the scrolls, especially considering that Valier had claimed to be a prisoner. Dyrus doesn't ask, but a small suspicion starts to form in his mind. Before they can leave, the sound of approaching knights causes them both to freeze. The knights are searching for them, clearly looking for any sign of their whereabouts. Dyrus and Valier quickly hide. It turns out that the knights who are searching for Valier and Dyrus are from Duke Solarian's house. Valier feels worried because this is becoming a big problem. House Solarian is Virtus's maternal family, and it is one of the most powerful families in the Empire. Their goal is to make Virtus the next emperor. The power and influence of House Solarian are much bigger than most noble families, so their knights are not ordinary knights. Valier starts to think that these knights could be the same ones who killed Sir William. As the knights continue searching for them, one of them shows a strange ability. This knight has a supernatural eye that can sense where Valier and Dyrus are hiding. Knowing they have no choice, Valier and Dyrus reveal themselves to the knights. When the knights see them, they prepare to fight. The knights draw their swords, ready to kill Valier and Dyrus because they are supporting the princess. Dyrus quickly pulls out his own sword and stands in front of Valier. He tells Valier to stay behind him because he is ready to face the knights and protect them both. Valier can't help but think about everything he did to escape from the castle, only to end up here, about to die. It feels like all of his efforts were for nothing, but then, something catches his eye. He notices a statue with red, glowing eyes. His mind quickly remembers that it's a gargoyle statue. He recalls seeing them in cartoons or video games, knowing that they're supposed to start moving in situations like this. Before he can think any further, a loud sound echoes through the area. The gargoyle statue begins to move. The knights are shocked, and so is Valier. The gargoyle smashes through the air and strikes the captain with one powerful blow, crushing him instantly. Everyone is stunned, not expecting such a violent attack. Valier, too, is taken aback, though he had just been thinking that gargoyles usually come to life in these kinds of situations. Seeing the chaos, Dyrus quickly grabs Valier and pulls him away, using the confusion to escape. This is their chance, and they're not going to waste it. Dyrus and Valier are riding swiftly on horseback, the sound of hooves echoing as they hurry through the night. Valier reflects on the events that have just unfolded. When the status window appeared, he noticed a skill called Control Demon, and he wonders if it's because he is the Demon King's son that he possesses such a skill. It suddenly hits him that he must have unintentionally activated the gargoyle with this Control Demon ability. However, there's no time to dwell on it now. In the distance, Valier notices a group of knights pursuing them, determined to prevent them from reaching the woods. He scans their surroundings, searching for a way to escape. His eyes land on the scrollbook he carries, and an idea sparks in his mind. Flipping through the pages, he finds the haste spell and quickly casts it. The horse surges forward with newfound speed, and Valier and Dyrus soon create a wide gap between themselves and the knights chasing them. Just as they begin to feel a moment of relief, a bolt from a crossbow suddenly shoots toward them. Valier realizes he needs a stronger solution to deal with the knights from House Solarian. He quickly considers a better way to handle the situation, but before he can put a plan into motion, he recalls that these knights are highly trained to resist magic. He knows that relying on spells won't be enough to shake them off. Given this, he understands that he'll need to think quickly and carefully if they are to escape safely. Valier focuses on the scrollbook, aware that the knights are closing in. He calmly reassures Dyrus, telling him that he is not casting magic on the knights themselves. Instead, a purple glow begins to emanate from the scroll. Valier casts an illusion spell on the horse, manipulating its appearance to make it look like it's galloping faster, while the knights, resistant to magic, remain unaware of the trick. One of the knights' horses stumbles and falls, throwing off its rider, confirming that the spell worked. Encouraged by the success, Valier quickly follows up with charm spells, targeting the remaining knights' horses. The charm affects several of them, and their riders lose control, making them falter and fall behind. Now only 2 knights remain in pursuit, but Valier and Dyrus are not out of danger. The horse they are riding is exhausted, its pace slowing with each step. The knights are getting closer. As panic begins to set in, Valier's eyes catch a group of demon prisoners being transported nearby. A strange sensation rises within him, one that reminds him of the moment when he unconsciously awakened the gargoyle statue. Then, a sudden red glow appears in the eyes of a large orc from the group of prisoners. Without warning, the orc charges forward, pouncing on the knights who are closing in. The orc's powerful form crashes into the knights, obstructing their path and creating chaos among their ranks. Valier, stunned by the unexpected turn of events, realizes that this is their chance to escape. He urgently urges Dyrus to ride faster, knowing that this opportunity may not last long. Dyrus can't help but feel a strange sense of unease. Every time they are in a dangerous situation, it seems like demons intervene to help them. It's too much of a coincidence to happen twice, but he knows now isn't the time to question it. Their priority is getting the princess to safety. They finally arrive at the princess's tent, but the guards prevent them from entering. Dyrus, quick on his feet, decides to take a more direct approach. He swiftly neutralizes the guard, clearing the way, but the noise attracts attention. Realizing they've been discovered, Dyrus urges Valier to go ahead with the mission while he stays behind to hold off the knights. Valier enters the tent and is met by 2 mages who are standing with the princess. The mages immediately express their anger at the intrusion, Having clearly been given strict orders to prevent anyone from entering, their eyes narrow, clearly hostile. Without missing a beat, Valier tells the princess to close her eyes. He quickly casts a flash spell, blinding the mages temporarily. With their vision impaired, Valier seizes the opportunity. He rushes to the princess, taking her by the hand. Knowing they don't have much time, he activates the mass teleportation spell and now has no choice but to use it. He specifies the destination, Gradium, the capital of the empire. A light blue hue shines on the spot with a huge magic circle as the base. The next moment, the system notifies that Valier has cleared the prologue sequence, unlocking a special achievement known as the Turning Point in History. A character like Princess Charlotte, who should no longer exist at this point, has actually survived, and the future has been greatly altered. Valier also receives 1,000 achievement points. In the main story of this novel, the Demon King is dead. The setting takes place in Gradium, a city that is based on Seoul, the place where Valier lives. Valier and Charlotte manage to teleport to Gradium. When they arrive, Valier is completely surprised. The city looks nothing like what he expected, and he is shocked by how detailed everything is. It's much more real and vivid than he imagined. Meanwhile, Charlotte feels confused because the environment has suddenly changed. She quickly realizes that they are now in the middle of the capital city. Valier explains what happened to her. He tells her that Sir Williams is dead, and it was Dyrus who helped them escape. Just then, Dyrus appears as he emerges from the teleportation channel, confirming Valier's explanation. Valier feels relieved that the plan went as expected. Dyrus successfully escapes with the teleportation scroll, just like they had hoped. Afterward, Dyrus properly introduces himself to Princess Charlotte. He then begins to explain everything that happened, including how they managed to infiltrate the Demon King's castle, gather some scrolls, and how they were saved by an unexpected intervention from the demons. As Dyrus continues, Princess Charlotte grows suspicious. The story seems odd, and she can't help but glance at Valier, who also feels that something doesn't add up. After walking through the market square for a bit, Valier suddenly slips away from the crowd. He finds a quiet spot to sit and begins to think about his situation. He feels frustrated by his inability to buy food or anything else, wishing he had known more about the world. He even thinks to himself that he could have added a setting to the game system, like demons can live off mana alone, if he had anticipated this. To his surprise, a notification appears in his system window. It tells him that he can indeed add this setting to the game system, but it would require 100,000 achievement points to do so. The notification also mentions that he can make changes to the plot of the story, giving him some control over the world around him. Along with this, a list of active challenges appears, each one nearly impossible for him to complete at the moment. However, these challenges offer a way for him to earn achievement points. However, Valier is not allowed to undermine the plot of the story. Any attempts to do so will result in penalties, deducting achievement points from him. This rule makes him cautious about how he interacts with the world around him. Curious, Valier checks the list of active challenges and spots one titled Scribe's Advice, which requires 150 achievement points. He decides to take it and, after following the advice, he learns that he should visit a magic item shop. Thinking that he might need to sell the scrolls he has found in order to survive, Valier heads to the nearest shop. When he arrives, he tries to sell the scrolls, but to his surprise, the shopkeeper immediately chases him away. It feels as though the shopkeeper believes he is trying to scam them with fake scrolls. Valier finds this behavior odd and wonders why the scrolls are being treated with such suspicion. Not discouraged, he moves on to another shop. This time he shows the scroll to the shopkeeper, who seems intrigued. The shop owner asks him if he can try tracing another scroll, commenting that Valier draws pretty well. If he can do that, they could split the profits from selling the scrolls in half. The shop owner then adds that if Valier can finish tracing the scroll by the next day, he will be paid 5 silver coins. Valier agrees, although he can't help but wonder why nobody seems to recognize the scrolls he looted from the Demon King's castle. Feeling suspicious, he decides to try one more shop. If they still don't recognize the scrolls, he'll just sell the fireball scroll and call it a day. He heads to another shop, and when he enters, he finds the place to be messy and empty. However, as he looks around, a red-haired lady walks in behind him and asks if he is a customer. Valier responds that he wants to sell some scrolls. She tells him that she doesn't buy scrolls, but she can't just let him leave with them either. Instead, she offers to pay him 2 gold coins, but when she sees the scrolls, her expression changes. She becomes serious, and her eyes lock onto him. With a more intense gaze, she asks Valier to be honest with her. She wants to know where he got those scrolls because she recognizes them as magic constructs that are only used by demons. Her voice grows more stern as she presses him again, demanding to know how he acquired those scrolls. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Valier feels a chill run down his spine. He knows he's in trouble now. Even though Valier understood that magic exists in this world, he never took the time to learn how it works, or the differences between types of magic. He didn't know if a spell was human magic or demon magic. As he stood there, he realized that this must be the reason why the merchants had dismissed his scrolls as fake. They either weren't mages themselves, or simply didn't know enough about magic to recognize them. However, the red-haired lady was different. She seemed to see through him immediately, her serious demeanor telling him she knew exactly what the scrolls were. She pressed him for the truth, demanding to know how he had gotten them. In a moment of panic, Valir tried to use his status window to make her forget the whole thing. But he quickly realized that he needed 3,000 achievement points to do so, a number he didn't have. With no other choice, he reluctantly decided to tell her the truth. He explained that he had obtained the scrolls from the Demon King's castle, fully aware that this admission would have serious consequences. The lady, however, doesn't believe him right away. Valir then explains that he had obtained the scrolls when he tried to save the princess back in the Demon King's castle. After hearing this, the lady seems to soften a little, appearing slightly convinced by his story. Her demeanor shifts, and to Valir's surprise, she even gives him a hug. While the gesture might have been meant to comfort him, Valir feels uncomfortable, especially since he's still hungry, and she won't let him leave just yet. She then suggests that someone might have placed a curse on him while he was in the Demon King's castle, offering to help lift it. Valir tries to stop her, not wanting any more complications, but before he can protest further, she has already cast a dispel spell on him. The magic works instantly, and Valir is forced to revert back to his original demon form. Now in an even more awkward situation, Valir attempts to explain himself, but before he can finish, the lady suddenly drops to her knees and greets him properly. She refers to him as the Demon King's son, which shocks him. He's taken aback by her recognition, and as he looks at her closely, he realizes she is a vampire, her fangs clearly visible. Yet, despite this, he doesn't remember ever meeting her before. She asks him if he remembers her, but Valir is still trying to process everything that's happening. Alaris, realizing that they needed to avoid attracting attention, suggests they move quickly and heads upstairs to her room. Valir follows, still processing everything that's happened so far. Once inside, she offers him food, which he gratefully accepts, his hunger finally being addressed. As he eats, Alaris observes him carefully and learns that he only remembers his identity, but nothing else about his past. She introduces herself properly as Alaris the Flames, a member of the Gradium Infiltration Squad. Valir doesn't recall encountering any characters like that in his novel, but he doesn't question it. Instead, his curiosity takes over, and he asks her why she, a vampire, lives in a sunny house frequently visited by humans. Alaris explains, somewhat matter-of-factly, that she had no choice. Living in a house with a storefront was the only way she could afford the rent. She then continues to explain more about the other members of the Gradium Infiltration Squad. One of them is Sarkagar, a dread fiend who uses the false name of Count Argon Pontius. The other is a lycanthrope known as the Hound of Irene, who operates from a base in the Bronze Gate area near the Irene River. Alaris explains that it was Sarkagar, the dread fiend, who had kidnapped the human princess. His ability to shift faces and transform made him exceptionally skilled at blending into human society, allowing him to carry out such tasks unnoticed. As for the Hound of Irene, Alaris explains that he is the leader of one of the most notorious gangs in Gradium. The gang is quite large and influential, providing substantial financial support for the infiltration squad, helping to cover all their operational expenses. Despite all this, Alaris expresses relief and gratitude that Valir is safe. She believes that with him, they can rebuild the demon realm. However, Valir quickly cuts in, making it clear that he has no interest in rebuilding the demon realm. He argues that such an effort would only lead to another war between realms, and the last war was terrible enough. He doesn't want to go through that again. Additionally, he points out that gathering demons together in the current situation could very well get them all killed. Alaris tries to explain to Valir that, as the prince, it is expected of him to want to rebuild the demon realm. However, Valir firmly refuses, telling her that he doesn't want to be the king of a kingdom that no longer exists. He also reminds her that she too is no longer bound to serve a non-existent kingdom. Her expression darkens as she absorbs his words, and after a quiet moment, she walks away, clearly depressed. Before leaving, she tells him to get some rest. Later that night, Valir, still curious, asks Alaris what he used to be like before all of this. Alaris, nervous and hesitant, tells him that he was once an inspiring role model to all demons. Her tone is uneasy, and Valir senses that his past self wasn't as kind or heroic as he might have hoped. He doesn't dwell on it, choosing instead to focus on the present. He adds that tomorrow they will need to meet the rest of the infiltration squad to which they shared the bed that Valir felt nice being in this character for once. The next morning, Alaris and Valir step out onto the streets, heading toward the meeting place for the rest of the Gradium infiltration squad. The capital, still basking in the aftermath of the battle, is alive with celebration. People are shouting and cheering in the streets, marking the safe return of the princess. The war has finally come to an end, and the people of the city are taking to the streets in joy, thankful that the long conflict is over. As they pass through the jubilant crowd, Valir and Alaris make their way toward the Mana train, which is stationed in the Aligar district. The Mana train, something Valir had originally included in his novel for convenience, offers them a comfortable ride. Valir and Alaris arrive at the area beneath the Bronze Gate Bridge, a place Valir recognizes from his novel as a spot where beggars often gather. But Alaris doesn't seem surprised by the condition of the place. She knows that this is where they are meeting the leader of the beggars. Alaris calmly tells Valir that they will be passing through a sewer pipe nearby to reach their destination. As they make their way through the area, Valir begins to feel uneasy, sensing something odd about the place. Just then, a woman steps out from the shadows, and she immediately calls out to Alaris, as though she's been expecting her. Valir is startled by the woman's appearance. Her sharp gaze and confident posture give her a commanding presence, making Valir instinctively uneasy. However, the woman greets Valir as well, and after a brief moment, she introduces herself as Loyar, a member of the Gradium Infiltration Squad. Since Alaris already knows her, there's a sense of familiarity between the two. Valir is shocked that the leader of this place is a lady. He didn't expect someone so powerful to be a woman in such a rough, neglected area. The lady asks Alaris about Sarkagar, and Alaris responds that he isn't there yet. She guesses he's likely busy with his noble duties, but assures her that he will be there soon. However, Alaris decides to share something with the lady, Loyar. She tells her that Valir doesn't remember anything except who he was. Loyar looks at Valir, stunned by this revelation, and asks him for confirmation. Valir nods, agreeing that he has no recollection of anything beyond his identity. Loyar reacts with a mix of relief and surprise. She is happy about this memory loss, as she knows how Valir used to treat her poorly in the past. She hopes that, without his memories, he won't be able to mistreat her in the same way. Valir doesn't realize that his past behavior was so harsh, and he sincerely apologizes to Loyar, hoping they can start working things out from this point forward. He extends his hand for a handshake, and Loyar hesitantly takes it, but to her surprise, Valir playfully tickles her instead. Loyar gets angry and demands to know why he would do that, but Valir doesn't expect her reaction to be so intense. He quickly apologizes. Before they can move on, a loud noise interrupts them. Suddenly Sarkagar appears, too clumsy in his excitement. He rushes over and hugs Valir so tightly that Valir struggles to breathe. Sarkagar continues holding him, begging Valir for something, but Valir, gasping for air, asks him to let go. When Sarkagar doesn't, Valir calls Alaris over for help. Alaris explains that Sarkagar is the one who served the Demon King with unwavering loyalty, to the point that he would sacrifice his own soul if it meant rebuilding the demon realm. Later, with Loyar's help, who had to pull Sarkagar's hair, they all gather around the light they make to keep warm while they discuss. Sarkagar insists that Valir must go and rebuild the demon realm, stating that he must avenge his father and build a greater empire there. But Loyar angrily cautions him about the words he's spouting out. Valir then assumes that even if they rebuild the demon realm, he still considers himself useless. Sarkagar, however, assures him that he is not, that he is a high and pure archdemon before whom all demons bow. Yet Valir remains unconvinced, questioning Sarkagar about what he means by archdemon. Everyone is shocked at his question at first, but then Sarkagar begins to explain. He tells Valir that an archdemon is the greatest of demons because in the Dark Land, the realm they live in, a harsh and ruthless place drenched in blood, strength, and unity are essential. However, he explains that the demons once nearly killed themselves to extinction, simply because they belonged to different races. One day, though, a powerful demon intervened, controlling the minds of others to end the fighting. He restored unity among the demons in the Dark Land, and from then on, the demons called him the Archdemon. He became known as the progenitor of the Demon Kings. At that moment, Valir finally understands what they mean. He asks about their plan, and Sarkagar replies that Valir must first become stronger, return to the demon realm to reunite the scattered demons, and gather his strength. But Valir disagrees with this plan, knowing they're at the Empire's capital, the heart of the enemy. Instead, he proposes staying there at the Bronze Gate to learn the culture and customs of their enemies, intending to uncover their weaknesses. Sarkagar eventually agrees, then proposes another idea. Valir could enroll in the temple, the Empire's academic institute. Although Valir is reluctant, Loyar sides with Sarkagar this time. Valir, however, is still against the idea, secretly hoping Alaris will rescue him. But to his dismay, Alaris also agrees. Seeing he has no other choice, Valir quickly voices his concern, arguing that it's too risky. He worries his cover could be blown, making it impossible to predict what would happen next. In response, Sarkagar produces a ring and places it on Valir's index finger, explaining that it has been passed down through generations of dreadfiends. He tells Valir that it will help him transform into any form he wishes. Sarkagar also reminds him that the glory of the Demon Empire will soon be theirs. Since they decide that Valir will study at the temple, they initially consider using one of Alaris or Sarkagar's fake identities for his enrollment. However, they quickly rule this out, knowing the humans might investigate Charlotte's captor. Lawyer then introduces her henchman, Dibon, as an alternative. Together, they create a new identity for Valir, Reinhardt. With the Dread Fiend ring to alter his appearance, Valir would enroll in the temple under this disguise. Loyar instructs Dibon to take Valir out the next day to get a new identification card. When Valir asks how they plan to cover the tuition fees, everyone falls silent, realizing they hadn't considered that detail. They begin to brainstorm. Dibon reminds Loyar that they absolutely can't cover the temple's tuition fees with their current earnings. Loyar seems to have forgotten that even if they begged on the streets, they would never afford the tuition for the temple. The temple, known as Garcia's Temple, is the most prestigious academic institution on the continent. It's where the young nobles from the most influential families come to study and socialize. The annual tuition fee is around 100 million won, a fortune they clearly can't manage. Still, Loyar is somewhat hopeful that they might scrape together the amount. Dibon then suggests that if she's serious, she could consider making it possible by reducing the amount she takes from the club funds. Valier is taken aback when he hears about a club. He thought they only sold packs of guns, so he becomes curious about their business. Loyar, however, is unwilling to reduce her take from the funds, knowing that it would put their business at risk. But Dibon insists that it's their only option. Valier then suggests a plan. He only needs the first semester's tuition fee. He explains that he could earn a scholarship as the Empire is searching for future warriors to replace those who have fallen. If he proves his potential, he might be exempted from paying any fees. He's aware that the temple waives tuition for exceptionally talented individuals, and although he might be a low-level demon king, he's still an archdemon. Confident he'll find his talent once he's there, he decides that, if needed, he can use achievement points to unlock a talent. Loyar, impressed by his confidence, agrees to the plan. Dibon, however, notes that they still don't have enough to cover even that one semester. Valier, observing this, suggests they change tactics and start reaching out to customers directly if they aren't coming to them. He proposes a new idea, seeking customers along the Mana Train route, a place with high loot traffic and a quick escape route in case things go wrong. Valier suggests they could sell toys on the train, not even high-quality ones, as parents would likely buy them just to keep their kids from screaming. Dibon immediately agrees, but Loyar becomes angry that Dibon let Valir overhear the plan. Grateful to Valir for the idea, Dibon introduces him to the other gang members, and in celebration, they start pouring drinks. Valier takes this chance to ask about the club Dibon mentioned earlier, and Dibon explains that it's their own organization. As it turns out, Loyar had formed one of the largest gangs in the capital. Their income mainly comes from begging on the streets, and somehow it covers the expenses of the infiltration squad, the magic item shop, a noble lifestyle, and the gang's living costs. Valier begins to suspect Loyar might be hiding something from him. Unaware of this suspicion, Dibon continues explaining how they got their club name, the Rotary Club. Valier quietly resolves to find out what Loyar might be concealing. But just then, Loyar appears, furious that Dibon is giving Valir alcohol. She drags Valir off to the interrogation chamber, ignoring his pleas for help. Dibon, intimidated, stands by helplessly. When they reach the interrogation chamber, Loyar warns Valir to avoid alcohol, but Valir sees this as the perfect chance to ask about her other income sources. He points out that begging on the streets alone couldn't possibly cover the temple's tuition or even the infiltration squad's expenses. Loyar is momentarily speechless, surprised by his question. Eventually, she explains that she didn't intentionally hide it from him. She just didn't think he needed to know. Valir then asks if her work involves harming others. Loyar admits that it sometimes leads to that, but it's not their main purpose. Finally, she decides to fully explain. The begging is a cover. The Rotary Club members disguise themselves as beggars to gather information for the Gradium Thieves Guild. Loyar then reveals that she didn't intend for him to be deeply involved in this line of work, and urges him to forget about the club once he's in the temple. The next day, Dibon accompanies Valir to the Gradium Administrative Office to make an identification card. The process is easier than Valir expected, thanks to Dibon bribing the staff. From there, they head to the temple's admissions office. As they pass through the gates, they see a crowd of wealthy people vying for a spot for their children at this elite school. They enter the consultation office where Valir knows talent testing takes place, as he's heard that a discovery of talent could allow him to study for free. Many others are there waiting to be tested. Finally, it's Valir and Dibon's turn. They're number 86. However, once inside, they realize they're actually in the admissions application office. Valier tells the clerk he wants to pay just for the first semester, but she refuses, explaining that students have tried borrowing money for the first semester only to drop out, so partial payments are no longer allowed. Accepting this setback, Valir turns to leave, but Debun urges the clerk to test Valir's talent, suggesting he might possess extraordinary abilities. He even offers to pay for the test, but the clerk assures them it's free and agrees to conduct it. She brings out a scanner and instructs Valir to place his hand on it. He hesitates. Gathering his nerve, he places his hand on the scanner. To everyone's surprise, the scanner malfunctions, baffling the clerk. As she insists it was working fine moments ago, she leaves to retrieve another scanner. Meanwhile, Valir is puzzled by the failure, wondering if it's a sign or something else. Dibon, however, is thrilled, assuming the malfunction means the scanner has detected some exceptional talent in Valir. Soon after, the clerk returns with a second scanner, which she's tested beforehand. She asks Valir to place his hand on it again. Once more, the results surprise her. She explains that the scanner is displaying an aptitude, essentially a lesser form of talent. Those with aptitude aren't necessarily prodigies, but they show potential to become above average in a given area over time. However, she adds that having aptitude alone isn't enough for temple admission. It's usually used just to reassure parents of their children's abilities. Valir feels a wave of disappointment at this. Then suddenly the clerk pauses, astonished, and reveals that Valir appears to have an aptitude for every skill known in the world. According to the scanner's results, Valir supposedly possesses the unique ability to wield both divine power and dark magic simultaneously, a feat unheard of in the Empire's history. Even Valir is taken aback, unable to grasp how this could be possible, especially since it wasn't exactly what he was aiming for. Meanwhile, Dibon is overjoyed, thrilled that Valir has turned out to be exceptional. They return to Loyar and relay everything. She too is stunned, but she gives Valir a congratulatory thumbs up. Valir, however, privately wonders if the circumstances are just adjusting to fit him into the novel's narrative. He understands that the novel couldn't predict what talent he might choose with his achievement points, which could be anything from close-range combat skills like swordsmanship or spear mastery to magic or archery. In fact, Valir knows it doesn't even have to be combat-related, as he can unlock any skill he wants if he has enough points. Dibon, noticing Valir's subdued reaction, finds it odd. Valir pretends to be pleased, pointing out that at least the club won't need to pay his tuition. Dibon, feeling proud, believes it's thanks to him that Valir's aptitudes were detected. He's convinced that if he hadn't insisted they stay, the lady would never have discovered this incredible result. Valir initially plans to wait until the next semester before becoming involved in the main storyline. But the way things are going, it seems inevitable that he will end up in the royal class. This prestigious class at the temple is reserved for the best and brightest students, the elite of the elite, who receive scholarships for the entire program. Students in the royal class live in a luxurious dormitory, receive ample allowances, and have the privilege of attending any lectures, even those meant for upperclassmen. These students are considered the top prodigies of the Empire, their skills and talents proven beyond a doubt. Despite this, Valir wants to spend at least one semester as a regular student, but to his surprise, he is placed in Class A, a class known for its arrogance and pride. He can't fathom how he ends up there, especially considering he has nothing to show them yet. Alaris, noticing Valir's moodiness, asks what is bothering him. Valir confides in her that he is uneasy about the inevitable clash between Class A and Ludwig, the main character of the novel. Ludwig, a transfer student, will end up fighting the arrogant students of Class A, teaching them a lesson in humility, and he doesn't want to be caught in that mess. However, Valir is thankful that, at the very least, his unlimited aptitude will likely keep expectations low for him. He hopes that the others won't expect too much from him. Alaris reassures him that everything will be fine, offering him some comfort despite his worries. Valir already imagines what life in Class A will be like for him, and he knows that he needs more than just aptitude to survive there. The class is filled with talented and arrogant students, and he doesn't want to be caught off guard. Alaris reassures him, promising that they will help him in any way they can, especially since he will have the privilege of leaving the temple whenever he wants. Despite her assurances, Valir can't shake the feeling that there is more to Alaris's eagerness to send him to the temple. He suddenly questions her, asking why she seems so eager for him to be around humans, especially when he knows Sarkagir might be right, he could grow stronger there. Alaris explains that her main reason for encouraging him to attend the temple is so he can get used to being around humans. Spending time there will help him understand their ways, which will be crucial for his future. Though Valir accepts this reasoning, he still wonders if Alaris will regret it later. Alaris then prepares some clothes for him to wear at the temple and gives him a sparkling magical necklace. Valir is surprised by the gift, and she reminds him that she specializes in flame magic. She tells him the story of the 7 vampire clans, each named after a knight, and how the clans of the sun and the moon were lost over time, including their magic. The remaining 5 clans, each representing an element, survived, and their powers have been passed down through generations. The necklace, Alaris reveals, is the heirloom of her clan, Flamma Martis, the symbol of the Flame Clan's head. Valier guesses that Elleris must be the head of the Flame Clan, and he wonders why she is giving him such a precious heirloom. Elleris explains that the necklace will allow him to cast fire spells using his mana. She asks him to try it out. Valier, confident in his abilities, tries it, but the flame he produces is weak. He questions Elleris about why the spell is so weak, and she explains that the necklace channels stronger flames when used to harm others. She primarily gave it to him for protection, although she hopes he won't need to use it at all. Valier understands then that Elleris is worried about him, yet she doesn't want him to cause harm to anyone. With this in mind, Valier makes a vow to himself. He will never use the necklace for offensive purposes until he graduates. Later, Loyar visits Valier and gives him some money for his allowance at the temple. She explains that it's the only thing she can offer since he helped her avoid paying his tuition fee. She also knows that Elleris and Sarkagar have already given him gifts, so she doesn't want to be left out. Valier thanks her, expecting her to leave so he can rest. However, she continues to advise and warn him about various things. Eventually, Valier politely sends her out of his room so he can finally have some peace. As he settles down, Valier suddenly remembers something. The novel he had written, his attempt at a slice-of-life story, was meant to be lighthearted, a break from the dark, grim endings that his readers often criticized him for. He had wanted to create something cheerful, but he quickly realized he didn't have the skill to keep a happy story going. Without enough incidents or plot twists, the story's cheerfulness started to fade, and the novel lost its initial spark. Valier tries to recall the details of how the story progressed, but his memory is fuzzy, especially toward the end. He strains his mind and finally remembers that, midway through the novel, a gate to another world opened. Monsters began pouring into their world, putting everything at risk of total annihilation. Valier feels disappointed by this turn of events. Valier is uncertain about what to do next. Should he run away, hide, and just wait for the story's ending to unfold? He considers this option briefly, but then remembers that Elleris and Loyar don't deserve to suffer because of his mistakes. With this in mind, he resolves to face the consequences head-on. Determined to make things right, he decides to go to the temple to become stronger and earn achievement points. He hopes that by doing so, he will either be able to rewrite the incident involving the gate, or at the very least, confront the monsters himself. If the world is heading toward its end, he will do whatever it takes to stop it. Valier eventually returns to the temple, where he and the other royal class students are informed to head to the dormitory by 1 p.m. He walks toward the dormitory and is immediately stunned by the size of the building. He can't help but wonder how much money must have gone into constructing it. Inside, it's even more impressive, spacious and elegant to the point that Valier doubts he'll even be able to find his room among the vastness. As he's looking around, a girl calls out to him. Turning around, Valier sees her offering a handshake, which he reciprocates. She introduces herself as Ceres Van Owen, the student president of the royal class. After looking at his student verification card, she offers to help him locate his room. She notices that his card has no last name, but addresses him by the name on the card anyway. Owen tells Valier that during the orientation program, she will explain everything he needs to know as a first-year student. She insists that he attend, and Valier thanks her before heading off to find his room. When Valier arrives at his room, he's surprised to find it locked, but he quickly recalls how to open it, remembering the details from the story. As the door creaks open, he is shocked by the immense size of the room. It feels more like a private suite than a student dormitory. He stands there, surprised, but soon notices a box placed on the ground. Curious, he opens it and finds a map of the temple, dormitory guidelines, some snacks, a book, and a pen inside. Valier, now with some free time, takes the opportunity to make a list of the characters he remembers from Class A and Class B. As he's jotting down names, he hears an announcement calling all students to gather in the central lobby. Though he wishes he had more time to recall additional names, he reluctantly puts the list aside and heads toward the lobby. On his way there, Valier looks up and notices a group of guys standing upstairs watching him. He wonders if they are upperclassmen of the royal class based on the way they're observing him, but he decides not to dwell on it. He continues on his way, eager to get to the lobby. Just as he's about to reach the entrance, a guy accidentally steps on his foot. Valier reacts angrily, but the guy immediately apologizes. Calming down, Valier listens as the guy introduces himself as Ludwig. Valier is surprised, realizing that things are starting to feel real now that he's met the main character of the novel. They walk to the central lobby together, where Owen instructs them to take their seats. Valier is unsure where to sit since he's the last numbered student in Class A. As he's about to settle in, some students from Class A notice him and start asking if he's the one with the rumored unlimited aptitude. They tease him, mocking his appearance, and wonder aloud why someone like him would be placed in Class A. Valier feels embarrassed but tries to brush it off. The introductions begin, starting with the students of Class A. The first person to introduce himself is Virtus, and Valier is taken aback. He remembers that in the novel, Virtus had hidden his identity, But here, he's openly introducing himself. Valier can't help but wonder why Virtus would act differently from what he recalled. After all the students in Class A introduce themselves, the focus shifts to Class B. When the first girl, Charlotte, stands up to introduce herself, Valier's concern deepens. He remembers that Charlotte shouldn't even be in Class B, and he begins to feel uneasy about the direction things are taking. Valier feels a growing unease as he watches Virtus and Charlotte, two members of the imperial family, stand among the royal class. Virtus, as the eldest son of the emperor, has the potential to wield tremendous power. If he graduates from the royal class with excellent grades, it will solidify his authority and influence, granting him an untouchable position in the empire. The weight of this achievement would not only come from his royal blood but from his proven skills, making him a formidable figure. Valier, however, is disturbed by Virtus's early appearance in the royal class. This is not how the plot was supposed to unfold. In his novel, Virtus was meant to stay in the background, quietly building his power before revealing himself. The fact that he has made himself known so soon changes everything. Virtus is supposed to be the hidden villain, operating in the shadows, but instead, he's stepping into the light, signaling his ambition from the very beginning. Charlotte's presence in the same class only adds to the confusion. She was never supposed to be in the royal class, let alone share it with her brother. This deviation from the plot unsettles Valier even more. He wonders if something he did, perhaps surviving alongside the princess, caused this shift. The timeline seems to have been altered in ways he can't fully grasp. Valier tries to make sense of it all. This was not the direction Valier envisioned for the character. But now, with Virtus already making his move, Valier knows things are shifting in ways he can't control. Charlotte, too, seems to be an anomaly. Her presence in the royal class is something Valier never planned, and it makes the situation even more complex. The unease that settled in him when he first saw her has only grown stronger, and now he feels like the story is no longer his to guide. Then, Owen states the rules of the temple. No discrimination will be tolerated, and all students should consider each other equal regardless of their levels. Failure to abide by these rules will attract punishment, which could include expulsion from the school. Afterward, Owen decides to read a letter from the imperial family, even though such letters are usually not allowed. She simply wants to make an exception. The letter serves as a warning to Virtus and Charlotte to be considerate of their positions, urging them not to compete harshly against each other, as doing so might deprive them of their right to the throne. When Valier hears the announcement, he hopes that it will prevent the prince and princess from fighting, at least for now. After the announcement, they are dismissed, but there's a guy among them named Erhi, who tries to acknowledge Virtus as the prince. However, Virtus refuses, mindful of the warning given in the letter. He doesn't want to make any moves that could attract unwanted attention or cause trouble for the imperial family. After discussing for a while with Erhi, Virtus leaves and heads toward a girl in Class A. She is the one who should have been in the first place, but Virtus was placed there instead. As a result, she is in second place. Virtus approaches her to apologize for taking her position, but the girl, whose name is Ellen, doesn't seem to care much about his apology. She leaves his presence without saying much. Valier, however, sees no reason why Virtus should even bother to apologize. It seems like a gesture meant to maintain his princely demeanor, but Valier finds it unnecessary. Ellen's full name is Ellen Artorius, and she is the sister of Regan Artorius, the legendary warrior who sacrificed himself to defeat the Demon King. Meanwhile, where Erhi, Virtus, and others are standing, Ludwig approaches them and introduces himself. Instead of returning the greeting, the Class A students look at him with disgust and hatred. This reaction confirms to Valier that everything is unfolding according to the novel's plot. Ludwig, the main character, has just become the target of Class A's disdain. When Ludwig sees that he is not welcomed by the Class A students, he decides to approach Valier, who he had already met earlier. Ludwig, feeling a bit isolated, asks Valier if they could be friends. Valier, without hesitation, agrees, and they shake hands, smiling at the start of what seems like an unlikely friendship. However, Harriet, the fourth student in Class A, is furious at the sight of Valier associating with Ludwig, a student from Class B. She doesn't take kindly to this and is visibly angry, but Ludwig, unaware of her disdain, tries to be friendly with her as well. To his surprise, instead of receiving a warm greeting, he gets a hot slap from Harriet. The unexpected slap leaves Ludwig stunned and speechless, his face flushed with shock. Harriet, with a look of contempt, tells Ludwig that he does not belong in the Class A dormitory, and makes it clear that she doesn't care about the rules Owen had set earlier about treating each other equally. Her words are harsh, and the atmosphere grows tense as Ludwig stands there. Just as Ludwig is processing the slap, Virtus arrives on the scene. He immediately notices that Ludwig is unable to defend himself or respond to Harriet, which gives Virtus a moment to step in. With a calm yet commanding presence, Virtus questions Harriet, asking why she would treat Ludwig in such a way. As Harriet is about to answer, she falters, her anger momentarily subsiding. Harriet didn't anticipate that her actions would backfire the way they did. Her intention was to gain favor with Virtus by humiliating Ludwig, but she soon realized that her plan had only made things worse. When Virtus questioned her behavior, she faltered, unable to provide any justification for her actions, which made her look even more foolish. Seeing how things unfolded, Virtus, with his usual calm demeanor, decided to take the initiative. He led Ludwig to a corner, away from the tension of the group, and offered an apology on behalf of Harriet. He reassured Ludwig, telling him that if he ever needed to talk or had any issues, he should feel free to use the pager. Irhi, who had witnessed the whole exchange, couldn't help but praise Virtus for his kindness and angelic behavior, recognizing that his actions were far from what the typical prince would do. Meanwhile, the first day at the temple came to an end, and Valir was in for a surprise. He was awarded 100 achievement points simply for completing the day, which shocked him. He had barely done anything, just watched Ludwig get shouted at and deal with the drama, and yet, here he was with points. He couldn't believe it, wondering how he had managed to earn so many points just for existing in the temple for a day. As he navigated the point system, he was shown a list of talents he could purchase, but he quickly realized that he didn't have enough points to afford anything worthwhile. Disheartened, Valir briefly considered that he might never be able to afford the talents he truly wanted. But then, his eyes caught something interesting: supernatural powers, which didn't require any points. Curious, Valir clicked on the category, expecting something powerful, but instead found that the supernatural powers listed seemed weak and unimpressive. They were far from what he was hoping for, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they wouldn't be useful for much. While magic powers were what he really desired, the reality was that he couldn't afford any of them with his current point total. Valir, after considering the options, decides to focus on gathering achievement points for now. The royal class students have a separate matriculation ceremony from the other temple students, but it turns out to be surprisingly simple. The head teacher introduces the homeroom teachers for each class, and then the students are given a brief tour of the lecture halls in the building next to the dormitory. It's a brief yet essential introduction to the temple's layout, giving the students a chance to familiarize themselves with where they'll be spending most of their time. When Class A gathers in their classroom, their homeroom teacher, Effenhauser, appears before them. He introduces himself in a formal manner and immediately lays down the structure for their schedule. Mondays and Thursdays are the days they attend lectures together as a class, while Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are designated as days when students can choose their own lectures, attending those that fit their individual interests or goals. As part of the class organization, Virtus, the temporary leader of Class A, is assigned the responsibility of being the point of contact for any issues or grievances that the other students might have. The teacher makes it clear that if the class ever wishes to change the leader, they can discuss it amongst themselves and inform him, giving the students a sense of autonomy and involvement in their leadership. However, it's also understood that any instructions from Effenhauser will be passed down through Virtus, reinforcing his temporary leadership role. The teacher makes one exception to the rule about the student's conduct. He must be called immediately if a fight breaks out, not Virtus. He explains the importance of preventing students from killing each other and stresses the need for everyone to stay vigilant and wary of one another. The class listens closely, the tension palpable in the air. One of the students raises a question, asking what would happen if they called for the teacher. He answers without hesitation, assuring them that he would be extra cautious about the situation. Then, with a serious expression, he adds that he holds the authority to eliminate any student on the spot if necessary. The room goes silent, and a wave of fear sweeps through the students. "I've been the homeroom teacher here for 10 years. His words carry a weight that makes everyone uncomfortable, further solidifying the gravity of the situation. With the unsettling atmosphere lingering, the teacher decides to take his leave. However, he unexpectedly calls Valir to follow him. Valir's heart skips a beat, wondering why he is being singled out. Despite his apprehension, he follows the teacher to his office, unable to refuse. Once inside, the teacher gets straight to the point. He tells Valir that, unlike his classmates, he doesn't seem to have any notable talents. The teacher asks Valir how he plans to approach this issue, or if there is any skill he would like to learn. The teacher makes it clear that the skill doesn't necessarily have to be a specialty, but he expects Valir to be proactive. Valir, unsure of how to respond, takes a moment to think. He has no clear path in mind, but soon realizes that, of all the skills available to him, learning supernatural powers might be the most efficient. It could give him the edge he needs to survive in this world. So, he tells the teacher his choice. However, Valir notices the teacher's reaction to his decision. The man seems less than pleased to hear that Valir wants to pursue supernatural powers. After a brief pause, the teacher explains why. Students without proven supernatural abilities are generally not allowed to attend lectures on the subject. The only exceptions are students from the royal class. The teacher expresses concern, warning Valir that if he cannot prove his powers, he may be chased out of the lecture room. Despite the exception, there's a risk, and the teacher doesn't want Valir to be embarrassed or left out. Later, the teacher surprises Valir by volunteering to give him a private lecture on supernatural powers. He hands Valir a timetable for the semester, explaining that no changes can be made. As they discuss the subject, the teacher makes it clear that supernatural powers are rarely gained through mere effort. Instead, they come with intrinsic abilities, and those who possess them don't need to work as hard to develop them. The teacher advises Valir to try focusing on something else, something he might have an aptitude for, instead of fixating on supernatural powers. Valir appreciates the teacher's guidance, even if it's not exactly what he wanted to hear, and leaves the office, pondering the advice. As he walks toward his next class, Valir can't help but think that the teacher seems kinder than he originally anticipated. There's a sense of understanding in the teacher's words, and while it's not the direct help he had hoped for, it's still guidance in its own way. But when Valir enters the classroom, his thoughts quickly shift. He is greeted by the stares of his classmates, all of them scrutinizing him with harsh eyes. Before he can even settle in, whispers start to fill the room, and Valir realizes that someone must have already figured out that he doesn't have any talent. The mockery begins almost immediately, and Valir can't escape the rising tension in the air. His classmates start to make cruel comments, questioning why someone without talent would be placed in the royal class. He tells Valir that he has no talent and believes Valir shouldn't have been accepted into the academy, especially not into Class A. According to him, someone without talent would belong in Class B, not Class A, which is known for its students' abilities. Valir calls him a jerk and asks, sarcastically, if that's why he was acting friendly with B10 the other day. As Valir stands up, they now face each other, close enough to feel each other's breath. Surprised, the other person asks if Valir is talking to him. Before he can reply, Valir, standing angrily, says he didn't give himself the admission and hasn't bribed anyone. He applied like all the other students. If the other person has an issue, he should take it up with the admission office, not bother him. Valir points out that he might have a lot of mana, but he lacks the ability to control it. The other person, now scared, starts to bend down, his eyes turning red. Valir finishes his sentence by telling him to stop calling him a jerk, or he will regret it. The boy quickly walks back to his seat and his friends gather around him, asking what happened. As they talk, Valir overhears the male students gossiping, saying he has no talent and a bad temper. Valir knows this is what they'll think of him now. At first, he feels upset, but then he decides to embrace the image they've given him, the talentless, nasty person. Later, in the school's eating hall, while everyone is having their meals, Kair, the guy he argued with last time, notices that Valir has been watching him. Valir, feeling bad about the argument, starts blaming himself. He realizes his bad attitude has made everyone think he's nasty, and now even his classmates are ignoring him at the table. Charlotte, a girl with mana attunement and mana operation, is talking with Harriet about how they could study together. She believes they have a lot in common. Across from her, Ludwig, who helped her get extra meat for healing, listens quietly. Valir, sitting across from them, feels a bit jealous. He notices that the guys now seem to care about her more than they do about him. When the meal ends, everyone is told they have to run 20 laps as part of their training. Valir can't believe it. He just finished eating and now he has to run. He wonders why a mage needs this kind of physical training. As he thinks about it, Ludwig walks up beside him and sarcastically says he shouldn't get tired since the laps aren't that many. Valir can't believe what he's hearing. Still feeling surprised and unable to speak, Valir watches as a lady runs past them, leading the class in the 20 laps. Ludwig immediately starts running after her, eager to compete. Valir knows that while Ludwig might not have the talent the lady has, Ludwig loves competing, especially when it comes to stamina. Meanwhile, one of their female classmates tells the instructor that she feels like she's dying and doesn't want to run anymore. Before Valir knows what's happening, the instructor appears beside him, saying that if this were a real battle, she would have died. He also reminds them that if she doesn't finish the laps, she won't pass the semester, as that's a rule from the Empire. Once the laps are done, they move on to sit-ups. Some of the students are complaining, saying the curriculum feels like military training. It's so intense that they're jealous of Charlotte, who is sick and exempt from it. The instructor counts the sit-ups, but some students are already at 50 or more, while others struggle to reach 40. Valir, who hates the training, knows that if anyone is caught slacking, They'll have to start over from the 20 laps and the sit-ups again. They're all tired, but some are excited about how it's building their muscles. After the training, in the dressing room, Valir overhears some guys talking about tomorrow's training, which surprises him. He had barely managed to finish today's workout and can't imagine how he'll get through Thursdays. Just then, Kair, the guy he argued with about the admission, approaches him, mocking him. He says he can't believe Valir isn't stronger after what he saw him do on the field. He keeps taunting him, questioning how Valir can be so lazy with exercises and still act cocky in class. Valir replies that he's not being cocky. It's Kair who started the trouble. Kair suddenly yells at him, saying Valir shouldn't talk back to him, trying to assert some kind of authority as he pushes his chest forward. Valir, already tired and frustrated from the intense exercise, remains calm, trying to control his anger and behavior as all the boys in the dressing room watch. He continues buttoning up his shirt and tells Kair to try pushing his chest again. Kair, not wanting the others to think anything else, pushes Valir's chest again. Before Kair knows what's happening, Valir throws a powerful punch, and everyone in the room gasps in surprise. Kair falls flat on the floor, but before he can get up, Valir jumps on him and starts punching. The other students, seeing it getting out of control, rush in to pull Valir off of Kair. Kair, eager to fight back, is also held back by the boys, who tell both of them to stop fighting. Soon they find themselves in the teacher's office, sitting side by side on a sofa as the teacher sits across from them. Valir is surprised by how quickly the teacher found out about the fight. He realizes it was Louis Ankton, a tattletale who had informed the teacher. In the office, the teacher tells them they are fighting on the first day. Kair quickly responds, blaming Valir for starting it, and claims that Valir had sworn at him in the morning in class. The teacher dismisses Kair, telling him not to speak unless asked. Then he turns to Valir, asking if he was the one who caused the fight. Valir answers honestly, admitting that he started the fight because Kair had tarnished the image and reputation of the temple. Kair, shocked by this response, is left surprised. The teacher, intrigued, wants to know more. The teacher interrupts, as Kair tries to shout that Valir is lying, but the teacher silences him, allowing Valir to continue. Valir explains that after Kair insulted him, he moved closer, trying to overpower him, claiming Valir was lazy on the training pitch. Kair thought it was the perfect time to beat him. Kair, knowing his reputation is at risk, tries to interrupt again, but the teacher shuts him down, asking Valir, number 11, to explain how Kair, number 10, has tarnished the temple's image. Valir smiles inwardly, glad the teacher is interested in what he has to say, though he keeps his happiness hidden. He knows this will only make things worse for Kair. The teacher, addressing them by their numbers, continues. Valir explains that Kair has been spreading negative rumors about the temple, claiming the school's admission system is biased and that it's unsuitable for their jobs. He recalls that ever since Kair arrived, he's been vocal about how he doesn't deserve to be in the school or the class, blaming the system for letting him in. Valir adds that Kair has even accused the temple administration of using dirty tricks to get him admitted. Valir remembers how Kair cried, trying to make his accusations more convincing, hoping the teacher would believe him. Kair, realizing he's already guilty in the teacher's eyes, stays silent. The teacher then asks about the fight, and Valir admits he started it, explaining that he couldn't tolerate the insults Kair was throwing at the temple's credibility. He apologizes for losing his temper, admitting his reckless behavior. The teacher, known as Effenhauser, listens carefully. Effenhauser is a well-known patriot of the temple, famous for protecting its reputation against all forms of attack or blackmail. Effenhauser, a longtime member of the temple known for his kindness and sense of justice, tells Valir, number 11, to return to class, while Kair, number 10, is told to stay put. The teacher seems to think that maybe Valir misinterpreted Kair's words, and that Kair might not have meant all the things he said. Valir leaves the office, heading back to class, and as he walks down the hallway, he notices many students peeking at him through the windows. He knows that by now the whole class, especially Class A and B, must have heard about the fight. He imagines they must think he has a bad personality with no talent. He receives a notification on his screen, informing him that his challenge has been completed, and he has earned 200 achievement points. Another challenge appears, instructing him to take first place in the upcoming fitness exam. Valir is surprised. He knows that Ludwig and Ellen have been fighting for first place in fitness training ever since it started. He thinks to himself that the only way he could win first place would be if he broke Ludwig or Ellen's legs. Another challenge appears, instructing him to be in the top 10 for the midterm exam, which would earn him 3,000 points. Just as he's finishing reading the challenges, another one pops up. This one is about getting a girl to confess to him before the semester ends. Valir dismisses it, feeling frustrated. He can't believe that even though he couldn't manage this in his previous year, he's expected to do it now. There are other smaller challenges too. Valir feels overwhelmed by the number of challenges, but before he can think too much more about them, Effenhauser enters the classroom, startling Valier and the rest of the class. Kyer follows, heading straight to his seat. Effenhauser asks if all the students are present, and when the class responds, he asks the class representative, number 1, to gather everyone's admission applications. Those who haven't filled out their forms yet should stay behind, while those who have filled them out can submit them and leave the room. Valier notices Kyer's expression and realizes that Kyer won't cause any more trouble for him. Once Valier has submitted his form and leaves the room, he hears a voice shouting at a student, telling her to watch where she's going. Without even looking, Valier recognizes the voice as Erhe's, a male student. He looks back to see that Erhe is yelling at Scarlet, the only girl in the class with red hair, a feature that symbolizes ominous things. She has fallen, and her books are scattered on the floor. Erhe continues shouting at her, saying she shouldn't come his way again. Valier, now angry at Erhe for his rude behavior, runs to Scarlet and helps her up. He manages to control his anger, reminding himself that red hair in the demon world symbolizes courage and bravery, not something to be bullied for. Scarlet, despite her reputation as a bully due to her appearance, is not someone Valier feels should be treated that way. Lying on his bed, Valier scrolls through his notification pad, still processing everything that happened at school today. He's pleased with his progress, having gained new abilities like increased strength and mind reading, but he knows there's still more to do. Each achievement requires points, and he doesn't have nearly enough for some of the powerful skills he wants. His skills are still locked, and he realizes that without unlocking certain abilities, he won't be able to take first place in the fitness exam. To unlock those skills, he'll need to put himself in dangerous situations that will trigger his hidden abilities. He looks through his pad at the various skills available, like swordsmanship, archery, and mana attunement, each costing 2,000 points. He's surprised at how expensive everything is. He knows he won't be able to afford all of them right away, so he starts to consider which skills are most important for now. As he looks through the list of challenges, he spots one that makes him hesitate, asking a girl out and getting dumped. He scoffs at it, knowing he values his dignity too much to risk the shame, especially for just 200 points. But then his eyes fall on another challenge, and a small smile crosses his face. This one requires him to get a classmate to confess to him. It's worth 1,000 points, and Valier feels more confident that he can pull this off. Meanwhile, outside in the streets of the temple, Valier knows it's not just a place of learning. The streets are full of shops and markets, where people buy and sell goods, and there are many government buildings scattered about, showing how well organized and civilized the temple is. Among them, 3 students from the temple, Connor, Kyer, and Erhe, are sitting in one of the fancier restaurants, their meal laid out before them. Despite the luxurious surroundings, Kyer is still visibly upset, his mood heavy from the altercation with Valier earlier at school. Connor tries to convince him to eat, but Kyer refuses, pushing the food aside, still lost in his thoughts. Erhe, the only noble among the trio, watches the interaction quietly, his expression detached as he leans back in his chair. Unlike the other two, he carries himself with a certain level of composure that comes from his noble upbringing. He dismisses the issue, telling Kyer that he shouldn't waste his time worrying about Valier, whom he refers to as a wacko. The tension between the three is palpable, and their bond isn't one formed out of mutual respect or admiration, but rather a shared frustration with Valier, the outsider who has already caused a stir by angering all of them with his behavior. Though the three of them don't expect to get along this quickly, their bond starts to form when they learn that Kyer was punished for the fight, despite their expectation that Valier would face the brunt of the consequences. As they continue their conversation, and Kyer is finally eating, they notice some of the school ladies also inside the same restaurant, though not in the same section. One of them mentions that he believes their class has the most beautiful girls. The other two are surprised by this, and remind him that, according to the school rules, they aren't allowed to look at the girls outside of school in an inappropriate manner. Connor then asks who they think is the most attractive among the girls. One answers that it's the princess, a noble, while the other responds that it's Lady Rihanna. They continue discussing the girls when someone suddenly approaches them. They freeze, concerned that someone might have overheard them talking about the ladies. However, they're relieved to see that it's not a teacher but a student from their school, one about their age. She calls one of them out, handing him a letter. As he reads it, the letter reveals that she has feelings for him. She asks what he thinks of her, and he admits that he feels the same way, claiming it was love at first sight. She quickly rushes off, stating she is in a hurry, but will make time to meet him again. The other two, who are still outside but can hear the conversation clearly, realize that it's a love confession. Kyer, looking at himself in the mirror, wonders why a girl would choose the other guy over him, thinking he's more handsome. However, there's a twist. The girl who confessed to Connor is actually Valier, using a transformation skill to take on a different form in order to get a love confession from him. This was part of a challenge designed to help him pass. Kyer's notification pad then updates, revealing that he is not allowed to use any form other than Valir, which is known to everyone, unless given explicit permission. He is frustrated when he sees a new message instructing him to go on a date with Connor, using the same lady form. He would earn 1,000 points for completing the task. Kyer, irritated by this, decides to choose the challenge where he must write a love letter to a classmate and get rejected. Although it will be humiliating, he knows that completing challenges will earn him points and skills. He selects Ellen Artorius, known as A2, who he is certain will reject him no matter what. His plan is to drop the letter and be rejected, collecting his points. When Kyer opens the door to his house, he hears the sound of a sword slicing through the air. Ellen is practicing with her sword, her movement so forceful that the sound of the blade cutting through the air echoes loudly, reaching the entrance. Although Ellen is using a wooden sword, she swings it with speed and precision, demonstrating how long she has been practicing. As she breathes heavily from the effort, Kyer calls her name. She stops to listen, and Kyer thinks to himself that if he confesses to her, she might use the sword to beat him. But he quickly pushes the thought aside, convincing himself that the 1,000 points for completing the challenge are worth more than anything that might happen. He tells himself it's an investment in his future. With one hand, Kyer stretches out the letter he has carefully written, avoiding eye contact with her. He hopes she will read it, as he has put all his thoughts and feelings into it. Just as he expects, once she opens and reads the letter, she simply says no. Kyer mutters to himself that it went exactly as expected, then turns and leaves her house, while she resumes her training. He can't shake the feeling of being rejected so easily. Despite receiving his challenge points, he can't believe she turned him down without a second thought. At school the next day, they are outside for fitness training, focusing on swordplay for attacking enemies. Each student is given a wooden sword and 2 instructors. Although Kyer is physically present, his mind is still preoccupied with what happened the day before. He can't stop thinking about how he was too shy and timid to even look at Ellen when she was by his side. As he tries to push these thoughts aside, the female instructor moves closer to him and points out that he seems distracted. She shouts at him, asking if he thinks they're here to play. Meanwhile, on the other side of the training ground, Ellen is impressing the male instructor with her swift and graceful swordplay. The instructor claps for her and remarks that such skill is expected from a royal class student. As Kyer is being corrected by the female instructor, he is distracted, watching the male instructor praise Ellen. The female instructor, growing frustrated, shouts at him again, annoyed that he isn't paying attention to her instructions. Meanwhile, the male instructor remarks that Ellen isn't the only royal class student who applied for the training. He calls out Valier's name, Reinhardt A11. Valier answers from nearby, surprising the female instructor. She asks him again if he's sure, and he confirms. The male instructor then suggests that Valier and Ellen, as royal class students, should spar against each other, a form of training where just the 2 of them compete. To Valier's surprise, Ellen immediately agrees. The other students form a semicircle around them, eager to watch the spar. The students are excited, but Valier, already defeated in his mind, believes she will likely take him down within seconds. He figures it will be a fight he'll never forget. The female instructor is also excited, telling them that they should do whatever they like during the spar, and she will decide when to stop them. Valier, feeling the pressure building as the students' eager faces surround him, starts to feel he can't handle it. Before he even realizes what's happening, he can't see Ellen in front of him anymore. As he turns to his left to lift his sword, Ellen smacks him on the head. He falls to the ground flat, and as he goes down, he wonders if Ellen is taking her revenge for the love letter he gave her, thinking that maybe she's angry, and this is her way of getting back at him. When Valier wakes up, he finds himself lying in a bed in the infirmary, with Ellen sitting beside him. She explains that after he fell, he lost consciousness and couldn't wake up until the training ended, so she had to take him to the hospital. She mentions that it's already the break period. As he attempts to get up from the bed, he staggers, nearly falling again. Immediately, Ellen supports him, helping him as they head out of the room. Valier tells her that she didn't have to help him, but she replies that she thought he would guard her first strike, allowing her to point the sword at his neck so that the spar could end quickly. However, she didn't realize he had no experience or training in swordsmanship. Valier senses that she's indirectly apologizing to him, and when he detects this, he quickly removes his hand from her shoulder. In an attempt to make peace between them, he suggests that they go out to eat since it's lunchtime. Ellen agrees immediately. They head to the east side of the temple, a place known for its traditional foods. After sitting down at a restaurant, they are offered the best Korean stew, a dish Valier loves. He had spotted the restaurant on his way from Ellen's house the day before. As the stew is served, he dips a spoon into it and offers a part of it to Ellen, honoring her with the gesture. However, deep down, he's thinking that this could be his small revenge because he believes she won't like the food. When she tastes it, Ellen spits it out, confirming his thoughts and saying that she doesn't like it. Valier smiles, feeling that he has achieved what he wanted, but to his surprise, she continues to eat the rest of the food that was served to her, which is also Korean. To his astonishment, she finishes the entire bowl. As they prepare to leave, Ellen tells him that she will never eat the food again, and Valier is surprised to hear this, especially after seeing her finish the whole bowl. In the royal class, during the magic theory period, the teacher writes magical equations on the board with white chalk. As the class progresses, Valier realizes that he hasn't understood a single thing the teacher has said since the class began. He knows this is just the first semester, and with the second semester approaching, he dreads how much harder it will become. Frustrated, he stands up and attempts to walk out of the class. The teacher notices him leaving and asks where he's going, but Valier doesn't answer. He continues walking out, contemplating dropping the class altogether. Next, in the mana attunement training class, Valier is also registered because it's required for his schedule. He lies down with many others in a supine position while the teacher talks to them about mana and the universe. By the time the class ends, Valier has fallen asleep. When he wakes up, he sees that nearly everyone else is also asleep, which is typical for this class. It's a class that consistently receives great satisfaction remarks from students. In the supernatural power control class, attendance is taken before the lesson starts. The teacher calls out the names of the students, and everyone answers present, except for a surprising addition. Charlotte has joined them. Among the students are Rihanna de Grands, Connor, Heinrich, and several others. Valier finds that all the classes are exhausting. In this class, the students are taught how to control their supernatural powers. Rihanna de Grands stands out, as she has the highest ability to control her power, which everyone admires. People are happy to see her powers awakening so early, though only a few know the full extent of her abilities. She and her assigned teachers always go into a separate room before the class starts. Valier wonders if Rihanna might have fabricated her abilities just to get into the prestigious temple school. Meanwhile, Heinrich, who has the power to control fire, struggles. He can only control it for short periods before losing focus. Connor, who possesses the supernatural ability to teleport, has a unique problem. After each teleportation, he finds himself naked. His challenge in the superpower control class is learning to teleport without losing his clothes in the process. While others are successfully using and training their powers, Connor is focused on mastering this aspect of his ability. Meanwhile, one of the instructors approaches Valier, who is sitting quietly. She asks him about his superpower, which still hasn't manifested. Valier responds by asking if the instructor can put him in a dangerous or fearful situation, hoping that might trigger his power. The instructor gently explains that powers don't work that way. If they did, everyone on Earth would have superpowers. She also warns him that if he continues to avoid participating in the training, he is at a high risk of failing the class. Valier acknowledges this, understanding the consequences. Later, as Valier walks down the school corridor, one of his fellow royal class students, who is also in the superpower control class, calls out to him. The student questions why Valier even bothers attending the class if he doesn't have any superpower. Valier immediately responds, stating that he joined the class in hopes of gaining a superpower. The student laughs, telling Valier that he's been deluding himself. Just because he has infinite aptitude doesn't mean he has any superpowers. Other students passing by overhear the conversation and listen in. Valier replies that he's hoping something might come to him one day, referring to the possibility of his superpower awakening. Heinrich, who is also in the class, then tells Valier that he shouldn't come to the next class unless he wants Heinrich to burn him with his fire powers. As Heinrich walks away, Valier, not backing down, responds sarcastically that Heinrich, who can't even cook potatoes, has the nerve to threaten him with fire. The students around them exclaim in surprise at Valier's comment. Heinrich, infuriated by the insult, turns around and shouts at Valier, calling him a filthy commoner and demanding to know how dare he insult a member of the royal family. As Heinrich refuses to apologize, Valier firmly tells him that according to the school rules, no student is allowed to bring their title into the school, and by doing so in front of everyone, Heinrich has broken the rules. Valier warns that he will report this to the school authorities and the student council if Heinrich doesn't apologize within 3 counts. The surrounding students eagerly wait to see what will happen next. However, Heinrich, refusing to lose his dignity, summons fire from his hand, ready to throw it at Valier. Before he can act, Valier swiftly punches him on the head, causing the fire to fizzle out. Valier justifies his actions, claiming it was self-defense from Heinrich's attempt to roast him. Heinrich, now even more enraged, tries again to summon fire, but Valier smacks him down once more, continuing the back and forth for a while. Heinrich finally attempts to get physical, but Valier knocks him down again and steps on his face with one leg, asking why Heinrich constantly bothers him when he has never done anything to provoke him. Valier then warns Heinrich, with students watching the exchange, that if he ever uses his superpower on him again, he'll make sure to beat him senseless. The students, who have been watching the confrontation, are left in stunned silence. By the time they gather in the dining hall later, word has spread quickly about what happened. Most of the students avoid making eye contact with Valier, clearly distancing themselves from him. Ludwig, a fellow student, approaches Valier at the dining table and tells him he wants to speak with him privately. As they step outside the dining hall, the cool night air surrounds them, and the moon shines brightly enough for them to see each other clearly, aided by the soft glow from the temple lights. Virtus offers Valier tea, which surprises him. He hadn't expected a simple invitation like that. Valier agrees, though he remains curious as to why Virtus would call him out just to have tea. Meanwhile, Virtus is observing Valier closely. He notices that despite Valier's casual conversation, he's not letting his guard down. This, in turn, makes Virtus reflect on the fact that Valier might be afraid of him due to his reputation among the classmates. Valier, in contrast, is wondering if Virtus, as the future swordmaster, might restrain him somehow in this meeting. However, their thoughts dissipate as Virtus finally speaks after serving the tea, and begins by explaining that he's called Valier here because people are vexed with him. Valier, confused, asks what Virtus means by that. Virtus clarifies that people are afraid of him, and he has come to speak on their behalf. He goes on to express admiration for how Valier defended the temple against Kair, who had been speaking negatively of it. Virtus explains that he's always wanted to be a patriot of the temple, and he believes that if he associates with Valier, others might follow his example. Valier is even more confused at this point. He had been expecting something more hostile, like being shouted at or reprimanded. However, Virtus continues, shifting the conversation to the recent incident with Heinrich Schwartz. Virtus tells him that what Valier did to Heinrich was seen as rude and disrespectful. Some students are beginning to think that Valier treats people poorly because he has powerful connections or a secret family backing him. There are even rumors circulating that he might be an undisclosed member of the imperial family. Virtus then directly asks Valier if he really has such connections. Valier, now understanding the direction of the conversation, answers no, and Virtus nods in response. He goes on to explain that Valier doesn't need a family name or connections to stand up for himself. He tells Valier that, as far as he sees it, Valier is doing what anyone should do, standing up for himself instead of being bullied or looked down upon by his peers. Valier can sense the weight of Virtus's words lingering as he contemplates the conversation. Virtus's disbelief about his lack of family connections catches him off guard, but it also reinforces Valier's internal understanding that he's been living in a world where his confidence is often mistaken for something more. Virtus, though surprised, seems to grasp the truth in Valier's response. The way he holds his teacup becomes an indication to Virtus that Valier isn't lying. His manners are too simple for a noble to possess. Despite Virtus's warning that revealing such things might not bode well for him outside the temple, Valier remains steadfast. He isn't looking to hide behind the veil of connections. If something happens to him, he'll ensure Heinrich bears the blame, making the royal family's name a collateral casualty. The conversation takes a turn when Valier, standing by the moonlit window, reflects on why he loves the temple so much. It's more than just a place of learning. It's where someone like him, who came from the streets, could rise up purely on talent. Virtus, with his calculating mind, seems to respect Valier's loyalty to the temple, but his philosophy is different. He speaks cryptically about the caste system of ants, where rank and position are all that matters, and as someone in a higher position, he is allowed arrogance. Valier, ever perceptive, picks up on Virtus's underlying message, that he too is a person of rank who must assert control regardless of the individuals around him. Valier, however, questions the need for such an attitude. Why does Virtus have to treat everyone below him with such disregard? Virtus counters, pointing out that Valier's eloquence and composure imply he's not from the streets, despite Valier's outward appearance. He's been pressed hard in this conversation, but Virtus warns that he will continue to dig into his past, trying to uncover who Valier truly is. In the end, Virtus leaves with a reminder to Valier to control his anger. As Valier watches him walk away, he can't help but mutter to himself that Virtus is a creepy guy. But Valier knows there's more to this interaction than just an odd conversation. Virtus has started to take an interest in him, and that could mean trouble, or perhaps an opportunity. Later, in sparring class, Valier's thoughts are interrupted by the stinging pain of a blow to his nose and head from his opponent's wooden sword. Blood spills onto the floor as Valier stumbles, trying to regain his balance. His head spins from the impact, but his mind replays Virtus's advice about controlling his anger. But Valier knows he can't lose control now, not in front of everyone, not with the instructor's eyes fixed firmly on him. His opponent grins, seeing Valier's staggered state as an opportunity to assert dominance, but Valier's resolve hardens. He won't let his anger take over. He needs to think clearly, despite the blood on the floor and the fire building in his chest. It is Valier's first weekend staying at the temple. 2 days have passed since his conversation with Virtus, and Valier has started to accept that Virtus won't do anything to stop the rumors spreading about him. He's not surprised. After all, he and Virtus aren't really friends. They're only acquaintances who can occasionally exchange a few casual words without any deeper connection. Valier has noticed something else about Virtus too. Virtus appears to be a truly kind and good-hearted person to everyone around him. He treats others with warmth and gentleness, and people seem naturally drawn to him. But Valier can't shake the feeling that Virtus is acting, putting on a performance of kindness. To Valier, it's almost as if Virtus is a genius at pretending to be benevolent, skillfully hiding his true self behind this perfect image. Meanwhile, the rumors have made Valier feel like an outcast. Almost everyone from Class B except for Ludwig is avoiding him because of these rumors. In his boredom and frustration, Valier thinks about seeking out Loyar. Later, Valier is seen inside a building with Loyar. She looks at him with concern and asks if he's all right, also wondering if the Imperial Princess and Prince are causing him any trouble. Valier assures her that nothing unusual has happened so far, and he even mentions that the Prince seems to have taken a liking to him. He adds, however, that if things ever go wrong, he will use the special ring he has to escape. Valier then tells Loyar that he has a request for Sarkager. He suspects that the princess might have some kind of hidden supernatural power, and he doesn't like that he doesn't know what it is. He feels uneasy about this mystery and wants Sarkager to investigate the matter quietly. Loyar listens and agrees to pass along his message to Sarkager. However, she also warns him to avoid meeting with Alaris or Sarkager directly. Valier raises an eyebrow and asks why, thinking it might be because seeing him with people who don't seem connected to him could raise suspicion. Loyar nods, hinting that it's best for him to avoid unnecessary risks in these uncertain circumstances. Loyar then informs Valier that he is being followed, which startles him. He quickly wonders who it might be, and it turns out to be a group of his classmates. As soon as they realize they've been spotted, they flee. Loyar decides to let them go for now, but warns Valier to be more careful when moving around on his own from now on. Valier takes her advice seriously, realizing he'll need to be more cautious in the future. He can guess why his classmates were following him. They probably wanted to see if he lives up to the rumors they've heard about him. To avoid unwanted attention, he decides to stop going to places like the Rotary Club, which might add fuel to the gossip. Later, when Valier returns to the academy, he feels the intense, judgmental stares of his classmates on him. One of them boldly claims they saw him hanging out with beggars under the bridge, sneering that he must be even lower than a commoner. Valier, not missing a beat, responds with sarcasm, playing along with their assumptions. Valier's confidence stuns his classmates. Without missing a beat, he warns them that they shouldn't dare use his background to harass him. With a cold tone, he hints that he could be much nastier than they might think, even implying he might go as far as stabbing them in their sleep if they pushed him. He tells them it's unwise to mess with someone who has nothing to lose. One of the classmates tries to act tough, though fear is clearly written all over his face. Valier grabs him by his clothes, giving him a stern threat to leave him alone. He then tells the group to find something better to do with their weekend, if they have so much time on their hands. Afterwards, Valier heads back to his place, sorting through his thoughts. He concludes that Kair and Erhi must have been the ones who followed him. Now, thanks to their spying, rumors will probably spread about him associating with psychotic thugs from the streets. He sighs, realizing these rumors are only going to worsen his reputation. Just then, there's a knock on his door. He assumes it's Kair and the others, which only fuels his irritation as he heads to answer it. But when he opens the door, he finds Ellen standing there instead. She informs him that an upperclassman is asking for him at the training grounds. Valier follows Ellen to the training grounds, where he spots a female senior disciplining his classmates. Ellen joins the others, resuming her own punishment without complaint, but Valier simply stands there, unmoved. The senior, noticing his defiance, yells at him to get down on the floor, clearly trying to assert her authority. Valier, however, remains unfazed. With a calm but challenging tone, he responds that he won't take orders from a brat like her. His bold reply shocks her, leaving her momentarily speechless. The other students look on, surprised by his refusal to comply, and the nerve he shows in standing up to an upperclassman. The upperclassman, stunned by Valier's boldness, demands if he even knows who she is. Valier simply smirks, and for a moment, he considers flicking her forehead if she doesn't back off. The senior, growing timid at his unwavering confidence, realizes she can't intimidate him, and mutters that he'll regret this before dashing off. Once she's gone, Valier turns his attention to his classmates, who are still doing the punishment exercises. He asks them what's actually going on. One of them explains that this punishment is a long-standing tradition in Class A, passed down for generations. It's meant to remind students to leave their social rank at the door while at the temple. As part of this tradition, an upperclassman who comes from a commoner background takes the role of enforcing it, setting an example to prevent anyone from trying to pull rank or assert superiority based on their status. Valier listens thoughtfully, understanding now that the punishment isn't just about authority. She's even gone as far as adding a rule that they must lose to Class B, further frustrating some of the students. As Valier stands apart, Harriet approaches him, clearly concerned. She asks if he's prepared to take responsibility if things go wrong, warning that the upperclassman will be even less forgiving after his defiant act. But Valier seems entirely unbothered. He shrugs and tells her that the upperclassmen can't stop them from attending class or getting rest, and that if any of them dare to lay a hand on him, they can simply report it to the teachers. Valier goes on to say that, having grown up on the streets, he has his own self-respect and isn't a coward like the others who comply out of fear. And Harriet, feeling both irritated and anxious, snaps back at him, shouting that if his actions disrupt her school life in any way, she'll make him pay for it. Valier's eyes narrow, his gaze turning cold. He warns her that if she tries to mess with him, he'll pay her back in kind. Without hesitation, he even calls her a bird brain, showing just how little her threat affects him. Just as Harriet prepares to retort, a group of upperclassmen barges into the training grounds with Rudina. Their leader steps forward, demanding to know who dared to talk back to Rudina. Rudina points directly at Valier, and the leader's eyes narrow as he sizes him up. Without hesitation, the leader asserts that he doesn't care how high Valier might rank on the noble ladder, but Valier cuts him off, clarifying that he's neither noble nor from the imperial family, just a bum from the streets. Boldly, Valier asks if the leader has a problem with that. The leader smirks and asks what makes Valier think he can disregard the rules followed by the nobles and royals. Valier coolly replies that it doesn't matter where he comes from. What matters to him is having his own dignity. Irritated, the leader suddenly punches Valier in the stomach, then follows up with a smack to his face, sneering that as a student in the royal class, it's his duty to follow royal class customs. Valier, refusing to back down, tries to land a punch, but the upperclassman dodges and retaliates with another strike, launching into a beating. However, in a swift move, Valier surprises everyone by reaching down and grabbing the leader in a sensitive spot, clenching tightly. The leader cries out in agony, and some of his friends move forward to intervene, but Valier warns them to stay back, threatening to crush it totally if they take another step. The friends exchange uneasy glances, and at the leader's urgent nod, they reluctantly back off, realizing they're at Valier's mercy. Valier releases his grip, watching the leader's pained expression turn submissive. He smirks, feeling that his message is clear. He's not someone to be messed with. He leans in, warning the leader that if he dares to mess with him again, he'll make sure he loses that thing for good. Turning to Rudina, he gestures for her to take the leader away, asserting his dominance. Before Rudina can react, another upperclassman steps forward. Calm and composed, she introduces herself as Adriana, a second year in the royal class. She tells Valier not to escalate the situation further, explaining that the upperclassmen don't truly want to punish the first years. It's a tradition that's been passed down, and they're under pressure to keep it going. She adds that Rudina, despite her tough stance, is actually a kind person and only acted on the orders of the upperclassmen. If she refused, the third years would step in to enforce the tradition with even harsher methods. Valier, however, remains unfazed. With a dismissive wave, he states that the third years are welcome to try, and he even invites them to come Monday night. He scoffs, wondering aloud if they'll be brave enough to make Virtus himself drop to the ground. Adriana watches him closely, sensing that Valier is different from the others and not someone easily intimidated. She sighs but decides not to press the issue further, recognizing that forcing him won't achieve anything. Valier meets with Virtus later, and the two engage in a brief but pointed conversation. Virtus confirms that there is indeed a custom like the one Valier encountered with the upperclassmen in the royal class, and he had been wondering when they would make their move. He asks Valier what his plan is if the upperclassmen show up on Monday. Valier, maintaining his cool, confidently replies that the upperclassmen won't come. However, if they do, it would only make them look ridiculous. He explains that they would never dare strike an imperial prince, especially one who refuses to comply with their demands, as it would create a scandal. But, on the other hand, if they back down, it would make them look weak and even worse. He smirks, certain that either way, they will be caught in a no-win situation. Virtus listens to this, and after a moment of reflection, remarks that Valier's actions could be seen as a significant betrayal, a big sin in royal terms, since he had essentially sold him out as a prince. Virtus goes on to say that, under normal circumstances, he would annihilate Valier's entire family and relatives for such an offense. Instead, Virtus decides that it's only fair to call in a marker, as Valier owes him a favor. With a smirk, Virtus asks Valier to keep an eye on Charlotte. Valier, understanding the gravity of this request, agrees without hesitation. On his way back to his room, Valier reflects on the fact that Harriet had apparently whined to Virtus about him. He finds it somewhat amusing, though the thought also leaves a bitter taste in his mouth. As he walks through the hallways, he spots Harriet sitting at a table, enjoying a quiet tea break. She seems deep in thought, unaware of his approach. An idea strikes him, and a mischievous grin spreads across his face. He decides to tease her a bit. As he passes by, he casually calls her bird brain. The moment the words leave his mouth, Harriet's reaction is swift and immediate. She glares at him, her face turning slightly pink as she scowls. She snaps at him, reminding him that she had already told him not to call her that. Valier, unfazed, calmly explains that he was in the middle of a monologue when she interrupted. He then adds that he thought she was bright, but now he realizes she's just a bird brain. Harriet, now visibly irritated, tries to defend herself. She accuses him of trying to provoke her, hoping she'll use her social status to cause trouble and earn penalty points. Valier, however, doesn't take her seriously. He tells her she's overthinking it, and that he didn't have such an elaborate plan in mind. He brushes off her concerns with an easy nonchalance, but adds, almost playfully, that the way she overreacts is actually quite cute. The words hit her harder than he expects. Harriet's face flushes a deep shade of red, and she stammers, clearly flustered by his casual comment. Valier, noticing her reaction, doesn't miss a beat. He goes on to remark that she should act her age and stop being so childish. But despite his teasing tone, there's a hint of fondness in his words, as if he enjoys seeing her this way. With a final teasing glance, he turns and heads to his room, leaving Harriet behind in a stunned silence. On Monday, before class begins, a group of second-year upperclassmen arrive at Class 1A. At the front of the group is Ard de Gretus, the heir to the Gretus family, with an air of determination and anger. Before he steps forward to address Valier, the other students fall silent, sensing the gravity of the situation. Ard is clearly seeking a confrontation. Ard places his gloves on the table, a symbolic gesture of challenge. His presence commands attention, and he makes it clear that he holds Valier responsible for an offense to his honor that occurred a few days ago. The tension in the room is thick as everyone waits to see how Valier will respond. Ard gives him the choice of time and place for the duel, making it clear that their dispute will be settled with a formal challenge. Valier, without hesitation, agrees to the duel. His calm acceptance surprises those around him, especially Rudina, who had anticipated a more drawn-out response. Valier's lack of concern is almost unsettling, as he remains composed in the face of such provocation. Ard, sensing Valier's confidence, warns him that he won't be treated lightly this time. He intends to make Valier pay for the previous humiliation and will not allow him to escape easily. Rudina tries to approach Valier, her expression filled with concern as she warns him about the gravity of the duel. She explains that Ard de Gretus is no ordinary opponent. He's ranked third in Class A of the second year, which means he's not only skilled but could easily push someone like Valier to the edge, potentially even killing him in the process. Her voice is filled with genuine worry for Valier's safety, but he simply shrugs off her concerns, barely acknowledging the threat. Valier responds that he doubts Ard would take things that far. His indifference to the danger surprises Rudina, who can't understand why he would agree to a duel with such high stakes, especially considering his lack of evident talent. She presses him, suggesting that he could still back out and apologize to Ard if he feels threatened. She even suggests he could beg for forgiveness to avoid a dangerous confrontation. However, Valier's response is firm and without hesitation. He tells her that if Ard manages to beat him to the point of almost killing him, then yes, he'll beg, but he adds that he doubts it will come to that. His acceptance of the duel is not about the fight itself, it's about something deeper, something he needs to confront in order to unlock his talent. Valier's mind is set on using this duel as a way to push himself to the limit. He believes that only by being pushed into a corner, where survival and victory seem impossible, will he be able to break through the mental barriers that are holding him back. The duel between Valier and Ard is scheduled to take place in 2 weeks, with the venue set for the indoor training grounds at the first-year Class A dormitory. As the participants have agreed, Effenhauser will act as the official witness, ensuring that the event is fair and that there are no misunderstandings. The news of the upcoming duel quickly spreads, reaching not only the first-year students but also Class B. Ludwig, a fellow student, approaches Valier during the training, concern etched on his face. He pleads with Valier to reconsider and beg for forgiveness from Ard instead of going through with the duel. Valier, however, remains firm in his stance, replying that it's not as simple as that. Despite his calm demeanor, it's clear that the pressure is starting to take its toll. By the end of the physical training session, Valier is completely exhausted, his body drained from the intense workout. As Valier makes his way back to the classroom, he's handed a letter by Charlotte, who coldly states that he should remain in his classroom after school. She doesn't elaborate further, leaving him to wonder what this could be about. The note feels strangely formal, and Valier can't help but recall that this is the first time they will be speaking since the incident at the Demon King's castle. He sits at his desk, his thoughts racing, trying to prepare himself for whatever Charlotte has planned. He knows that whatever conversation awaits them, it won't be a simple one. He anticipates that it might be about the duel, or perhaps about something more personal. The door to the classroom opens, and Charlotte enters, her presence commanding and composed as always. Without any small talk, she walks up to Valier. He asks what she wants, expecting some form of clarity, but instead, Charlotte's response is cryptic. She simply states that she knows exactly who he is. Valier feels a wave of nervousness wash over him when Charlotte speaks. For a moment, he wonders if she knows who he really is. His heart races as he tries to keep his cool and asks her what she means by her statement. Charlotte, however, remains calm, almost detached. She tells Valier that she doesn't usually associate with people like him, but after hearing that he's from the streets, she decided to look into him. Through some careful investigation, she found out that he is connected to the Thieves Guild, the same group that funds the Rotary Club. This shocks Valier, who had thought his past would remain hidden. He's impressed, though, by how easily Charlotte uncovered such details. It shows just how much influence she has. Her ability to piece together information from so few scraps proves that nothing can escape her notice. But Charlotte isn't finished. She gives Valier a cold, calculating look and tells him that if he refuses to do what she wants, she'll call in the city guards to clear out the Thieves Guild. Valier realizes that if she wants, she can make his life incredibly difficult, even destroy the connections he's worked hard to build. Then, Charlotte hands him a picture, one that Valier immediately recognizes. It's a photo of himself in one of his past disguises. Charlotte tells him that she wants him to find the boy in the picture. She doesn't care if the boy is alive or dead, but she wants him tracked down. Valier is caught off guard again. This is not just a request, it's a demand. Charlotte expects results, and she makes it clear that if he doesn't give her the information she wants, there will be consequences. Valier is left in a state of confusion, trying to figure out how he can possibly find himself. He wonders what she expects of him, how he could track down someone he's essentially trying to avoid. However, as he thinks more about Charlotte's words, he starts to glean a few clues. It's clear that she suspects the boy has ended up as a beggar on the streets, considering he had been a student from the temple and was once tied to the streets. Charlotte must have thought Valier would be the best person to find him, and she seems to think that someone like him might have the necessary connections to locate the boy. Valier's mind races. He starts piecing together why Charlotte is so intent on this search. It's not just because of the boy's disappearance, but because of her personal stake in finding him. As he reflects on Charlotte's desperate efforts to find the boy, a sense of unease settles in. She's not just looking for answers, she's emotionally invested, and her determination makes him feel like his deceptions will eventually catch up to him. He knows he can't reveal his true identity to her. As he's lost in his thoughts, Harriet appears, her usual teasing grin on her face. She wastes no time bringing up the upcoming duel, mentioning that she's heard how frightening Ard is, and asking if Valier is scared. He doesn't hesitate to admit that he is afraid. There's no point in pretending otherwise. But then, she presses further, asking why he agreed to the duel if he's scared. His response is simple: he must have lost his mind. But there's a certain seriousness to her that makes him pause. She says she'll be watching his bloody face from the front row, and leaves with a playful wink. Her words linger in Valier's mind. The duel is a real risk, one that could leave him seriously injured or worse. Determined to take matters into his own hands, Valier heads to the training grounds. He watches as Cliffman, the 5th-ranked student, and Ellen, a skilled fighter in her own right, practice their swordsmanship every day. Their movements are fluid, precise, and effortlessly powerful. But Valier knows they won't be able to teach him what he needs to know. They're too far ahead in their training, and their styles don't align with what he needs to build his own foundation. He realizes that what he needs more than anything is a solid base to grow from. Valier picks up the wooden sword with determination, intending to practice his swordsmanship on the training dummies. His first slash, however, is clumsy, and he quickly stumbles to the ground. A wave of frustration hits him as he realizes just how far he has to go. The path ahead is going to be long and grueling. He watches Cliffman and Ellen practice with ease, their movements fluid and powerful. He forces himself to keep swinging, despite the pain in his arms and the exhaustion in his muscles. Each swing feels heavy, each move awkward, but he keeps at it, hoping that somehow he'll improve. Hours pass, and by nightfall, Valier is alone in the training grounds. Sweat drips down his face, and his body aches with the strain. The blisters on his hands throb painfully as he throws the wooden sword to the side, slumping to the ground. He can't help but feel a sense of admiration for Cliffman and Ellen. Their tolerance for pain, their strength, and their discipline are impressive. He knows that he has a long way to go before he can match their level, but he can't afford to give up. He pushes himself to stand again, even as his hands bleed from the blisters. As he takes a moment to catch his breath, just then Adriana enters the training grounds. She spots Valier sitting on the floor, looking worn out and frustrated. She walks over to him and informs him that she's come as a favor to Rudina, who is worried that Ard might kill Valier in the duel due to his anger. Adriana's tone is concerned but matter-of-fact. She adds that while she sees Valier trying to train, it won't be enough in just 2 weeks. If he continues at this pace, he will be easily defeated by Ard. She even goes as far as to suggest that he apologize and back out of the duel, but Valier responds that he knows the risks. He simply needs a good beating, something to push him beyond his limits. Adriana, seeing his stubbornness, picks up a wooden sword and begins to demonstrate a graceful and precise sword dance for him. She moves effortlessly, her strikes flowing one after the other in a seamless rhythm. Valir watches in awe as she displays the beauty of swordsmanship, something he desperately wants to learn. After finishing, Adriana looks at him and tells him to try and replicate what she just did. Valier grips the wooden sword with resolve, determined to imitate Adriana's practiced movements. Taking a deep breath, he plants his feet, lifting the weapon with focused intent. Yet his first swing is awkward, his balance shaky, and he quickly stumbles forward, landing on his knees in frustration. Adriana observes carefully, noting his stance and the weakness in his posture. Moving closer, she gently lifts his arm, feeling the strain in his muscles. They are too tense, weakened, and fatigued. Continuing like this would only lead to injury. With calm precision, Adriana channels a warm, soothing spell, sending a gentle light through his limbs. Valier feels a wave of relief as the holy magic eases his aches, loosening the tension from his tired muscles. Energy returns to his arms, and a renewed strength flows through his body, leaving him feeling light and ready. He stands, adjusts his grip on the wooden sword, and prepares for another attempt, this time with improved confidence and focus. However, despite his renewed vigor, his second swing is as clumsy as the first. Adriana's thoughtful gaze shifts as she assesses his movements. She recognizes that his foundational strength is severely underdeveloped. Physical training alone will be ineffective without a stronger base. Realizing this, Adriana devises a plan for him to build stamina and basic strength before advancing with weapon drills. Valier rises earlier than usual the next morning, the sky still a shade of dark blue as dawn approaches. Moments later, Adriana arrives promptly, her presence focused and ready for their training session. Without delay, she instructs him to start with stretches, preparing his muscles for the run ahead. Valier, though eager, feels a pang of concern and voices his hesitation, wondering if her classmates might think poorly of her for helping him with such basic training. Adriana's response is firm and resolute. She sees no issue in assisting him. To her, both strength and skill are essential, and she values the chance to improve by helping him, ensuring Ard won't be accused of cruelty for targeting an untrained underclassman. After a round of stretches, they set off at the training grounds, Adriana's pace swift and steady as Valir trails behind, already feeling the strain. He pushes himself to keep up, but his stamina quickly wanes. Adriana notices his exhaustion, and with a flicker of holy magic, she sends a refreshing spell his way, infusing him with a slight boost of energy. As the rejuvenating warmth seeps into his muscles, Valir remarks on the impressive speed and endurance of the aspiring holy knights, playfully suggesting they would dominate a marathon with their abilities. Adriana responds by mentioning Ludwig, a standout among them, who once ran a full circuit around the temple without faltering, to which Valir replied that just who Ludwig is. After enduring 3 intense hours of core exercises and physical training for swordsmanship, Valir feels every muscle in his body aching, pushed to the brink of exhaustion. Adriana watches him closely, prepared to channel her holy magic to rejuvenate him each time he verges on collapsing. Before they head back inside, Adriana advises him on the importance of eating frequently to sustain himself through the extreme training he's undertaken. Valier takes her words to heart, deciding to stop by the Royal Class Cafeteria to find something to eat before breakfast officially begins. The Royal Class Cafeteria is a prestigious establishment, its sole responsibility being the health and nutrition of the Royal Class students. Staffed by master chefs who craft the finest meals, the cafeteria offers not only exquisite breakfast, lunch, and dinner options, but also late-night snacks and refreshments. As Valier steps inside, he spots Ellen already there, munching on a whole snack of beef jerky. Feeling famished from the training, he asks her if that's all that's available in the kitchen. She points him to some basic ingredients: bread, eggs, and a few other essentials. Taking her suggestion, Valier heads into the kitchen, opting to make something quick and easy to replenish his energy. Valier quickly puts together a simple meal, savoring the warm aroma and satisfying sight of the food. His modest meal catches Ellen's attention, her gaze fixed and her mouth practically watering. Without hesitation, he offers her a bite, not expecting her to devour it with such speed. As he watches in astonishment, Ellen eats with a voracious appetite, and before he can react, more than half of his food has disappeared. Shocked, he manages to ask her to slow down, but she continues at the same pace, finally looking up to say she was simply hungry. Slightly exasperated, he asks her if they'll be in the same classes today. She confirms they will, and he makes a plan to get back at her, inviting her to lunch afterward, where he'll ensure she tries Cheonggukjang again. Back in his room, Valier prepares for the day, slipping into his uniform with a newfound sense of determination. The training, though grueling, is already starting to yield results, a glimpse of the progress he's capable of making. The impending duel, he realizes, is only a small milestone on his path. It marks a beginning, a chance to demonstrate that he's more than a talentless individual with only wit to rely on. He's determined to cultivate true skill, knowing his body will continue to grow and strengthen with each hour he dedicates to his training. A sense of urgency presses on him to awaken his hidden ability of self-deception as soon as possible. As Valier watches Ellen struggle through their lunch, he can't help but feel both amused and perplexed. She seems visibly uncomfortable with the strong flavors of the cheonggukjang he's served, yet she stubbornly presses on, perhaps out of pride or sheer determination. He smirks, realizing she could have declined, but the fact that she followed him to the cafeteria anyway piques his curiosity. Does she have a hidden fondness for free food? Playfully, he teases her for freeloading, hinting that she might simply be here for the meal. Ellen shoots him a sharp look, retorting that she'll buy him lunch next time, an offer that surprises him with its sincerity. Yet Valier's training and plans extend beyond mere rivalries or small paybacks. The gate incident, a looming catastrophe he himself had woven into the storyline of his novel, drives his dedication. He isn't training this hard just to prove himself against an arrogant upperclassman. He's preparing for the apocalyptic event he knows is coming. In that scenario, countless lives will be on the line, and survival won't be guaranteed for anyone who lacks strength or skill. The frustration of his current weakness gnaws at him, intensifying his resolve. He's intent on being more than a talentless character. He wants to be someone with both a sharp edge to his personality and the strength to wield it. Later, back in the cafeteria, Valier spots Ellen devouring an impressive pile of sausages. Her appetite catches him off guard, and he notices the snack counter is completely empty, raising his suspicion that she's already raided the snacks earlier. Amused yet again, he observes her chomping away, realizing she's eating the sausages cold, straight from the refrigerator. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks why she didn't at least warm them up. Ellen, entirely unbothered, admits she doesn't know how to use the stove. Deciding Ellen might benefit from a little culinary guidance, Valier takes it upon himself to teach her some basic cooking skills. As they set up in the kitchen, he watches in astonishment as she chops ingredients with a surprising level of skill, her knife work almost akin to that of a trained temple chef. Guiding her through each cooking step, he's impressed by how quickly she catches on, and soon enough, they've whipped up a simple meal together. As soon as they sit down, Ellen digs in immediately, ignoring the steam rising from her plate. The food is still scalding, and she recoils slightly, reaching for her water as Valier quickly fetches more to help her cool down. Despite the minor setback, Ellen devours the meal with her usual enthusiasm, visibly pleased with the result. After finishing, Valier heads back to his room, only to find an unexpected visitor waiting for him. A maid stands by the entrance, her posture formal and her gaze steady. He hesitates, immediately questioning if she's from Virtus or Charlotte, two households known for occasionally sending attendants. But before he can ask, the maid steps forward, gently closing the door behind him. With a graceful nod, she introduces herself as Sarkagur. Her presence, self-assured and poised, takes him by surprise, and he can't help but wonder how she managed to slip into his room undetected. Seeing the curiosity in his expression, Sarkagur assures him that it was a simple matter, and she informs him that she will be coming to see him personally from now on. Sarkagur, with her calm and composed demeanor, informs Valier about the hidden supernatural power that the princess, Charlotte, supposedly possesses. According to Sarkagur, there are rumors and suspicions among the prince's faction. Some doubt the existence of Charlotte's powers, believing she might be feigning or exaggerating her abilities. This skepticism has led to a veil of secrecy around the topic, even preventing the prince himself from knowing the truth about his sister's mysterious gift. Only two people, besides the emperor, are aware of the specifics. Mustang, the homeroom teacher of Class B, who has been entrusted with keeping watch over the royal students, and Charlotte's specially assigned instructor for the supernatural arts. Listening intently, Valier begins to piece together the situation. If Charlotte indeed possesses such powers, they are likely unsettling or dangerous, which might explain the heavy restrictions and secrecy. He wonders what kind of ability would be deemed too problematic or unsettling to reveal, even within royal circles. The sheer mystery surrounding it adds an ominous air, and he feels a growing curiosity mixed with caution. Turning to Sarkagur, Valier suggests halting the investigation if there is any real risk involved. He doesn't want Sarkagur getting into trouble over something they'll likely discover in time, especially given how tightly the palace has contained the knowledge. With a thoughtful pause, he then brings up Charlotte herself, mentioning that she seems to have been seeking him out recently. Sarkagur's concern for Valier's safety deepens, urging him to leave the situation behind altogether. But Valier, ever calculating, dismisses the idea, knowing that abandoning his post might save his life, but would spell the end of the Rotary Club he's worked hard to establish. Seeking Sarkagur's perspective, He muses about faking his own death as an escape strategy, even contemplating the possibility of leaving fabricated evidence to make his supposed demise seem credible. However, he quickly realizes that deceiving the princess in this way might backfire. If Charlotte believes he has fulfilled his purpose, there's a high likelihood she'll dispose of him regardless, deeming him either expendable or, worse, a potential threat if he refuses her demands. Weighing his options, Valere makes a shrewd decision to play a more subtle game. Instead of fully complying or outright refusing her, he will ration information, keeping her interest piqued but never fully satisfied. This way, Charlotte will continue to rely on him, seeing him as a useful asset rather than a disposable pawn. By carefully controlling the flow of information, he avoids making her a direct adversary while securing his position. He is determined not to cross her openly. Becoming her enemy would be far too dangerous, but he also intends to keep his distance from becoming her mere tool. Valere's mind then shifts to Virtus, understanding that the prince might eventually take an interest in him. If he positions himself carefully, he could manipulate both Charlotte and Virtus to his advantage. Observing their calculating natures, Valere comes to the unsettling realization that, regardless of who takes the throne, both siblings would rule with the same relentless ambition. With this insight, he senses an opportunity to wield influence, slipping between the two powers for his own gain, to which Sarkagir was impressed by Valere's thinking. During a quick break in their training, Valere watches Adriana closely, amused by the irony that she, so devoted to her role as a holy knight, unknowingly trains the very person who will one day become the next demon king. He marvels at the contrast between her gentle but determined manner and the immense power he hides within himself, a power she might one day oppose without realizing she once helped strengthen it. Curious, he asks her why she doesn't use holy spells to ease her own fatigue during their exercises. Adriana explains her philosophy. Relying on holy magic to recover would hinder genuine growth. To her, it's like misusing awakening potions, a shortcut that cheats the body's natural ability to improve and adapt. She reinforces the need for him to maintain a balanced diet, emphasizing that training results only come when he draws on his own strength and endurance, without crutches. Her words hold a truth that resonates with Valere, fueling his resolve to push his limits while staying self-reliant, even as he hides his darker ambitions. As they prepare to resume, Valere's gaze shifts to Ludwig, who's chatting with two female students nearby. In the original storyline, Ludwig would typically be caught up in Class A's taunts and provocations, pushing him toward his own development and hardships. But because Valere has taken on a more active role in his interactions with Class A, Ludwig has now become somewhat of an overlooked figure, no longer the center of conflict, and instead a quiet observer. Seeing Valere lost in thoughts, Adriana called out to him so they could continue the training. Valere was standing in the kitchen, looking at Ellen in surprise as she confidently told him she was going to cook beef stew. He watched as she began cooking. He immediately noticed it was too salty. Not wanting to waste the meal, he decided to take over and finish the cooking himself, adjusting the flavors to make it better. Afterward, Valere asked Ellen to taste it, and when she did, she smiled and said it was good. Valere was pleased. Valere jokingly told her that she should be thankful the temple accepted her, or her parents might have gone broke trying to feed her with how much she ate. Ellen shot him a glare, not at all happy with his teasing. She quickly snapped back, saying that she never wanted to come to the temple in the first place. It was the temple that wanted her here. Valere couldn't resist continuing to poke fun at her, which only made her more upset. In retaliation, Ellen decided to get back at him in a way that made Valere regret his teasing. She began to cruelly teach him swordsmanship, pushing him harder than he expected as payback for his constant teasing. Ellen doesn't just criticize Valere's swordsmanship, she points out everything that needs fixing. She's precise in her instructions, noticing the smallest mistakes in his form and technique. She gives him clear advice on how to adjust his movements, telling him how to hold the sword properly, how to step with the right timing, and how to use his body more effectively in combat. What really surprises Valere is that she doesn't stop there. She also spars with him, offering him the chance to practice against a moving target. Training with someone who can move and react to his actions is far more helpful than he had imagined. He soon realizes that sword fighting isn't just about strength or speed, it's about coordination. 2 days before the duel, Ellen sets up a unique training exercise for Valere. She tells him to hold his sword while she strikes it repeatedly. With each hit, she notices his grip is incredibly weak. Ellen warns him that if he loses his sword during the match, it will be over for him. After a while, the sword breaks in half, surprising him. He stares at the broken pieces, unsure of how it happened. Ellen explains that the practice swords are purposely weak. The temple doesn't want students to have weapons that could cause serious harm. Valere walks over to grab another practice sword, but Ellen stops him. She tells him that if he continues this way, he will definitely lose the duel. Valere, feeling frustrated but accepting the truth, admits that he knows he's not ready. But Ellen doesn't stop there. She tells him there is still a way for him to win. Valier is intrigued, wondering what she means. Adriana hands Valier a bottle of water, and he thanks her as he takes a drink. She then praises him for how well he did during training, encouraging him to stay in his best condition and avoid doing anything strenuous before the duel the next day. Valier nods in agreement, taking her advice seriously. However, despite Adriana's words, Valier can't shake the feeling of unease. Tomorrow is the day of the duel, and he finds himself deep in thought. His mind drifts back to when Ellen had mentioned that there was a way for him to win, but she never gave him the full details. He starts to wonder what that way could be. In his confusion, Valier turns to Adriana, asking if she might know what Ellen meant. Adriana, however, shakes her head, telling him she doesn't know. Valier's heart sinks. If Adriana doesn't know, then he feels hopeless. He admits to her, a bit defeated, that if he loses tomorrow, then that's just the way it is. Even though Valier feels defeated, he can't ignore the progress he's made thanks to both Adriana and Ellen. His training from the past week has definitely improved his skills, and he can see it in his status dashboard. Yet, as he looks at his stats, something catches his eye. A F+ in combat ability. The grade makes him feel even more pathetic, reminding him of how far he still has to go. Feeling dispirited, Valier can't help but be frustrated. His stats haven't improved as much as he hoped, and the vague talent that has appeared seems to be of little help. The next day arrives, and Valier is surprised by the crowd gathered to watch the duel. It's not just his classmates. There are many more students than he expected, including first years, and even a good number from Class A. Harriet and other members of Class A are already present, though Virtus and Rihanna are nowhere to be seen. Some students from Class B are also there, along with a few unfamiliar faces. A few of Valier's friends cheer him on, expressing their belief that he can win. However, his confidence falters as he notices Charlotte in the crowd, glaring at him. Her stare sends a shiver down his spine, making him feel uneasy. Harriet, as always, taunts him, reminding him that he should prepare for a thorough beating. Then, Ard appears, and Valier sees that a large portion of Class A from the second year is there, likely to watch the duel. The moderator steps forward, signaling that both opponents are ready. He goes over the major reasons for the duel, confirming that both Valier and Ard understand and agree to them. Then he asks them to state what they wish to gain from victory. Ard is the first to speak, his voice cold and confident. He demands that if he wins, Valier must kneel before the upperclassmen, ask for forgiveness, and swear to always show respect to his seniors in the future. Valier's eyes narrow at the request, but he holds his ground. When it's his turn, Valier states his terms firmly. If he wins, he wants the upperclassmen to stop demanding unreasonable tasks from him and his classmates. He insists that they must also apologize for their actions. As the moderator steps forward to announce the start of the duel, Ard interrupts, requesting the right to choose his champion as part of the dueling party. The crowd falls silent, surprised by the request. Ard points to Mayatan, a third-year student from Class A. Valier's heart skips a beat when he sees who the champion is. Mayatan is known for his incredible skill, and the fact that Ard has chosen him to fight in his place sends a clear message to Valier. This is no ordinary duel. The third-year student is someone far beyond Valier's level. Valier is shocked. He doesn't fully understand why Ard would go this route, but he quickly realizes that this move isn't just about winning the duel. It's about sending a message. They want to squash his confidence and make an example of him, but Valier stands firm. He remembers Ellen's words from a previous conversation when she expressed how confident she was in her abilities. She even wished that she could be his champion, believing that she would bring him victory without a doubt. Adriana, too, had expressed a similar desire. From her seat she watches intently, giving Valier a stern look. Valier knows that Adriana, though not directly involved, is rooting for him in her own way. The moderator, thinking there were no further objections, prepares to announce the start of the duel. However, just as he's about to proceed, Mayatan, with an air of supreme confidence, speaks up and changes the rules. He declares that the duel will end when one of the parties admits defeat. Mayatan, sure of his victory, seems eager to set this condition, confident that he will dominate the fight. The moderator turns to Valier, asking if he agrees to these new terms. Valier, after a moment's consideration, nods in agreement. However, he surprises everyone by proposing his own rule. He says that, as the underdog in this duel, he requests a restriction to level the playing field. He admits he's uncertain who to choose as his champion, between Ellen and Adriana, and seeks a way to ensure fairness. The moderator looks at both parties before making a decision. He announces that, in light of the new rule, Mayatan will be forbidden from using his left hand during the duel. Mayatan, perhaps a bit surprised but still confident, agrees to the restriction without protest. Valier, however, understands the weight of this decision. Limiting Mayatan's use of his left arm is no small matter, and Valier knows it could make a significant difference in the fight. In the past, he might have underestimated the importance of such a restriction, but after his intense training with Ellen, he recognizes just how much of an advantage even a small restriction can create. The duel begins, and Valier immediately starts formulating his strategy. Valier decides that his best option is to take advantage of Mayaton's arrogance. He plans a surprise attack when Mayaton lets his guard down, believing he has the fight in the bag. However, as the duel progresses, Valier is shocked by the overwhelming strength Mayaton displays, even with his left hand tied behind his back. Mayaton's attacks are so powerful that Valier almost loses his grip on his sword. He can't believe it. How is Mayaton this strong with just one hand? The thought flashes through Valier's mind that Mayaton must be incredibly skilled to fight so fiercely with only one arm. But what catches his attention next is Mayaton's relentless focus on Valier's sword, trying to disarm him at every opportunity. Before Valier can adjust his strategy, Mayaton launches a powerful strike, and in an instant, Valier feels his sword slip from his hand. Time seems to slow as his weapon flies out of his grasp, and he stumbles backward, crashing to the ground. He's stunned. How did things escalate so quickly? His mind races as he scrambles to recover, realizing how fast and skilled Mayaton truly is. Mayaton stands over him, his expression cold and mocking. Valier struggles to pick up his sword, his hand bleeding from the blows he has endured. Every time he tries to reach for it, Mayaton kicks him back, refusing to let him stand. His body aches from the pain, and the sting in his palm intensifies, but despite the overwhelming exhaustion, Valier refuses to surrender. He can feel the weight of defeat pressing on him, yet something inside him pushes him to keep going. Mayaton continues to taunt him, confident that Valier will give in. But Valier, though broken and battered, still holds on to a thread of determination. He knows he is outmatched and that his body is betraying him, but he cannot bring himself to accept defeat. Ellen watches from the sidelines, her frustration growing as she sees Valier being pummeled without mercy. The unfairness of it stirs something inside her, but she feels helpless, unable to intervene. Her eyes stay fixed on Valier, willing him to rise above the torment. Despite the agony, Valier summons every ounce of strength he has left. His hand, burning with pain, reaches out again. It takes all his willpower to push his body upright. The movement is slow and shaky, but he grips the sword, determined not to let it slip away. The weight of it in his hand is reassuring, a reminder that he still has the will to fight, even if it seems hopeless. Standing with difficulty, Valier faces Mayaton, no longer with fear, but with a quiet defiance. Mayaton, surprised by the sudden surge of strength, momentarily hesitates. He hadn't expected Valier to get back up, but now, seeing the determination in his eyes, he realizes that the fight is not as one-sided as he had thought. Valier, realizing that his plan to awaken his supernatural power wasn't going as expected, finds himself overcome with frustration and rage. Determined to push beyond his limits, he activates his system, driven by the relentless blows he has endured. His body, still aching, reacts impulsively as he prepares to strike Mayaton once more. Mayaton dodges twice, but Valier can feel that his opponent's sword is weakening with every missed strike. Ellen's training had been spot on. The swords, though seemingly sturdy, were actually fragile. This insight, combined with his new power, gives him the advantage he needs to strike. With a surge of strength, Valier kicks Mayaton in a vulnerable spot, and the impact is enough to make Mayaton drop his sword, wincing in pain. Valier sees his chance and knows he must act quickly. If Mayaton regains his composure and retrieves his sword, Valier will be in trouble. He can't allow him that opportunity. Without hesitation, Valier rushes forward and kicks Mayaton again, determined to keep him down. But even though Mayaton stumbles, he doesn't fall unconscious. Valier had hoped the blow would be enough to end it, but Mayaton is more resilient than expected. Mayaton continues to tease Valier, urging him not to accept defeat since he knows how stubborn Valier is. Valier agrees that he won't give up, and in fact, declares that he will win, feeling a strong desire to come out on top. But Mayaton reminds him that he cannot win just because he managed to land one dirty trick. Meanwhile, Valier refuses to lose, especially after being beaten badly. He doesn't want to beg for forgiveness on his knees after already being defeated. However, as Valier thinks about it, he realizes there's no way he can win against Mayaton, since he can't even think of a way to land another punch. He doesn't have a clear plan to win, but his determination to succeed remains. So, he resolves that no matter what happens, he will see Mayaton writhing at his feet, even if it's the last thing he does. Valier believes that in a situation where he would lose, he must desire victory and be certain it will happen. Eventually, he begins to understand what he should have done, as he figures out the mechanics of how his power works. Basically, Valier's power has nothing to do with pushing himself to a psychologically tough corner, as he had always believed. Instead, he comes to realize that his power is called self-deception. It wasn't about forcing himself to reach a breaking point or enduring intense physical pain. The truth is, he needs to deceive himself into believing he can win, and then that belief itself fuels his power. In other words, his strength doesn't come from sheer will or physical skill alone, but from his ability to convince himself that victory is inevitable. Once he convinces his own mind that success is assured, his power amplifies, pushing him beyond his limits. Without hesitation, he charges at Mayaton with lightning speed, his movements swift and precise, as though he's already seen the outcome in his mind. Valier kicks Mayaton, causing him to start bleeding. Mayaton stares in shock, unable to understand how Valier managed to hurt him so easily. Without wasting a moment, Valier grabs Mayaton by the hair. Deciding to force him out of the fight, Valier resolves to make Mayaton pass out, knowing that if he does, Mayaton will lose automatically. Everyone watching is stunned, including Ellen, who can't believe Valier's sudden surge in strength and confidence. Even the moderator is taken aback by the change in Valier's energy. As he continues to press Mayaton to surrender, Valier reminds him of his earlier boasts about winning. Now, those words are coming back to haunt Mayaton, as Valier's intense determination drives him forward. The stronger Valier's unwavering belief in himself becomes, the more powerful he grows, and with each moment, it becomes clear that he truly believes he is destined to win. Valier grabs Mayaton by the hair, pulling him forward and facing him toward the watching students. With a taunting tone, Valier tells Mayaton to confess to everyone that, despite studying at the temple for 2 years longer, and despite his physical abilities and swordsmanship being far superior, he still got completely beaten by a first-year student. But Mayaton stays silent. His nose and eyes are already bleeding, making it painful to speak or even keep his head up. Seeing that Mayaton won't talk, Valier decides he'll make sure Mayaton ends up waking up in the hospital. He prepares to smash Mayaton's head against something solid to finish the fight once and for all. Just as Valier moves to do this, Mayaton finally surrenders, muttering an apology. Valier releases his grip, and Mayaton collapses to the ground, exhausted and defeated. The moderator steps forward and loudly announces Valier as the winner of the duel. Instantly, the system rewards Valier with 600 achievement points for his victory. Despite his victory, Valier feels a pang of frustration, disappointed that he didn't actually get to see Mayaton pass out. However, it turns out that Valier himself was the one who lost consciousness, and he wakes up in an unfamiliar room, staring at a strange ceiling. For a moment, he worries that something went wrong with the duel results, but he remembers winning and hopes nothing has changed. Just then, Adriana enters the room to check on him. She smiles, clearly relieved that his injuries aren't too serious. Curious, Valier asks her what happened after he passed out. Adriana explains that right after his victory was announced, he suddenly fainted, so they brought him to recover. Valier then learns from Adriana that he's actually in the dormitory recovery room, not in the hospital, as he had initially assumed. He recalls that the dormitory does indeed have a recovery room, not just the training grounds. This thought leads him to wonder if Mayaton is recovering in the same place. Adriana clarifies that Mayaton is in a separate recovery room, as they wouldn't place them together after such a fierce duel. Adriana then shares a moment from the duel, mentioning how she had been watching him the whole time. She had noticed that he saw her in the audience but chose to keep fighting alone, despite her willingness to step in and fight for him if needed. Adriana then asks Valier if he had recklessly thrown himself into the duel, hoping his supernatural abilities would suddenly awaken in the heat of battle. She confesses that she hadn't realized until now what he meant when he previously said he needed a good beating. Valier, though, doesn't want to delve into that subject. He's just glad that everything turned out fine in the end. But Adriana isn't ready to let it slide. She tells him that his plan was reckless, and that if he hadn't been lucky enough to unlock his supernatural powers at that moment, things could have ended very differently. She reminds him that training his abilities over the next 6 years won't work if he keeps putting himself in danger like that. Valier, however, understands that supernatural powers are a rare and unpredictable skill, so he decides to focus on using his achievement points to buy additional talents rather than relying only on risky awakening attempts. Still, Adriana continues to warn him against using such tactics in the future. She also advises him to keep a level head around the upperclassmen and not to get carried away just because he won this time. Once he's fully treated and discharged, Valier attends a counseling session with his classroom teacher. During their talk, he eagerly shares the story of his newly awakened skill. His teacher listens with intrigue, as he's aware that Valier has a range of aptitudes, including supernatural powers. However, he's surprised to hear that Valier actually managed to awaken this rare ability. Up until now, the teacher had doubted that such a power would ever surface. Though he initially found it reckless for Valier to duel an upperclassman, the teacher admits that, given the outcome, Valier may have been onto something. The way things ended proves that the risk Valier took may have been worth it after all. His teacher, however, points out that while hard work alone can't create talent, Luck itself can sometimes be a kind of talent. With that, he firmly forbids Valier from using his powers to attack anyone again. Valier agrees, promising not to use his abilities foolishly. His teacher, trusting Valier's character, knows that while he may have a violent streak, he isn't the type to act without purpose. Satisfied, the teacher allows him to leave. As Valier walks through the hallways, he quickly realizes that rumors of his supernatural power have already spread. Students whisper about how he managed to awaken this rare ability mid-duel, and the rumor travels not only among his fellow first-years, but also among the upperclassmen. Soon, Valier's duel becomes a hot topic of gossip throughout the royal class. After all, a first year defeating a third year in such dramatic fashion is rare, and it's no surprise that news of it is spreading like wildfire. Even those who disliked Valier now look at him differently, as if they sense something more than just the awakening of his supernatural power during the duel. Later, Valier runs into Harriet, someone he fully expects to throw a few critical remarks his way, as she usually does. Yet this time, she remains silent as she passes him. Surprised, Valier decides to call her back and ask why she didn't say anything to him. Harriet hesitates, clearly caught off guard, and then pieces together a response. She tells him that it was still cowardly of him to rely on his supernatural power during the duel. Valier had anticipated such a reaction from her, knowing exactly how to push the right buttons. Still, he smirks inwardly, sensing that even Harriet's words hold a different tone now. Valier chuckles and tells Harriet that he could see how uneasy she looked while he was getting pummeled, noticing the way her face went pale with anxiety. She starts to deny it, but her flustered expression betrays her, and her attempts to defend herself come out in a stammer. Valier raises his hand, as if to gently touch her shoulder, but she quickly warns him not to get any closer. To his surprise, Harriet's face crumples, and she begins to cry, asking him to stop making fun of her. Her reaction takes Valier off guard, and guilt quickly settles in. He hadn't meant to upset her like this, regretting that he pushed her too far. Valier tries everything he can to make her stop crying. He even offers her a macaron, a sweet snack he has with him, but she refuses. Valier becomes frustrated, feeling like she is crying just to annoy him. In his mind, he thinks that none of his family members ever managed to irritate him like this. When he finally asks her why she is crying, she says it's because he called her bird brain and made fun of her. Valier is shocked and can't believe what he is hearing. He points out that she called him a bum too. She stands her ground, saying she only called him that because he really is one. Valier, surprised, responds that he only called her bird brain because he thought she was cute and was trying to cheer her up. At last, she stops crying, but warns him never to touch her with his dirty hands again. Valier quickly agrees, relieved that she has calmed down. He offers her the macaron once more, and this time she takes it, calling him an old geezer for his behavior. She then asks if it hurt when he got beaten during the duel. Valier admits that it hurt a lot, like hell. She follows up with another question, wondering why he didn't give up if it was that painful. She points out that he was lucky to unlock his superpower during the fight, otherwise, things could have ended badly for him. He replies to her that during the duel, he felt so determined that he would rather die than lose to that particular opponent. She is taken aback by his words, and warns him that if he approaches every duel with that mindset, it could lead to an early death. Valier admits that he went to an extreme but is thankful he survived. Later in class, Valier sits at his desk, trying to jot down notes when Virtus walks up to him. Virtus smiles and tells Valier that he's proud of him. He says he never thought Valier could defeat anyone at school, let alone a third-year student. Valier modestly responds that it was mostly luck, and that his superpower just happened to awaken during the fight. As they continue their conversation, the student Valier dueled enters the classroom. The tension rises as the student walks toward them. Valier assumes the worst and prepares for more trouble. But, to his surprise, the student bows his head and apologizes. He admits his mistakes and apologizes sincerely. Valier is taken aback. He had been expecting harsh words or more conflict, but instead, he gets a genuine apology. The student even promises not to use verbal abuse or violence against students from lower years anymore. Valier, still surprised, acknowledges the apology. He even admits that he believes the student might not be so bad after all, considering he had the courage to own up to his mistakes. Valier explains that he only intervened because Ard, a friend of Rudina, couldn't stand seeing underclassmen treated so poorly. Valier stands up and, in a calm voice, tells the student he's also sorry for causing trouble, admitting his own role in the situation. His classmates watch in surprise, taken aback by seeing Valier and his former opponent bowing and apologizing to each other. As the student Ard turns away, Valier thinks he might also go apologize to Rudina, just to make things right. Shortly after, Mr. Effenhauser visits Valier's class, making his rounds to inform everyone about the upcoming glory ceremony scheduled for the next week. He reminds them that this ceremony is a way to celebrate their past victories. Normally, the The temple remains closed for a month during this festival, but due to their curriculum, they will only have a 5-day break. Despite the shortened break, the students are thrilled. One of them jokes that he felt like he was dying from all the morning running drills the school makes them do. Valier, too, smiles gently, secretly planning to use the break to visit Alaris, though he's still figuring out the best way to approach her. Just then, Mr. Effenhauser calls Valier's name, breaking his thoughts. He announces that Valier is to be excused from all class activities for the day. Valier's eyes widened in surprise, as did those of his classmates. Mr. Effenhauser gestures for Valier to follow him, leaving everyone curious, and Valier wondering what could be so important that he's pulled out of class. Valier and Mr. Effenhauser sit under the bright sun on a wooden bench. The heat makes the wait feel longer, and Valier glances around, wondering who she might be. Mr. Effenhauser had been vague, only mentioning that someone would be arriving shortly without giving him any specifics. To fill the silence, they chat. Effenhauser brings up a seemingly random idea. Since the school has an all-mana source, they could use it to build an indoor swimming pool that stays warm during the cold winter months. He goes on to explain how rainwater is collected for use in the outdoor pool, emphasizing its practicality. Valier listens, intrigued. But before he can respond, Effenhauser gives him a sharp look and asks if he has any ulterior motives for suggesting a swimming pool during winter. Valier is caught off guard and immediately tries to clarify. Did Effenhauser really think he wanted swimming lessons during winter for selfish reasons? Before Valier can fully defend himself, Effenhauser stands up abruptly and tells him to keep waiting, then walks away. Moments later, a new figure appears from behind. It is a woman with a confident stride and sharp eyes. Valier quickly realizes she is one of the school's teachers, specifically assigned to help students control and develop their supernatural powers. The teacher introduces herself as Rolendria. She smiles warmly, expressing genuine happiness at seeing Valier finally awaken his supernatural abilities. Together, they begin a series of exercises to test and hone his abilities. After observing his progress, Rolendria commends him for his determination and focus. She tells him how proud she is that he has the confidence to set goals for himself and work tirelessly to achieve them. Rolendria then gives him a unique insight into his power. She explains that if he truly believes he is a sprinter, and if he genuinely convinces himself, he can run faster than any sprinter. She encourages him to test it out. Valier runs, pushing himself harder and faster, feeling the power coursing through him. When he stops, breathless and tired, a part of him feels exhilarated, but doubt quickly creeps in. He starts to think that perhaps this power isn't as great as it seems, and a sense of disappointment settles over him. Sensing his frustration, Rudina steps in. She gently tries to change his perspective. She shares why she admires his power, explaining that it has limitless potential as long as he believes in himself. She urges him to accept and embrace it, reminding him that even powers that seem strange or burdensome can be turned into strengths. As night falls, Valier lies in bed, unable to sleep. He replays Rudina's words in his mind, trying to make sense of everything she said. Just as he's lost in thought, his phone buzzes. He picks up the call, and a voice, another student, asks him to meet her immediately. Valier steps out into the cool night air, curious about why he's been summoned. She greets him and immediately asks how it feels to suddenly have a superpower overnight. Valier replies that he's managing, though it's a lot to take in. She nods thoughtfully, then asks another question. She's heard his superpower revolves around self-suggestion. Valier confirms this with a quiet yes, still unsure where this conversation is leading. They sit down together, still surrounded by the dim, warm glow of the streetlight. The silence stretches as Valier's curiosity grows. Why call him out at this hour when everyone else is asleep? Finally, she breaks the silence. She asks if it's true that, theoretically, he could find something, or someone, if he truly convinced himself he knew where to look. Her question leaves him momentarily stunned. He hadn't thought of using his power in such a specific way before. After a pause, he admits he's not sure if it would work like that, but he's willing to try. Before he can say more, she hands him a sheet of paper. Valier takes it and sees the image of a young boy staring back at him. She explains that it's about Charlotte, who is desperate to find this child. Unlike her and the Rotary Club, who have more time and resources, Charlotte is driven by fear and urgency. Valier holds the picture tightly, letting its details sink in as he crafts his supposed vision. He describes a scene to the student beside him, the boy riding frantically on a horse through ancient ruins, with a crowd of pursuers closing in on him. Demons loom nearby, adding to the urgency of the image. When he finishes, Valier stops, claiming it is all he can sense for now. He hopes this will end the conversation, but she grabs his hand, tears streaking her face, and pleads with him to try harder and see more. Inside, Valier feels trapped. He knows he has already lied, spinning a tale that has only fueled her hopes. Continuing down this path means deepening the deception, and eventually causing her more pain. Unsure of what else to do, he tells her that he keeps seeing the same scene repeat itself, suggesting that his powers might still be too weak. Her desperation doesn't wane. Instead, she grips his hand even tighter and begs to know if the boy is still alive. Weighed down by the lie and the pressure of the moment, Valir assures her that the child is alive. His words bring visible relief, and she finally releases her grip. She bows her head and begins to sob uncontrollably. Valir feels the weight of his actions pressing down on him. He can't stand to see her in so much pain, knowing that his false reassurances are only delaying a potentially painful truth. After a few minutes, she finally stops crying. She wipes her face, composing herself, and then asks Valir not to tell anyone about what happened. He nods, understanding her request, especially when she mentions not wanting Virtus to use this information. Her expression softens into a small smile as she explains why finding the boy is so important to her. She reveals that he saved her life when she was on the brink of losing her sanity in a place of decay and despair after suffering a defeat. In that dark moment, when she was ready to give up, it was the boy who helped her back up, offering words of comfort and reminding her that humanity had won the war. She continues, recalling how the boy tried to keep her calm despite the terrible place they were trapped in, a place capable of breaking anyone's mind. He confessed to her that he had lost his memories and couldn't recall anything from his past. Even in his own confusion and fear, he still tried to console her. She smiles faintly as she remembers how he offered her a small piece of a cookie. Since that moment, she had made up her mind to help the boy regain his memories. She tells Valir that it is the reason she has been searching for him, because even if it's only to help him remember, she is determined to be there for him. Valir questions her decision, wondering if it's truly the right thing to do. He asks if it's necessary to help him remember, especially considering the trauma he must have gone through in the demon castle. He warns her that bringing back those painful memories might only cause more suffering. Charlotte acknowledges his concerns, but insists that it's something she and the boy will need to decide together if they meet again. She pleads with Valir, asking for his help to find him with everything he can. As she prepares to leave, she promises that if Valir helps her find him, she will do anything in her power to give him whatever he asks for in return. Her determination catches Valir off guard, and he tries to caution her, telling her that it might be dangerous to make such a promise to someone like him. But Charlotte doesn't hesitate, telling him she doesn't care and walks away with purpose. Valir takes a step forward, but before he can go far, he hears a voice behind him. He turns to find Virtus standing there, watching him with an unreadable expression. Virtus remarks that Charlotte is still searching for the boy, clearly concerned. Virtus then speaks, his tone calm but carrying an underlying message. He expresses hope that Valir and Charlotte have been using the school's Rotary Club to search for the boy, rather than trying to do it on their own. Valir instantly understands what he means. Stay in your lane and don't cause any unnecessary trouble. He knows this is Virtus's way of reminding him not to overstep, to avoid drawing attention, and to rely on the established system rather than acting independently. Valir realizes that Virtus has been watching him closely ever since he joined the school, always keeping tabs on his actions. Valir responds cautiously, telling Virtus that all he has is the boy's picture and no concrete leads on where to find him. He admits that his efforts may be futile, but he says this not out of defeat, but to reassure Virtus that he isn't doing anything rash or out of line. He doesn't want to give the impression that he is becoming too involved, which might draw unwanted scrutiny. Virtus then shifts the conversation, asking if Valir knows who the boy is to Charlotte. Valir answers truthfully, saying that he doesn't know. Virtus nods, seemingly satisfied with this answer. He continues, saying that if Valir happens to see or hear anything about the boy before he does, he should let him know immediately. As he starts to walk away, he turns back once more, his eyes narrowing slightly. He asks Valir if he's running from the Thieves Guild leader, a question that catches Valir off guard. Valir quickly denies it, insisting that he has never been involved with the Thieves Guild. Virtus smirks, almost as if finding the situation amusing, but his next words carry a hint of disdain. He tells Valir that it's a shame he's only with the Rotary Club, as though it's a less respectable or less powerful affiliation. Valir stands there, still processing Virtus's words. The remark about the Thieves Guild leader lingers in his mind. Virtus's statement, saying that even if crime is swept off the streets, it will always find its way to the sewers, leaves Valir feeling more confused than before. He can't fully grasp what Virtus means, but the comment carries a sense of inevitability, as if the underworld will always have a way of resurfacing no matter how much society tries to erase it. Virtus then makes his point clear, suggesting that someone like Valir, with his potential and power, could one day rise to become the leader of the Thieves Guild. Valir could harness his abilities in a way that could give him power and influence. The suggestion catches Valir completely off guard. He is surprised and taken aback by the notion, never imagining that Virtus would see him in that light. The idea of leading a criminal organization does not sit comfortably with him, but Virtus's words linger in the back of his mind. The school day comes to an end, marking the start of the Glory Festival the next day. The students are excited and ready to go home, looking forward to the break. As Valier walks through the school grounds, he runs into Rudina, who suggests that he might come for some training during the break. Valier, still preoccupied with his thoughts about Virtus's words, tells her he plans to sleep through the break but will train before going home today. They exchange their goodbyes and Valier heads toward the field. As he trains, however, his focus is not on the exercises or improving his skills. Instead, his mind keeps returning to Virtus's words about becoming the leader of the Thieves Guild. Valier can hardly believe the conversation he has had with Virtus. To think that someone so close to the throne, someone in such a position of power, would speak so casually about dark matters. Virtus's words echo in his mind, and though Valier is shocked by everything that has been said, Virtus seems to believe that Valier has probably considered such ideas himself. It's unsettling, but the more Valier thinks about it, the more he realizes that Virtus might have a point. The suggestion that Valier could one day lead the Thieves Guild isn't just an empty statement. It feels like a calculated observation. During the break, as Valier trains with Ellen, he finds himself unable to focus. His mind drifts back to his conversation with Virtus. Ellen has to remind him to concentrate more than 3 times, but despite her efforts, Valier is simply too distracted. Finally, he admits he's too tired to continue. He knows it's not just physical exhaustion that's affecting him. It's the weight of Virtus's words that keeps circling in his thoughts, clouding his focus. As Ellen continues with her swordsmanship training, Valier decides to take a break. He heads to the kitchen to make some sandwiches for her, knowing she'll be hungry after her intense training session. But when he arrives, he is shocked by what he sees. Ellen is lying on the floor, unconscious. Ellen lies in bed, her body still weak but her mind drifting into a dream. In her dream, she is a child again, crying desperately as she tells someone named Reagan not to go, pleading with him not to leave for battle. Her voice trembles with fear, and tears fall as Reagan walks away, leaving her behind. The pain of that memory feels all too real, but suddenly everything fades, and she slowly opens her eyes. The first thing Ellen sees when she wakes up is Valier sitting by her side. He feels a wave of relief wash over him when her eyes flutter open, grateful that she is conscious again. She looks confused for a moment, her gaze unfocused, before she asks where she is. Valier answers gently, telling her she is in the infirmary, as he adds that she should try not to pass out like that again. The nurse, who had been standing nearby, chimes in with her own thoughts. She tells Ellen that she is lucky Valier found her when he did, as the situation could have turned much more serious if he hadn't carried her to the infirmary so quickly. Ellen, still groggy, glances at Valier, surprised by what the nurse says next. The nurse mentions how Valier had carried her on his back all the way here, shouting for help and making sure she got medical attention right away. Valier, hearing the praise, becomes flustered. His face flushes with embarrassment as he shyly looks away, not sure how to react to the nurse's words. As the nurse leaves the room, she calls out one last piece of advice to Ellen, telling her not to train like she's trying to die again. With a slight smile, the nurse exits, leaving the two of them alone. Valier turns to Ellen, his voice laced with concern as he asks what happened. Ellen hesitates for a moment before answering, her voice soft as she recalls what took place. While practicing, she had lost her balance and hit her head against the wooden training dummy she had been using. The impact had been hard enough to knock her out, leading to her fainting. She mentions the possibility of a concussion, and Valier's face grows more serious as the realization hits him. He had just saved her life. He presses her to admit it, and she reluctantly agrees, knowing that he's right. Valier's tone softens as he tells her to get out of bed. The nurse has already performed a healing spell on her, meaning she should be well enough to move around now. He heads toward the door, suggesting that she get dressed so they can go home and enjoy the sandwiches he made for her. Ellen watches him, still a little amazed by his behavior. She never expected Valier to be so caring, especially after everything that's happened. It's a side of him she hasn't seen before, and she feels a warmth in her chest at his thoughtful gesture. However, as Valier turns to leave, he pauses and looks back at her with a worried expression. Ellen tells him she plans to take a bath in the infirmary before they leave. Valier, more concerned about time, objects, reminding her that if she takes a bath now, they'll be running the risk of getting caught by curfew. Valier, feeling a bit awkward, tries to push aside any lingering doubts as he stands in the room waiting for Ellen. It's his first time in her room, and he tells himself that there's nothing to be worried about. After all, Ellen is younger than him, and he's confident that nothing inappropriate will happen between them. Still, he can't help but feel a bit out of place as he looks around. The room is sparsely furnished, just a suitcase and some workout equipment scattered around the space. The rain outside taps gently against the window, adding to the quiet ambiance. As he waits, he does his best to convince himself that it's not a big deal to be in a room with someone of the opposite gender. He's just here to eat and share a meal, he thinks, nothing more. When Ellen finally steps out, looking slightly refreshed after her bath, Valier lets out a small sigh of relief and suggests they eat the sandwiches he made for her. As they begin to eat, Valier notices that Ellen is lost in thought. Her usual lively energy seems absent, replaced by a quiet intensity. He gently tries to reassure her, telling her not to worry, reminding her that it's normal for anyone to feel lost or uncertain at times. He tells her that it's part of life, and everyone goes through moments where they feel like they can't do anything. Ellen looks up at him, as if she's trying to figure something out in her mind, before asking him a question that takes Valier by surprise. She asks if he would be willing to save the world, even if it meant sacrificing himself. The question lingers in the air, and Valier realizes that there's something deeper behind it. Ellen doesn't just mean saving the world in a metaphorical sense, there's an underlying fear of death in her voice. It's as if she believes that death is the absolute end, a permanent loss that no one can come back from. Ellen's words weigh heavily on Valier's mind as he listens to her speak about her brother. He can sense the deep pain in her voice, the mix of pride for the world that sees him as a hero and the anger and sorrow she feels for being left behind. To everyone else, Reagan is a hero who sacrificed himself to save the world. But to Ellen, he's the brother who chose to leave her alone, who vanished into the unknown without a second thought. Valier understands her struggle, but he also knows that it's impossible to truly know how someone would act in such a situation, unless they've been through it themselves. He tries to offer a neutral perspective, telling her that no one can really say what they'd do unless they were in that same position. He doesn't want to sound dismissive of her feelings, but he can't pretend to know what Reagan's sacrifice was truly like. Then, Ellen reveals something that Valier hasn't noticed until now, the suitcase or box that had caught his attention earlier. She walks over to it and opens it, calling him over to take a look. When Valier approaches, he's taken aback by what he sees. Inside the box lies a sword, unlike any he's ever seen before. It gleams with a strange energy, and its craftsmanship is otherworldly. It's a sword forged from tears, the very essence of sorrow and sacrifice. Valier knows immediately what it is. He recognizes the sword as Lament. The name sends a chill down his spine. This is no ordinary weapon. It's the weapon of Reagan, Ellen's brother. Reagan was a legendary fighter, wielding two swords. One, Alsbringer, was said to be a divine weapon, granted by the god of war. The other, Lament, was forged by the goddess of the moon, Mensis. Lament was a rare and sacred blade, one that could only be wielded by someone of great skill and strength. Valier knows that Ellen must have inherited not just the sword, but the incredible power that comes with it. This weapon is more than just a family heirloom. It's a symbol of her brother's legacy, a reminder of his sacrifice, and now it's a part of her. Valier realizes that it's from this very sword that Ellen has honed her incredible abilities. It's no wonder she's as strong as she is. Lament has shaped her into a force to be reckoned with. Ellen smiles at him, a faint but sincere smile. She thanks him for saving her life earlier, and as she does, something unexpected happens. An achievement unlocks for Valier, a reward for getting to know Ellen's true identity, for understanding the weight of her past. The notification pops up on his screen, showing that he's earned 500 points for uncovering the mystery of Ellen's legacy. Early in the morning, Valier wakes up and dresses in a red cloth, preparing for his visit to the Aligar district during the break period. He walks through the busy streets, eventually arriving at Alaris's shop. Upon seeing him, Alaris's concern becomes evident as she hurries over to him. Though she insists that it's dangerous for him to be there, Valier calmly replies that he has already passed through many alleyways to reach the shop and intends to stay there until the break is over. However, as Valier notices Alaris's unease, it becomes clear that something is troubling her. She explains that the last time he visited, trouble followed when people traced him back to her shop because of a scroll she had been selling. Alaris continues, her tone laced with fear, as Valier confirms whether people are indeed looking for him. She answers yes, explaining that while the people aren't suspicious about her, they have been watching all the shops he visited that day, including hers. Her voice trembles slightly as she asks if he really stole the fireball scroll from a store. Valier becomes furious at the accusation and answers sharply that it was Mr. Borton's shop. He immediately recalls who might have spread the false information. With growing realization, he tells Alaris that it was a man who had given him the task, promising to pay him if he could copy the scroll and make it look like the real thing for resale. Valier explains that he had no intention of stealing the scroll, but had been tricked into thinking the task was legitimate. Alaris listens carefully, and once he finishes, she supports him, affirming that Valier had made the right call by teaching the man a lesson. Valier explains that the man practically forced the scroll on him, despite his desire to rest during the break. He admits that, although he tried to refuse, he had been pressured into accepting it. When he asks Alaris if the other club members are okay, she responds with uncertainty, mentioning that no official word has been given yet. Alaris suggests that it would be better for the Rotary Club to hold a meeting soon to update everyone on the situation. Valier agrees, and they plan to go to the club the following day. That night, as Valier lies in bed trying to sleep, he notices Alaris staring out the window, lost in thought. She suddenly asks him if he truly believes that humans are superior to each other. She shares her own view, saying that while humans are thriving in a way, they are constantly fighting and slaughtering one another in the name of progress. Valier, still lying in bed, sits up and asks her what has caused her to talk like this. He wonders if something bad has happened, but Alaris avoids the question, telling him that he will understand tomorrow. The next morning, they walk through the usual alley together. As they reach their destination, the boy rushes toward Valier and hugs him tightly, expressing his happiness upon hearing that Valier has awakened his superpower. When asked about how temple life was treating him, Valier responds sarcastically, saying it feels like he's on the verge of dying from happiness there. The others immediately understand the tone of his answer. He then shares a bit about his experiences, including a recent duel he had. The group is surprised, and the others start praising him for fighting. However, Alaris expresses concern, believing that it was Valier's anger that led to the fight. She reminds him that, as she has always advised, if he doesn't learn to control his temper, it could lead to chaos they wouldn't be able to handle. Alaris's frustration grows as she scolds him for not keeping a low profile, but Valier interrupts her, asking what it was that she was supposed to tell him today. The group falls silent, reluctant to speak at first. Finally, the boy among them speaks up. He explains that during the Glory Festival, they learned that demons were being captured and traded in the capital's black market. Valier is shocked by this revelation, as the last time he had heard, all those involved in such activities had been killed after the war. Valier asks why the demon prisoners are being traded in the black market in the first place. One of them responds, explaining that it's curiosity driving the desire to collect them. Valier is furious, unable to believe what he's hearing. People are collecting demons like pets and separating orcs and goblins, focusing only on demons. They tell him that succubi, a type of demon, are the most traded race. The reason for collecting them, they explain, is because of their human-like form. What surprises Valier even more is that these demons, who are usually known to consume humans, especially their organs, are being targeted. Alaris adds that while it's true succubi eat humans, they can be brainwashed to stop that behavior. If that doesn't work, surgeries can be done on them, much like with incubi. Valier, still shocked, asks what their plan is now. Looking at the group, it seems they want to save the prisoners. They admit they do, but there's hesitation. If they try and fail, it could expose them all, including Valier. Valier sees that, despite the slim chance of success, they have made it their priority to save the demon prisoners. It's clear that they are waiting on him to lead them in rescuing their people from the life of slavery. But the truth is, Valier isn't even a true demon. He's just a middle-aged man now tasked with a mission to save prisoners, putting himself at risk. It feels like they are asking him to help rebuild the demon race to what it once was, like in the old days. Lost in thought, unsure of what to do or even what to say, Valier sits there, the weight of their expectations pressing on him. The group watches him expectantly, waiting for his response. Alaris, noticing his internal struggle, moves closer, apologizing for bringing it up so suddenly and for putting him on the spot. Valier, still overwhelmed, mutters that he can't believe he hasn't had a good night's sleep in a while. Before anyone can fully comprehend what he's saying, Valier stands up from the chair he was sitting in, his resolve forming. He tells them that since they are committed to saving their people, he will join them in their plan. The group is taken aback by his sudden decision, surprised by his willingness to take on such a dangerous mission. They are all deeply moved by Valier's willingness to take action immediately, despite the danger. Alaris is the first to speak, outlining what needs to be done for the mission to succeed. She explains that, in order to make any progress, they need to gather 3 pieces of critical information. First, the location where the demons are being kept. Second, how many demons are imprisoned. And third, the level of security surrounding their captors. The second male in the group, having been silent until now, steps forward to offer his insight. He acknowledges that it's incredibly difficult to gather reliable information about the black market, but fortunately, he has a few trusted contacts who can provide the details they need. These contacts are well connected to the nobility, which makes them the perfect source of information, since the black market's activities are largely controlled by the upper class. Valier, still processing all this new information, asks how they can learn about the individuals in charge of the black market. The male responds, revealing that the operation is actually a joint effort between the Imperial Army's guards and the nobles. They've built a secret prison specifically for the demons, a place well out of the public's view. Valier is stunned by this, asking if someone in the Imperial Army might be involved. The male admits that if a high-ranking officer is in charge of the operation, those beneath him might not have any idea about what's truly happening. Valier's mind races with the implications, and he asks whether the Imperial family might be in the dark as well. Alaris and the others exchange a brief glance before Alaris responds. She explains that while it's possible the Imperial family may be unaware, it's not unlikely that certain high-ranking officials within the Empire are either complicit or at least turning a blind eye to what's happening. The Empire is vast, and those in power often have their own hidden agendas, making it easy for such activities to go unnoticed, especially when powerful figures are involved. He tells the group firmly that their current plan won't work and that they need to come up with another strategy. He also wonders if there might be powerful mages involved in capturing the demons, mages with abilities that could prevent anyone from rescuing them. His frustration grows as he thinks about the anti-magic fields that could easily neutralize them, feeling more helpless with each passing moment. Alaris listens carefully to his concerns, then suggests a different approach. She warns that they should not attempt to rescue the prisoners when the black market opens for the auction. The security will be at its tightest then, with the demons being sold off to the highest bidder. Instead, she proposes that they strike earlier, before the auction takes place. She explains that the security will be weaker before the auction, which is when the demons are still being stored and unaccounted for. Once they're sold, the demons will belong to private owners, and escaping will be even more difficult, as the new owners will have full control over them. If they act before the auction, when the demons are still contained, they'll have a better chance of freeing them without facing overwhelming resistance. The group agrees to the plan, despite knowing how difficult and risky it will be. They understand that the best way to save the demons is to strike before the auction begins, when they are still in captivity. However, Valier knows that even though they want to save the demons, there's a significant risk involved. Once they begin rescuing prisoners, word will spread quickly, and it won't be long before the nobles tighten their grip on the security around the black market. The thought of the Empire getting involved in the matter troubles him further, as the consequences of any Imperial involvement could endanger the entire operation. He knows that if the Imperial family hears about it, there will be a massive uproar. This could lead to the end of their plan before it even begins. Sarkagar and Loyar, the other two demons involved in the plan, are also willing to proceed, even though they understand the risks. Despite Valier's reservations, the urgency of the situation is clear. He begins to think more deeply about how they can pull this off. As he contemplates their options, he realizes that it's unlikely they can move all the prisoners at once without drawing too much attention. But Alaris offers a potential solution. She suggests that she could teleport the demons out, although it will take her about half an hour to prepare the necessary spell. Valier listens closely, realizing that this could be their best chance to get the demons out undetected. Alaris tells him that she could teleport about 20 to 50 demons at a time, which gives them some flexibility. However, Valier knows that even with Alaris's magic, they can't save all the demons at once. So, he starts to think of ways to create a distraction, something that will make it easier for them to get the prisoners out without being caught. An idea forms in his mind, and he shares it with the group. They need to make the auction public. If they can get the people to know about the auction and expose the nobles who are behind it, it might make things more difficult for the black market traders and force the nobles to back off. Though Alaris warns that spreading such a rumor is illegal and could have severe consequences, Valier believes that it's a necessary risk. If the nobles are seen as being involved in the trafficking of demons, the public outcry could put pressure on them, possibly forcing them to shut down the auction, or at least loosen their security. The group is feeling the pressure as they continue to discuss their plan. Valier understands that spreading the rumor about the nobles being involved in the black market trade will cause huge problems. If the people find out, riots will break out and the nobles will lose their power. Alaris worries about what will happen if the Imperial army steps in to stop the riots. Valier reassures her that the army won't do much. He explains that the Holy Knights, who work for the Church, are too powerful for the Imperial army to fight. If the Empire tries to suppress the riots, it could anger the Holy House, which the Empire cannot afford. Valier believes the only way the Empire can fix the situation is to hand the prisoners over to the Holy Knights. The Holy House might ask for an apology from the Imperial family, but they won't act too quickly. Valier thinks this gives them a chance to act while the prisoners are moved. Alaris and the others listen carefully. They know that once the Holy Knights are involved, their plan will be more difficult, but they also realize it may be the only option to save the prisoners. Valier suggests that when the prisoners are moved, they can use magic to teleport them out of the area before anyone notices. The plan isn't perfect, and there are many risks, but it's the best they have. By involving the Holy Knights, they hope to save the prisoners without the immediate threat of death. Valier believes that if they time it right, they can get the demons out safely and avoid being caught. With the rumors already spreading, the group knows they need to move quickly. If they can get the Holy Knights involved and expose the truth about the black market, they may have a chance to free the prisoners and protect themselves from the consequences. Valier is aware some prisoners might lose their lives, but since they don't have a choice, he rolls with it. Loyar suggests warp gates are better. She understands her plan but believes warp gates are their best option. Valier reminds her they'll need one at the rout of the Knights Templar. Sarkegger reveals there are many in the capital, and Alaris adds there's a high chance the gates will be used during the prisoners' transportation. So the old man suggests they can intervene and cause a distraction so the prisoners can get a chance to escape. They can easily escape later and have Alaris destroy the gate so they won't get followed. The protagonist begins smiling once he understands the whole plan as things start looking doable for him. Loyar and Alaris take the responsibility to distract the soldiers, so Sarkegger decides to join the army undercover. Valier believes it's a flawless plan if they succeed, but he doesn't overthink it since he can use revise. At night, Alaris hugs our boy tightly and thanks him, even though Valier isn't doing much. She's grateful he agreed to such a dangerous plan. He reminds her there's a chance someone might get hurt during the mission. She knows this and tells him she regrets killing people her entire life. She's completely fed up with it, so she assures him not to worry so much. A few weeks pass, and the Victory Festival begins. On the day, people look excited and happy. Our protagonist is supposed to start the rescue mission. He observes the Merchant Guild, where all the prisoners are trapped. The boy recalls their only objective is to save the prisoners, so they should begin moving before the auction starts. From whatever information he received, Valier knows there are about 100 prisoners, and the black market they're about to crush is in Mapo district. Since they're aiming to somehow reveal its existence, Valier and his team came up with two methods. They can either share a detailed letter or spread rumors, but it's hard to reveal the location through just rumors. So they decided to continue with the first method. They sent a letter to the headquarters of the Knights Templar. Their plan worked, and the Knights are heading toward the black market. Alaris calls invisibility useful, but Valier reminds her they might still get caught if someone with great senses detects them, so they need to stay cautious. Loyar notices the Knights approaching, which surprises her as they were not expecting them to appear today. She explains the situation and tells them the Knights are making a move while the other procession is going toward the main street. Valier assumes they're keeping a low profile, even though this behavior is unusual coming from the Knights. He guesses they're trying to save the Empire's respect. Loyar hears the Knights engaging with the guards. They demand to search the guild to see if the allegations are false. The guards start to hesitate while Loyar observes what's happening, but realizes the guards are trying their best. The Knights stop showing kindness and pull out their swords to scare the guards away. Loyar shares everything with her master, so Valier gets up to unleash his powers. He knows the Knights are unpredictable and might kill the prisoners as soon as they enter. So, he decides to play it safe and tries using his ability. But the system shows his revise function is useless in this situation, which shocks our boy. He starts sweating anxiously. He realizes there's no way to stop the prisoner's execution and anxiously questions if the Knights have no other choice in mind besides killing them. Valier starts going crazy just by the thought of it all, but Alaris helps him come back to his senses and asks what's wrong. He points out the possibility, but Loyar quickly informs them the Knights are coming out. Valier rolls with the plan, believing it might work. He knows the Knights need some kind of proof to destroy the Empire, so he's certain they won't kill any, but he's still unable to control his anxiousness despite all of this. Valier notices the prisoners are coming out without even a scratch. Alaris feels relieved it went as planned. The protagonist finally understands why his powers didn't work just now. He guesses the outcome aligned with what he wanted, so there was nothing to change. He begins thanking God for the smoothness. Loyar believes they should start moving now, so they begin rushing toward the gate to help Sarkegger. Valier hears a few Knights chattering about sharing the prisoners with the guild, just because the other allied forces are doing the same. He and his team feel shitty hearing this. The protagonist never expected the Knights to act this way. He finally understands their behavior and guesses they can't be trusted with anything. He remembers an interaction and feels glad things didn't go south despite the Knights' unexpected behavior. Loyar shares they're almost there and need to hurry up before the Knights catch up. While they try contacting Sarkegger, the Knight leader orders his units to halt. He detects Valier and the others, so he orders the Knights to quickly chase after them. The protagonist gets shocked, but Alaris reminds him to hurry up. The leader detects their location and orders Valier to stop hiding behind his invisibility magic. With no time to hesitate, our boy uses his revise skill and orders Alaris to just go with mass teleportation, but he gets shocked to see flames everywhere. Alaris begins going all out to distract the Knights. The strong flames force the Knights to take a step back. They're surprised by the immense power and wonder who's behind it. Seeing them struggle, Valier remembers the plan and starts questioning Ilaris's intentions. Seeing her let out such frustration, he decides to never get on her bad side. The knight's leader calms everyone down and prepares to attack, but a loud scream stops all of them. Loyar, in her true form, appears and rushes at them to attack. Ilaris guides the prisoners toward the warp gate. The knights catch onto their plans and unleash their real power. Seeing their true power, Valier wonders if he's dealing with experienced knights, seeing how they reacted. He doubts his team can win with so many knights attacking, so the protagonist summons something. Suddenly, the knights hear a sound and break their formation to survive. Out of nowhere, a huge dragon appears in front of them. At the Daratanis forest, Ilaris counts the prisoners and makes sure everyone is all right. Valier expresses how shocked he was but thanks Sarkegar for turning into a dragon to throw them off. He feels glad everyone survived, so he decides to introduce himself and reveals he's the king's son. Since his father died, they can call him Valier. Hearing his name, the prisoners get down on their knees and feel relieved he's alive. A mysterious girl questions if he's really the king's son. Sarkegar recognizes her as the princess. The pink-haired girl moves forward and surprises our boy. They both sit down, and she learns he doesn't remember who he used to be. He apologizes as he doesn't know what they had between each other. But she thanks the boy for saving her life and has a hard time looking at him directly. She feels happy he's alive while the protagonist wonders why she's acting so weird around him. He guesses they were not close before this, but Valier has no intentions of recovering his memories. He apologizes to her, but she gets embarrassed, and her tongue slips. Valier finds it hard to believe, but assumes she used to bully him. The princess anxiously tries to brush it off, but his assumption becomes certain seeing how she's acting. Valier used to be close friends with Eri in their childhood. She's the daughter of the succubus queen, who's part of the 4 heavenly kings of demons, so because of this, she used to discipline Valier whenever he acted up in his childhood. He used to be scared but began teasing her when he was in line for the throne, so their relationship was a total mess. The kings died in the battle, and Eri was also taken in as a prisoner. After that, our protagonist saved her out of nowhere. He understands why she's acting so embarrassed, but he assures her not to worry about the past, as he believes the beating was deserved. But she starts acting weird again, which makes him question his childhood. He wonders how strong she is, as he heard something happened when they were prisoners. She shows him the broken horn, which leaves him speechless. The girl starts tearing up and continues to share that the humans destroyed her capacity to handle magic as well, so now she's completely useless. She's happy he saved her, but with tears falling down, she disappointingly tells him there's nothing she can do to ever repay his kindness. She keeps repeating she's sorry, but Valier clarifies he doesn't care about that, so they don't need to apologize for it. He lets them go back to the Darklands and assures Eri there's no reason to do anything else. He pats her head and praises her for whatever she did. After a while, except for 10 demons, the rest decide to head back. Valier wonders what they're aiming to do, so Eri explains she wants to stay in the Empire to somehow be useful. She knows she has no powers, but since she's royal, she feels obligated to continue fighting. The other demons agree. She believes they can still somehow help with their bodies, since money is essential to live and can even help them overpower the human realm. She suggests they should start a business and make money, but the protagonist is stunned to hear all this. She is sure her plan can help them rebuild the demon realm or even destroy the human realm with enough money. But despite admitting her plan is great, Valier reminds her they need money to even start such a thing. But she assures him not to worry, as she has a plan. The princess suggests he should sell them as slaves to get their hands on enough money to start a business with. The protagonist becomes extremely frustrated and shouts at her to cut her bullcrap. In rage, he reminds her that he almost died just to save their lives, and now she suddenly wants to become a slave again. He calls it all complete bullshit, but the girl cries as she can't think of anything else. She doubts there's any other way to make money, and believes if it leads her to their goals, then she doesn't mind throwing away her self-respect. He tells her to shut up, but the demons get on their knees and beg him to accept their decision. Eri lets him know if he doesn't sell her, she will just become a prostitute and send him money every month. But our innocent protagonist doesn't understand why she keeps coming up with such crap. He makes it clear that he would rather kill himself than use the money earned like this. He doesn't see any reason to revive the demon realm and suggests she just get a job. Seeing her confused expression, he allows them to do whatever, as long as they're not selling their bodies. He suggests a few jobs and orders them to scatter in rural areas. Ilaris knows the perfect island for them and thinks no one will recognize their demons because the population is quite large. Valier convinces her further, so the princess agrees and promises she'll do her best to become useful. He orders her to contact him if something goes south. Ilaris suggests he head back as well since things are going to become more tense in the capital. The next day, the teacher forbids all the students from stepping foot outside the academy. He explains that a terrorist attack led by demons occurred last night. No one died, but the locals saw a huge wave of flames in the sky, so the whole capital is frightened. That's why such a long festival ended in a few days this year. Valier is behind all of this. The very festival they were celebrating after destroying the demon realm got wrecked by demons. In the middle of this, the truth behind the slave markets came to light, ruining the Empire's honor. The protagonist gets achievement points for this. While at school, he hears the other students talking about demons. They sound scared, since the situation looks like their war with the demons is still not over. Somewhere else, Valier begins his training with Ellen. She wonders why the demons face the knights, but our boy has nothing to say. He just hopes she holds back a little more. She thinks, since the demons did so much effort, it's hard to believe they didn't attack a different place instead. Valier gets up as he sees the girl contemplating. He wonders if she's assuming the demons are intelligent beings. He calls her neutral and expects her to reach a conclusion soon. Suddenly, the protagonist recalls his actions and realizes he has no right to call himself human after the attack. But he's not even qualified to call himself a demon since he trains with humans on a daily basis too. He gets an existential crisis and begins questioning everything, but Ellen orders him to get up and continue. He feels frustrated and points out they've been training every day, so he's sick and tired of it. He suggests they should have a balance and go outside to live their lives a little more. She rejects the idea and lets him leave, but the stubborn protagonist grabs her arm and orders her to just follow him. She starts blushing as Valier invites her to get some food together. Ellen innocently says she doesn't like cheonggukjang. The only reason she ate it is because she was hungry, so Valier decides to get something different this time. She recalls what happened the last time and wishes she could eat meat this time. A few hours later, Valier's wallet is empty. It's hard for him to believe she can eat 5 steaks at once. He feels frustrated and reminds her dessert is on her, so the girl agrees. As they both walk toward dessert stores, they encounter Radina practicing with her bow. She becomes embarrassed and accidentally aims toward the protagonist. He wonders why she's all alone, but the girl replies with a question and asks what he's up to. Our boy cheekily mocks her shooting skills, but Radina just orders him to leave after getting angry. He decides to help her since he couldn't apologize earlier. Valier assures she can let him handle it with cocky behavior, so she points toward the prize she wants. Valier tries convincing himself he's a genius, but he pathetically loses and gets a small prize. Radina feels disappointed, but our boy tries it one more time and reminds her he never agreed on winning himself. He pushes Ellen to do the job for him, so she wins the gift without effort. He's surprised by her skills and learns she's never used bows much before this. Valier finds her talents astonishing. Radina feels embarrassed, but Ellen gives her the prize, making the girl extremely happy. With a joyful expression, Radina calls Ellen a great kid, but our boy reminds her he's the one who paid for it. Radina mocks his pathetic skills, so he steals the plushie to tease her even further. At a fancy restaurant, Radina wonders why he's just drinking black tea. He shares he doesn't like sweets but still wanted to treat them since they find sweets tasty. Radina suddenly gets angry over his words, but he decides to formally apologize for what happened before. She seems not to care about it since he already won the duel. She thinks he's not likable, but far better than the senior who forced her to do everything. Valier asks about her age and gets shocked when he learns she's just 15 years old. He wonders how she managed to do that, so he starts asking more questions. Radina reveals her major is magic and starts flexing her talent by producing magic without any enchantments. She shows everything, but it's hard for Valier to believe. He calls her talented. Radina repeats it's all magic and tells them the temple called it no casting. The protagonist is genuinely astonished to see she holds so much potential. She thinks it's natural to be surprised, and with a cocky attitude, Radina calls herself the #1 of her year. She admits it's just like a supernatural power, which is why the temple is unsure too, but she calls it useless without a huge mana capacity. Valier agrees and believes magic is the most amazing ability, but it requires many conditions to be fulfilled first. Being smart and having a huge mana capacity is essential, so if the user lacks even one, it's almost impossible for them to succeed. He guesses, despite having such insane talents, Radina lacks the essential mana pool, but he assures her to be patient and let it grow. The girl doubts his words and can't help but feel worried, so our boy suggests something that will cheer her up. He believes people always feel better whenever they see someone worse. Radina calls it selfish and horrible, but he reminds her it's human nature, so she doesn't need to overthink. Valier tells the girl there are people with huge mana pools but no ability to control the magic. Radina gets up in shock and finds it hard to believe, but he calls the world unpredictable, even though it sounds weird. Our boy gives a funny example about muscles, and Ellen tells her their class has a kid like that. Radina tears up out of pity and wonders what the guy can do about it. Valier ignores that and points out she probably feels better now. She's surprised it worked, but the protagonist continues teasing her about it and reads her thoughts, so she becomes angry and begins shouting like a little kid. On their way back, Radina wonders why the streets look so empty. So Valier reminds her about the demon attack and feels weird since he's the one behind it. She anxiously wonders if the Demon King is back, but our boy brushes it off. The scared girl continues questioning it since the hero is not alive anymore. Ellen's eyes widen hearing Radina talk about her brother. With no one as strong as Artorias on their side, Radina begins acting like a crybaby and doubts anyone can take his place. They all become speechless, but Valier carelessly says they will all just die if that happens. Even though the king is dead already, the protagonist, who doesn't want to take his place, is still alive. The hero died, but her sister, who feels the same, still exists. Our boy completely forgot, but the fact is, despite hanging out with Ellen and Charlotte, they're his enemies in the end. He feels a huge burden on himself. Radina happily says goodbye and leaves with the plushie. Valier decides to head back and wonders why the day passed so quickly. Ellen suddenly stops and asks if she should fight the Demon King if things turn out like that. Our boy becomes speechless, as he knows everyone expects the hero to fight. It's a fact Ellen is aware of, and since she's far more talented, if word gets out that she's the hero's sister, people are definitely going to push her forward to face the king. Even though Ellen wants to choose her own path, she knows she'll be forced by others, so she's asking such a question from him. She asks if he shares the same perspective as Radina, but Valier answers negatively, as he doesn't want to lose a dear friend. She doesn't believe it, but he remains dead serious and knows she won't share every meal with him. But he doesn't want to live a life where he's unable to eat with her. He tells the girl he wants her to live. Ellen calls it selfish, but the protagonist thinks it's totally fine to selfishly ask someone to live. She smiles, so he continues and teases her by saying he feels bad for the king instead. After such a wholesome interaction, their vacation finally ends. The days passed by peacefully, but our boy was aware his actions caused the original story to get derailed. At the academy, he stops the anxious girl and confirms if she's Adelia. Valier begins questioning what she's up to. During class, the teacher reminds everyone about the terrorist attack and explains that the temple's security is on the same level as the imperial castle, so they need to avoid going out. But he knows the parents might still be worried, so the teacher allows them to apply for a leave of absence and head home. Harriet is curious, so she asks if they can continue the next semester after taking a leave, but the teacher tells everyone they're not allowed to move forward without completing the classes first. The protagonist gets shocked seeing things getting out of his hands so casually. Even though the story is peaceful right now, he knows the students play a role later on, so he's going to get wrecked if anyone takes a leave. He grits his teeth in frustration and assumes this is the butterfly effect caused by his actions. He recalls what happened a few days ago. Even though Ludwig was supposed to stop the bullying, everything changed with Charlotte getting involved. She even scolded her brother. As they're both important characters, their interaction changed everything from the original script, and the main character became completely useless for some reason. Valier is scared his plans might fail. Harriet anxiously tells the teacher she might take the leave because of her parents. Another student asks about it, so the teacher orders them to talk after class. The protagonist realizes he needs to take action, so he barges into the library after class, surprising Adelia. Without wasting a second, he begins questioning her about her idiot friend, but the anxious girl starts overthinking. She answers that her friend went to the communicator room, so our boy assumes she's already calling her father. He decides to wait for her and orders Adelia to speak. Valier takes her perspective on it and learns Harriet is fixed on leaving. Adelia feels sad as she's going to lose a friend, so our boy suggests she should try stopping the girl. Adelia rejects the idea with a terrified expression since her friend belongs to a noble family. She could try, but Adelia is scared to speak against the Grand Duke, so she's not going to try anything stupid. She's curious why he's so worried about Harriet. Adelia begins blushing and reminds him they were enemies just the other day. Her face turns red as she assumes he has feelings for her friend. Seeing her expressions, he thinks she's like an open book. Harriet finally comes back, so our boy requests her to have a conversation with him. Harriet is confused at first, but seeing the mess in the room, she shouts at him to get out. The protagonist resists, but she keeps shouting at him to just leave. He tries to stand his ground and wonders why she's acting this way, but the girl frustratingly pushes him out with tears in her eyes. Somewhere else, he asks if she's sure about leaving. She calls it perfect, since she can at least avoid his annoying face for a year. But he stops her from doing it. She begins blushing and starts making no sense, but our boy likes her stupid expressions. Valier explains she can't come back for a year if she leaves now, so she's going to become his junior if she leaves. Harriet becomes anxious and doesn't believe it, but he begins teasing her and mentions the seniors' tradition. He doesn't like getting bullied, but won't hesitate to discipline his juniors once his turn comes. Harriet begins feeling horrible. Tears fall down her face as she tells him she has no choice because her parents are not letting her stay. Harriet learns she's going to ruin her image in front of the imperial family if she does this, so the girl anxiously asks our boy to help her. He calls her an idiot and clarifies she needs to use this excuse with her father, even though Bertus won't get offended. Since the security is much better than before, he advises her to just reason with her father and let him know even the Empire's prince and princess are attending, so it's fine. He convinces her stupid ass to use these reasons instead of being a crybaby. She's surprised by his maturity, but he mocks her stupid behavior instead. Ellen joins in since it's time for her to eat, so our boy gets up and orders the dumb girl to stay for food. He politely asks Ellen to sit and wait for him to finish. Harriet feels awkward sitting with Ellen, but after a bit of waiting, Valir finishes cooking and brings the food. While they're eating, Harriet is shocked that our boy can cook, but he thinks it's too pathetic to be called cooking. Seeing them both speak to each other, Harriet questions what helped them get so close. Valir brushes it off, but she persists. Ellen starts staring terrifyingly, and reveals he gave her a letter, but before she says anything else, Valir stops her and makes up a story to cover everything. Ellen rolls with it, so the protagonist advises Harriet to follow the plan. She agrees and leaves the cafeteria. He confronts Ellen, so she confesses she was about to tell the truth. He apologizes and recalls what happened that day. He wasn't expecting to pay the price for his precious points, but he's happy all of this led him to receive 6,000 points later. Ellen questions if he lied. Valir remains honest and apologizes. The next day, Valir feels glad Bertus took action. The guy convinced both girls to avoid taking a leave. Things went as planned, but Valir wasn't expecting him to do anything. Rather, he was considering it the last option by requesting the guy. He wonders why the prince made such a move. While he contemplates, Charlotte appears and asks our boy to accompany her outside. He reminds her it's forbidden, but she assures him not to worry and handles that herself. Before leaving, Valir is shocked by her authority, but guesses it's to be expected. He believes they shouldn't do such a reckless thing, but she assures him not to worry about security. Charlotte reveals they're going to Aligar District's shopping street, which makes the protagonist wonder if she's still looking for Valir. He gets a headache thinking about it and knows he might get caught as a double agent if things go south. Valir feels shitty about it. Seeing his expressions, Charlotte mentions he's really close with her brother. He confirms they're all right with each other. The princess starts talking about the exams out of nowhere. She explains a few exams involve teamwork and all of them are important for grades, but her brother might not get along with his classmates. The girl knows it's going to affect his grades if he acts crappy with his classmates. Valir knows if their group is not big enough, they're at a loss. She calls him correct, and since he's close with her brother, Charlotte doubts Bertus will hurt him unless he does something stupid. Valir doesn't understand why they'll obsess over grades, but she lets him know. Since she's competing with her brother for the throne, grades are extremely important right now. She guesses he's already aware that the other one will automatically lose the throne if one dies. Her father, the Emperor, sent an imperial edict to their class. It wasn't just for her and Bertus. The Emperor was warning everyone not to pull any foolish moves. She believes the Emperor is already aware of her brother's plans, but he still doesn't care about it. He doesn't want them to try something similar again, so they're both suddenly trying to keep each other safe. If one of them gets hurt, someone else is going to steal the throne. She asks if his opinion changed after hearing this. Valir believes grades are still not crucial, but they have some impact on things. She calls him correct and explains that even a single person's absence can affect the group's grades. Our boy finally understands why Bertus desperately stopped everyone from leaving. They reach the street where she saw Valir the last time. They both decide to look around and investigate. But even after so much effort, the princess feels disappointed since almost everyone is rude to her. Valir finds it funny how people don't know they're being rude to the princess, while she feels sad they didn't learn one useful thing. He pretends to be oblivious and asks about the fake scroll. She explains the boy only had a scroll when they got separated. He made the right choice to survive, but since he had no memories or knowledge, she is worried about him. Since he still had the scrolls, she assumes he tried selling them to survive, but demon scrolls are far different, so she's sure all merchants rejected his offer, thinking it was a scam. She learned the boy stole a fireball scroll, but the eyewitnesses prove no one bought his demonic scrolls. That's where her information ends. Our protagonist guesses Alaris gave a false testimony for him. The princess gets up as she's curious about a place, and they head to the store he stole the fireball scroll from. At the shop, they question the owner about the whole situation. The shop owner pulls a story straight out of his ass and keeps on lying to the princess. Valir is shocked to hear his bullshit since the guy gave it to him himself. The liar ends his story and asks if she's satisfied. She assures him she learned something new, which confuses the shop owner. She pulls out a precious scroll and agrees to let him take it for a cheap price. His expression instantly changes once he realizes it's genuine. He gives her the money and wonders how he got so lucky out of nowhere. She throws another question and asks if she got any opportunity to steal from him, since he doesn't even have an appraising machine and just judges the scrolls himself. She repeats his claims and questions how anyone could steal a scroll from the cabinet in front of him. The princess proves he's lying, so she begins questioning him again. The man gets riled up and throws insults at her. Our boy intervenes and shuts him up. He demands answers and makes it clear the shop owner might get thrown in jail if he lies about such a case. He orders the man to come clean and threatens him to just spit the truth while Charlotte observes everything. Outside, the princess gets totally frustrated about what happened. She questions if her face looks dumb or gullible. Our boy believes this much is expected after what happened. She's in a rage seeing how stupid everyone is. The princess now understands the empire has to implement proper education, or else such idiots will keep on lying without hesitation. Valier is surprised to see how angry she is. He holds her arm and politely requests her to calm down. Charlotte comes back to her senses and apologizes. While eating something, the protagonist wonders why she's buying street food as a princess. She explains that at the Demon Castle, she even tried eating a shoe, so now she's grateful to get a chance like this and misses the feeling she got when that boy gave her a biscuit. He calls her pessimistic, but Charlotte shares that she was far more scared of humans who were dying from hunger. They tried eating each other, and just the shock of acting like animals led them to their deaths. She's glad her life turned out differently. The protagonist suddenly feels terrified hearing her share so much. He hopes she doesn't try killing him after this. She teases him about it and feels glad she came in person because she got to learn a lot. She now understands how the stores are laid out, so she comes to a new conclusion and figures out the path he took that day with ease. She predicts his moves, and with whatever information she had, Charlotte thought the boy visited the liar's shop and then stopped. But with the new information, she thinks he didn't run away because he had no reason to. She believes they can easily predict what he'd do despite failing multiple times. He probably continued trying, and since there's still one more shop that deals with scrolls, Charlotte points at it and figures out everything that happened that day. The protagonist is shocked as he wasn't expecting to reach the right conclusion so quickly. She decides to visit the last store, so Valier asks to confirm if the shop owner is in any kind of danger or not. She believes they can only decide that after proving the shop owner did something bad. She learned there's no proof of him going anywhere else, which means Alaris's shop is supposed to be the last one he visited, unless the eyewitnesses lied. She's sure something happened to Valier somewhere around here because no one can just disappear like that. The protagonist becomes frustrated, but he has no way to go against her reasoning. Otherwise, he might end up sounding suspicious. He begins contemplating and remembers Alaris went on a trip, so our boy just hopes she hasn't come back yet. He's worried the princess is definitely going to suspect Alaris, even if she doesn't learn anything about the lost Valier. With no other options left, he uses Revise, but his eyes widen as the system shows he needs 10,000 points to activate the skill. He realizes the princess is so stuck on her decision that it's totally impossible to get in her way. As they both reach the shop, Valier keeps up the act despite going crazy. Charlotte pulls the door, but it doesn't open, so Valier assumes it's probably closed. He suggests they should go elsewhere and come back later with an awkward smile on his face. He notices her excited expression and becomes worried because it looks like she's up to something new. A man passing by them wonders what they're doing. He reveals the shop owner went on some kind of long trip today, so it's pointless to stand here. The princess asks a few questions, so the guy shares that the shop has been closed since last Monday. She finds the date suspicious, but the man believes she probably went out to relax since she's still young. She questions if he knows when she's planning on returning, but the man tells her Alaris left without a word, so he's not sure. He explains the woman doesn't appear in any kind of merchant meetings, and despite having a kind attitude, she remains distant. Everyone thinks she's friendly, but the guy feels sad as she never went out for lunch with him. He calls her business sense crappy as well, and believes she's not even suited to be a merchant. Before leaving, he suggests they should come some other time. Valier acts like he's disappointed and thinks they should leave, but the princess begins acting differently. She excitedly announces she'll force her way inside. Before he's able to stop her, the girl uses her magic to destroy the door. The people on the street notice what's happening, but the careless princess decides to look for the fireball scrolls and orders our boy to check the shop. He finds her crazy but moves forward. Before they start searching, Alaris appears and questions what they're up to. She innocently asks who they are and why they barged in like this. The princess feels bad for her actions, so she introduces herself and wishes to ask some questions. She orders her to have a chat. The princess checks her ID card and believes Alaris is already aware that many people are trying to find a boy around here. Alaris answers positively, so Charlotte points out that Alaris claims she had never seen such a boy before. She asks if Alaris is sure about this, and the merchant confirms she has never seen the boy. The princess points out that Alaris is from the Pergia region, according to her ID card. She wonders if the lord there is doing his job properly. Alaris anxiously corrects the princess and says there's no one named Count Pergia, it's actually Bishop Rendry. The protagonist is shocked once he finds out it was actually a trap to confirm Alaris actually belongs to that region. He finds both Alaris, who's ready for such questions, and Charlotte, who knows every detail about other regions. Crazy. They're both prepared to not let anyone catch their weaknesses. The princess asks if Alaris is some kind of wizard, but the merchant answers negatively and explains they're just tools to cast magic spells. Charlotte doesn't find any fireball scrolls but feels suspicious and wonders why there are no attack-oriented scrolls in the shop, even though Alaris can make a lot with them. She calls the princess correct, but explains they're mostly abused for crimes, so she genuinely feels bad selling such scrolls. The princess understands her reasoning and orders her to go get the ledger. Alaris hands it over, and since she couldn't greet the princess properly, she goes downstairs to make some tea. Charlotte finds everything suspicious, but Valier doesn't understand her. She explains that attack-oriented scrolls are high in demand, but since she's not selling any because she thinks they can be used for crimes, the princess believes Alaris isn't after any money. After seeing the ledger, Charlotte learns the merchant hasn't been paying proper rent for the last 2 years. She's surprised Alaris is still running her store under such weird conditions. She also questions why there are barely any household items for the place to be her home. The rooms look very suspicious and empty, so the princess is sure Alaris can easily just disappear any time. Charlotte admits she doesn't have any real proof, but she still finds the whole place suspicious. Valier starts stressing because he knows if this keeps going any further, the princess will realize this case needs more investigation. If that happens, it won't take her long to learn Alaris is a demon spy. He's scared Alaris will have to escape and leave the capital because of this. He decides to do something about it because he doesn't care about his reputation anymore. He just doesn't want Alaris to get stuck in any kind of danger. But since the princess is determined to investigate and believes Alaris has a different goal in mind, she's going to continue her games to prove herself right. He wants to stop her from finding anything out and is scared the princess might pull something crazy. So, he gathers courage and requests her to listen. He knows he might fail but suggests they should stop their investigation. The princess gets shocked, but Valier elaborates that the merchant is probably running this shop for a different goal, continuing despite the heavy loss. He doubts she has any good reasons behind her actions, so he calls it stupid, and mentions the other merchants confirmed her reputation is good. He's certain the boy was here. Our boy thinks the boy probably learned his demonic scrolls were useless, so he tried selling the fireball scroll in this store. But the protagonist is certain that, judging from what they've learned, a kind lady like Alaris would definitely take away the dangerous scrolls instantly. He doesn't know how she managed that, but believes she wouldn't let him go carrying such a dangerous thing. He adds that the merchant probably saw the scroll book in the boy's hands as well. Charlotte thinks it's possible, so he continues and explains his theory is that the merchant might have checked what's inside the scroll book. Since she's knowledgeable and capable, he's sure she probably recognized it right away. Considering this assumption, Valier believes she definitely questioned why the boy had such stuff with him. The princess gets frustrated and orders him to get to the point. So, Valier tells her Alaris is just trying to protect the boy. She's stunned after hearing his theory. Valier knows this is a risky gamble, and he's sure the princess is going to find the truth someday. So, he just reveals half of the story, and repeats that if the merchant is really capable of recognizing the demonic scrolls and has a kind heart, then all of his assumptions are probably correct. The princess speaks up aggressively and questions why he's so sure she's just protecting the boy. She thinks it's better to continue the investigation so they can finally reach the boy. Even if his assumptions are all correct, Charlotte thinks that's just more reason to continue since Alaris is their only clue. Valier reminds her that she might be putting his life in danger with such methods because her brother can easily sniff the boy out with his dogs if they reveal the truth. Alaris comes back with the tea but wonders what happened to the princess. Charlotte decides to back off but points out that Alaris definitely has some kind of involvement with the boy who disappeared. She's aware his life is in danger, so she shares Valier's theory and thinks Alaris is just trying to protect the kid from harm. Charlotte assumes the boy probably thinks leaking any information about him will get him in trouble, so he ordered Alaris to lie to everyone, even the princess. She concludes the theory and questions Alaris to confirm if this is true. Charlotte knows the boy might just get stuck in a bigger mess, so she's willing to back off if her theory is true. She demands an answer, so Alaris confirms whatever she said is the truth. She apologizes for lying, but Charlotte suddenly faints and falls down. After a while, outside the shop, the protagonist sits with the princess while she cries and lets out her frustration. Earlier, Alaris confirmed that she's aware the princess has no harmful intentions, but the boy is in grave danger, so she can't reveal the truth to anyone. She apologizes and confirms he's doing all right, but Alaris requests Charlotte to just give up on the investigation. She's a capable wizard, so she promises to protect the boy and hopes the princess trusts her words. Alaris assures her it'll be all right to share some information through letters, but meeting in person is not going to end well. So Alaris suggests someone should come and exchange information, instead of the princess herself. Someone like Valier, who came with her today. Outside, Charlotte gets tired and hopes nothing they did reaches Bertus's ears. Our boy assures her not to worry, so she smiles and holds his arm. The princess thanks him because he helped her figure everything out. The guy brushes it off as luck, but she continues to thank him and promises she will always be grateful for what happened today. They hold each other's hands and start going back to the academy. Our boy feels relieved as the princess will do whatever it takes to keep Alaris safe. Even though things played out well, he doesn't understand why he keeps getting a weird feeling. He finally reaches the academy and feels tired after walking around so much while carrying such heavy stress. He decides to just bathe and go to sleep, but notices Harriet waiting for him. The tsundere questions why he's so late, as she has been waiting all day. He makes an excuse and wonders what she's doing here. Our boy suddenly remembers he's the one who asked her to share how things went with her father. Harriet repeats this, but still doesn't understand why she's doing whatever he says. He asks if she's still planning on leaving the academy and skipping a semester. She confirms her father doesn't mind her staying anymore since the crown prince himself is against the idea. He guesses everything went as planned, but wonders why she still looks so anxious, so he demands an answer. Harriet awkwardly lets him know that her father wishes to meet him. He's shocked and asks why. Harriet anxiously tells him her father saw through her act, and he's sure his daughter can't speak like this, so he questioned the truth. Our boy understands this happened because Harriet's dad is probably used to her playful behavior, so this was inevitable. He asks if she casually revealed his identity, but Harriet clarifies her father just doubts she can come up with such a speech. He brushes it off since he can't do anything. Our boy asks if she said anything about him. She becomes silent, so he hopes she didn't say anything bad. The girl starts sweating awkwardly, so his doubts become certain. Valier becomes angry and orders her to stop. She apologizes, but he doesn't stop before hitting her forehead. The girl screams in pain and calls him a shitty scumbag. The next day, our boy gets a visitation request from Harriet's father, which shocks him. He greets the Grand Duke with manners. The old man asks if he's the Reinhardt who instructed Harriet to say all that. The protagonist confirms, so her father wonders what made him do that. Valier explains Harriet was against the semester leave, so he just helped her come up with something to avoid the absence. The dad repeats if he's sure Harriet asked him. Our boy confirms again, so the Grand Duke assures him the matter is solved and he's not planning on ordering Harriet for a semester leave. But he doubts Harriet asked for his help first. Valier gets confused, so the Grand Duke points out his poor background and rudely says Harriet would never engage with him. The father clarifies he's not trying to disrespect Valier, but Harriet has been avoiding everyone who lacks noble status, which means she would have never asked for his help. Since Valier is saying she accepted advice from him, he becomes silent at first, and then asks if Harriet is in love with the protagonist. Valier gets shocked and lets the father know that he has no interest in his daughter. His words leave the father stunned. The Grand Duke calls it bullshit and frustratingly asks if Valier's eyes have some kind of issue. He doesn't understand how anyone can see his baby girl daily and not be in love. The protagonist realizes her father is a down bad fool for Harriet. Suddenly, Harriet barges in with a red face and frustratingly questions what they're talking about. She orders our boy to leave instantly, so he listens and gets up. The father tries stopping him, but Harriet shuts him up. She feels embarrassed hearing them talk about such stuff. The Grand Duke doesn't talk back, so our boy guesses even the most powerful wizard is nothing against his daughter's rage. Harriet becomes angry and orders her father to just head home. The poor man tries explaining himself, but her face starts blushing even more. The tsundere ends up saying rude things to her father and leaves without listening to him. Valier uses this opportunity to disappear. Later, Harriet awkwardly meets Valier again, who asks if the conversation ended. She tries clarifying what happened and blames it all on her father. The protagonist, with a straight face, asks if she doesn't like him. Her face turns red and she begins screaming, calling it ridiculous. So, our boy takes the rejection and questions why she looks so angry for no reason. He closes the door in fear but begins smiling when he hears her screaming outside. She begs him to open the door and promises she won't hurt him, but the stubborn boy ignores it. Harriet starts crying loudly, but he just smirks and bullies her proudly. Later, at the temple, Valier finally joins the supernatural control classes. Despite having weak supernatural power, he can activate it faster than almost everyone in the class, though one student has faster activation, Kono Lint's teleportation. The guy is capable of activating it faster than one can think. But the issue is, he loses all his clothes as soon as he uses it, so his ability is pretty much useless. Valier feels bad for the guy. Next is Liana de Grants. Our boy observes her and believes she's naturally talented in using supernatural powers. She's the type to show insane growth without much effort. He feels jealous, but thanks God he can grow at a fast pace as well. He wishes things continue like this forever, but something has been on his mind lately. The teacher compliments the class and decides to conclude things for the day. She smiles brightly and hopes they show the same effort in the exams. This is the canon event no student can avoid, something every person wishes to dodge. The midterm exams that are about to begin soon. During his training with Ellen, He wonders why she looks so careless despite the exams coming close. She confirms she's going to continue her training. Valier knows all the students are doing their best to somehow survive the exams, but he doesn't understand why Ellen looks so carefree. Even Charlotte and the prince are avoiding their responsibilities and studying hard. He calls Ellen lucky since she's the top student despite her careless attitude. Louis Ancient is smarter than everyone, but the only thing helping him move forward is his brain. Otherwise, he's as weak as a twig. The academy judges its students based on total grades, so Ellen is always at the top. Valier wonders if he should continue his training because it's going to lead him to failure in the exams. Our boy decides to start now, as it's going to be embarrassing to get worse grades than everyone. He's too lazy to start, so he becomes frustrated. Ellen looks at his worried expression and asks why he's not studying. Valier feels a bit stunned, assuming she probably thinks he's dumb and needs to work hard. He brushes it off, believing it'll be all right since Ellen doesn't look worried. He stops overthinking as well. She finds it illogical, but he doesn't care about it. Later, inside his room, he looks at the system window and learns it's rewarding him 3,000 points if he scores well. Despite his careless behavior, our boy doesn't want to waste such an opportunity. He spent 2,000 points the other day for his talent awakening, so he only has 4130 points left. He needs 4,000 points to activate another talent, so it's hard for him to ignore this challenge. Valier knows that the top 10 is no joke. He might be smarter than most of his classmates, but it's going to be nearly impossible to reach the top 10 in a school that has over 10,000 students. He ignores it and checks other challenges but finds worse options, which frustrates him even more. He takes it as an insult and decides to prove everyone wrong by reaching the top 10. At the cafeteria, while eating, Ellen reminds him that he wasn't going to study this time, but our boy believes some things can't be avoided. She believes in him and tells him she's sure he will perform well. Her unexpected words surprise the protagonist, but she calls him a smart boy. His face turns red. Our boy thanks her and tries calming himself down as he feels weird getting all excited over a high schooler's words. He thinks he's not worthy of being an adult anymore. He's sure she's much smarter compared to him, so he gets an idea and asks her to join him, but Ellen gives a straightforward answer and rejects our boy. He sits down in disappointment. While walking back, he tries to remember what happened in the original story. The midterm arc was supposed to help Ludwig, the real protagonist, show how much he improved. He's a clueless guy with a strong sense of justice, but he's a real idiot. Despite giving it his all, the poor guy always fails the exams and gets a bottom ranking. But when he was on edge, in the story, Louis Ancient helped him with academics, so it didn't take long for his grades to finally improve. Louis Ancient is the smartest first year. He has a self-centered personality, but the protagonist gets a wicked idea. He decides to study with Louis so he has a higher chance of succeeding. He finds the guy, but Louis starts looking anxious as soon as he sees our boy. Valier assures him to chill out. Louis considers him a bully and asks what Valier wants. The protagonist smirks and asks for his help. Louis is surprised. Princess Charlotte recognizes our boy and wonders why he's here. He shares that he's just here to study since he heard Louis is the smartest. The nerd anxiously wonders what he should do now. The princess decides to use this opportunity and joins in, hoping he doesn't mind. Louis agrees easily, which surprises Valier. He remembers in the original story, the nerd would reject everyone instantly, but now he sounds completely different. Valier hears someone calling him from behind and recognizes the voice instantly. Ludwig cheerfully greets him. Charlotte invites him to study together with them, but Valier knows he won't get anything done even if that happens. Ludwig joins without hesitation, annoying the protagonist. He knows Ludwig's a huge dummy. The original protagonist couldn't learn much despite doing his best. He was a hard worker, so he obviously took his education seriously, but his grades were really crappy. He was originally hoping to study with Louis privately, but he doesn't mind Charlotte since she's really smart. Valier feels irritated hearing Charlotte explain something so simple to the dumb guy. Ludwig still doesn't understand what she means, so the princess goes into more detail, but the dumbhead remains confused. Valier grits his teeth in frustration and loses his patience. He gets up and insults the guy without holding back. He spits out terrible words, but Ludwig laughs it off. The princess stops him and defends the dummy. Our boy shuts up since it's technically his fault for writing such a character. The princess asks a very easy question this time, but he finds a way to mess this one up as well. Louis gets annoyed, and the protagonist frustratingly questions how someone can forget such an easy answer. The nerd loses his patience and starts yelling at Ludwig. He shocks everyone with his insults and frustratingly questions why he can't memorize such an easy answer. The princess becomes concerned and asks Ludwig if he damaged his head as a kid. Valier is surprised she's not holding back anymore either. Ludwig answers negatively, while Valier guesses the princess probably thinks, how can someone be so dumb if they didn't injure their head as a kid? Charlotte becomes certain the Empire isn't spreading proper education. She tells Ludwig it's not his fault but the Empire's for not providing free basic education. She smiles and assures him not to worry. Valier assumes she hates him, while Ludwig doesn't understand a thing, so he's just relieved to hear her words. The princess is determined to change the average intellectual level of the Empire's people, so there's never a pitiful case like Ludwig. The thick-headed dummy thanks her as he doesn't understand a thing. Valier finds it funny, but decides to forget about everything else, and asks Louis to suggest what's the best thing he could study for these exams. The nerd helps him, and after a while, our boy joins his seniors in the cafeteria. Louis wonders why he didn't join his own classmates, but Valier reminds him there are no such rules. The nerd calls him right and tries speaking further, but someone announces that he's going to play a song while they all enjoy their food. The Class B students are happy to see the guy, so he begins singing his song called Magnum Opus. Everyone enjoys the show, including Valier. Charlotte observes his expressions and points out that her class is completely different from Class A. He calls her correct. Despite being a bit behind, Class B enjoys and has a lot of fun. The protagonist doesn't hate his own class, but he just thinks every student from Class A is obsessed with improvement, so they're always working really hard. He almost forgot that life isn't just about improvement or survival. Sometimes you've got to enjoy it too. He feels glad he came here and wishes to just drink some booze and forget about all his worries. After that day, our protagonist studied all day except his morning training. The nerd and princess were always right beside him, so they quickly started admiring how fast he was at learning and memorizing. Because of this, he felt more compelled to give it his all and score well. Despite having an old brain compared to other students, he didn't want to mess up the exams. He was hoping to get good scores in the common subjects, but since there are thousands of kids who achieve perfect scores, if he gets even a single question wrong, Valier knows his rank will fall instantly. So he needs to study with everything he has. In the end, he ended up getting a single question wrong in the midterms, so he failed to achieve his goal. After a few days, the results finally arrived. The overall ranking was posted on the bulletin board. Everyone was shocked when they learned the protagonist got first place. Our boy ended up scoring in the wrong place. Despite getting 734th rank on the midterms, he still achieved first place because he got an A+ in all the lectures classes during the midterms. Since the evaluations care more about progress than just skill level, Valier was already destined to get good grades. Ellen also received the highest scores in the midterms individual classes, but since she messed up 2 questions in the real exams, he ended up receiving the top position instead. He topped the ranking that was completely useless to him, and the system didn't even give him any points because he had failed the actual task. Things got riled up because of his unexpected scores. May, the month when the first green leaves appear, begins. Many things happened in the protagonist's life. Harriet couldn't accept that he achieved the top score, but he just felt good whenever he teased her about it. He was expecting Bertus to get in his way, but the guy just complimented him even more for such an achievement. Soon, his recently awakened magic sensitivity talent also came to light during the physical scan. Discovering a new talent at such a fast rate caused people to acknowledge him even more. Our boy has no reason to rush, so he decided to slow down. After a while, the ban on leaving the temple got lifted, so our boy visited Alaris's shop to get updates and share a bit of information. Since Charlotte stopped chasing the boy and he became a messenger out of nowhere, Alaris continues to look after things. He learned that Aerie and the other demons were easily able to settle down on Redina Island. They're getting better at blending in with the humans, but even if something happens, Alaris takes care of it since she checks on them regularly. Our boy returned to the temple with the boy's letter and gave it to Charlotte, who had been waiting for a while. He didn't want her to feel sad, so he wrote a letter that said he was sorry for disappearing out of nowhere, but he's safe now and hopes the princess is fine as well. Valier didn't waste a second after the ban was lifted. The princess looked happy because he went to get the letter she wanted without wasting any time. She smiled brightly and kept on thanking him for it. The expressions on her face felt like knives stabbing the protagonist's heart. During his training with Ellen, he falls down and starts complaining. Valier frustratingly wonders why he keeps on failing. He guesses his skills declined because of the break he took during the midterms. He thinks he's worse than before, but Ellen calls him wrong and reveals she's just fighting a bit harder than before. Valier learns it's happening because she's taking him seriously now, which means his skills have improved. He's happy to hear this but asks Ellen how much of a power gap they even have. She decides to show and points a sword towards the ceiling. She calls it herself and then puts the sword down and says, "This is him." He gets confused and wonders if it has something to do with the sky, but she explains that whenever he uses his supernatural abilities, it's at least up to the knees. Ellen finds it hard to explain since they have been practicing together for a good while now. He's aware of how strong she is but thinks she's boasting a bit too much. Ellen calls it the truth. Valier knows her skills improve at an extreme rate compared to him. They're also improving at a huge level, so she's like an obstacle he can never conquer. During his last swordsmanship fight, he felt the improvement. Since he's so used to training with Ellen, anyone else seemed like a joke to him. They were all moving so slow that he could predict what they'd do. After awakening his self-suggestion ability, he divided his reinforcement into multiple categories for less activation time and better efficiency. With all this, he chose swordsmanship and reinforced his body with it, which added a few points to his physical abilities as well. Compared to how he was during the awakening, Valier's state and power have doubled. Since he spends every day getting his ass whooped by Ellen, he somehow became strong enough to beat others effortlessly. His physical powers alone are now enough to destroy anyone. He asks Ellen if listening to swordsmanship lectures properly would do him any good. She ignores his question and orders him to stand back up so they can train. Our boy gets ready for some more beating. The next day, Adriana expresses how surprised she was to learn he achieved the top position. Valier's aware his reputation sucks, but he feels disappointed people are going crazy over such a thing. She reminds him that he hasn't really shown he's actually a capable person. He calls her correct. Adriana asks if he's planning on joining the first group mission since the exams finally ended. He answers positively and asks if the first mission's going to be a survival one. She shares it's like that mostly, but she's sure he's going to do great in a survival mission. Valier realizes she's insulting his shitty background. Adriana smiles and calls him correct, then shares that most noble kids can't handle such missions. He finds it normal since it's no joke for kids who were raised in rich households to survive such a thing. Valier remembers that the teacher didn't reveal it properly, but hinted that the theme's going to be survival. He gave no further explanation, but did say that the location will be assigned on the day of the mission. Valier is the original writer of the story, so he knows this much. The scene shifts, and the survival mission starts on an uninhabited tropical island. The students start complaining about the heat after a few minutes. One of them screams while the others stop him. Valier regrets writing such a chapter, but with no other choice, he moves forward and realizes he's done for. Kamsenja Island is located within the Empire. It's not habitable and is about 3 times bigger compared to their academy. The teacher announces that this is the location where their test will begin and that they need to survive till Friday evening, which means they'll go through 5 hardcore days before the test ends. The students are given a few supplies for this, but one of them calls it reckless. Harriet speaks up and calls it extremely dangerous. The others agree with her, but the teacher reminds them that it's not being forced. They can leave if they want, but they'll have to be ready for a failing grade as well. Since they're all from the royal class, the teacher explains they need to prove their worth because they have more privileges and benefits. This group mission is the perfect chance for them to show it. The teacher shows a button-shaped artifact and explains they can just press it if they're tired. Once activated, the button will instantly teleport them to a safe place, but they will fail the mission. If they can achieve a few tasks, they're free to end the mission before the 5-day mark as well. Whichever class finishes these tasks first can get additional points. The teacher finishes the explanation and teleports after wishing them good luck. Harriet sits down and starts crying like a little kid. She calls it useless and doesn't understand why the teachers want them all on such an island while she keeps wishing to go home. The protagonist observes the supplies. He's surprised there's more stuff than he expected, so he asks Ellen if she's determined to finish it. She confirms it, so he asks Bertus as well. The prince is determined, so our boy picks up a knife and decides to go inside the jungle with Ellen while the prince looks after the kids. He begins moving, but the prince doesn't understand his aim. Valier shares he's after something, but Bertus is worried since there's no knowing what's inside such a dangerous jungle. Valier is surprised he's worried, but Bertus finally gives up and decides to take care of things here. Our boy doesn't want to go inside there, but this is the only way he can earn extra points. After a few hours, Class A, which was mostly filled with nobles, somehow survived the whole day, but most gave up after a short while. In the end, only Ellen survived. Unexpectedly, Class B was successfully able to complete the mission thanks to Ludwig's leadership. That's what happened in the original story, but things have already taken a turn toward uncertainty, so the protagonist can't predict what's about to happen in Class B's camp, and he's not going to let Class A fail either. He's sure the prince wants the same thing, so just letting him take care of the others is the best option for now. He suddenly remembers his class had a few weirdos. Our boy finds coconuts and feels glad as they won't have to worry about water anymore. He thinks Ellen and he are probably weirdos to others too. They both head back with the coconuts. At the shore, Bertus questions why they brought so many coconuts. Our boy explains they can be used later if they run out of water. The prince is shocked at first. He calls Valier to the side and asks if the protagonist did something similar before. Valier answers he hasn't, but he would rather take action than stand still. He believes they should only rest to maintain their stamina and reminds the prince that they need to quickly find a place to sleep, no matter how uncomfortable it is, somewhere they can avoid rain and keep themselves warm. Bertus doubts they can find what he's describing, But Valier points out all the trees, vines, and palm leaves, and thinks they can be used to create something useful. Bertus feels a bit confused, but our boy smiles and assures him not to worry, as they can let others who are much better at such stuff handle this one. Later, Adelia learns about it, but anxiously answers it might be impossible because they don't have any proper tools to make such a thing. Bertus doesn't understand it himself but explains they can use the wood as pillars and leaves to create a roof, so it's doable. He asks if she has any suggestions. She answers, it's better if they make something similar to a hut, but she's hesitant and wonders how they will sleep in such a place. Bertus reminds her that she'll fail if she doesn't want to survive. Bertus knows it's no joke, but he thinks the students should at least do their best instead of giving up so quickly. He orders Eric, Kono, and Kair to bring back as many leaves as they can because it'll be necessary to cover the roof. He approaches Harriet and asks if she can use her magic to chop down a tree. She sounds confused but agrees to it, so he reminds her to be careful. Bertus then orders Ellen and Cliffman to set up the camp just like Adelia wants. They agree to his instructions, while Valier, observing all of this, thinks the prince is naturally great at ordering others around. Since he has finally calmed himself down, he managed to direct most of the tasks easily. Valier knows he might turn evil later, but he's definitely a natural-born ruler. Valier decides to focus on his tasks. He points toward two students and asks Bertus to let him talk to them because they're both really important compared to others in the class. Liana and Heinrich become confused, so they order Valier to be straightforward. He notices their caution, but guesses this much is expected since he has never talked to Liana, and Heinrich hates him. Our boy orders the guy to just start fires whenever they're needed and focus on making fresh water for now. Heinrich gets confused, so he explains they'll need fresh water. He already asked Adelia to build a purifier. Once that's finished, they can keep making fresh water. The stubborn guy becomes angry and starts shouting at Valier to not order him around. The protagonist almost loses his patience but calms down and explains it doesn't matter whether the prince himself orders him or Valier. His efforts are important, or they'll just die from dehydration. He suggests they should forget about the past for now and work together to survive. Heinrich grits his teeth but then finally agrees and makes it clear that he's doing it for everyone. Valier doesn't mind as long as he does the job. He orders Liana to go hunting and points toward the sea. To help her understand, the protagonist clarifies she needs to go fishing. Liana electrocutes the water and kills a fish. Since her powers are still pretty weak, Valier guesses it's going to be hard, but Liana can somehow make things work by getting closer to the fish first. She mentions she can't swim, so our boy suggests he can carry her into deeper water if she holds onto his back. But he suddenly remembers he might get electrocuted as well. She's surprised by her stupidity and decides to just hunt in the shallow water for now and kill the fish if she gets closer. She stops as soon as she remembers she can't even touch fish. Harriet screams because of bugs right after she cuts down the tree. The others are surprised to see her dumb behavior. The protagonist calls it enough and orders everyone to process the materials for the hut. He asks them to bring the leaves and lets the stronger students deal with the heavy wood. Once they gather enough leaves, Valier explains they'll also need vines to keep everything together. Bertus notices the other class building something. He contemplates but still doesn't understand what kind of special tasks they need to do. Valier and Liana bring food for everyone. Harriet screams in fear, making everyone wonder how strong her throat is. Valier finds her behavior stupid and announces that Liana caught this huge lobster using her magic. The protagonist is seeing such a huge lobster for the first time ever. His mouth starts watering just by the thought of eating it. The students check if it's safe to eat while Harriet keeps stressing for no reason. Bertus assures them not to worry as the teachers are probably observing the whole thing, so even if they end up in something life-threatening, they won't lose their lives. But he doubts a single lobster can feed everyone. Liana feels disappointed, but, with no other choice, goes back to hunting. Valier notices someone drinking water, so he reminds the guy not to waste so much. Kano thinks they can just bring more coconuts later, but Valier gives him a terrifying gaze as it is not easy to climb trees. Our boy suddenly realizes there's no need for him to do the hard work since Kono can just teleport. He decides to assign it to Kono. Valier orders him to be in charge of gathering coconuts and just use his teleportation. Valier is aware he has to find a new source of water quickly, as coconut water can't be used to bathe or clean any kind of wounds. He remembers the writing of his original story, so he heads towards a location with water. Valier gets tired and feels crappy as he's going through the pain because of his own writing. He doesn't care if Class A loses, as he can still receive the points he's after if he manages to hold on till Friday. He knows this as a fact, but for some reason, he doesn't understand why he's still going through so much trouble. He just wishes to get knocked out and rest for a while. Valier hears a noise coming from the jungle. Delphine tirelessly chases a running boar and finally kills it with her arrows. She feels glad but wonders how she's going to take it back. The protagonist calls her from behind and offers help since she looks anxious. He's surprised to see her pray. Delphine sounds worried as she can't take it back alone. The protagonist offers his help, so she feels relieved. He compliments her amazing skills and asks if she's used to such stuff. Delphine calls him correct and shares she's from Talprad, where almost everyone is skilled at archery. He listens to her, but technically, he already knows this since he's the writer. The girl belongs to the northern region of the Empire, and she's also part of the Talprad Ranger Group. The place is known for its citizens' skilled archery, but even among them, Delphine is considered special. She can only rely on archery for now, but later in the story, she unlocks some spirit magic. He remembers writing that Talprad's hunters actually belong to the elven lineage. Elves went extinct ages ago, but since Delphine is a descendant, she can use spirit magic. He forgets about it and helps her move the boar back to the shore. Delphine announces she's back, but Charlotte is a bit surprised to see our boy with her. The girl explains she met him while hunting, and he even helped her move the boar. She's sure things wouldn't have worked out if he hadn't appeared. Charlotte still feels confused. She reminds him that the mission might not be against cooperation, but it's still a challenge between the classes, so he shouldn't go around helping others so casually. Valier makes a cocky expression and demands a leg, which makes the princess burst out laughing, but lets Delphine decide instead, as she's the one who worked hard for it. The girl happily agrees and points towards the sea. Ludwig comes out of the water with a fish caught in his weapon. He leaves the protagonist speechless with his cool entry and announces that he gathered more food. Delphine doesn't mind sharing with Valier because she's sure Ludwig's just going to gather a whole week's worth of food effortlessly. Delphine begins butchering the dead boar, promising to give one of its legs before the sun goes down. Ludwig offers the protagonist some fish as well, since he kind of got carried away, and now they have a bit too many. Valier takes them, so Ludwig gives him a handshake and hopes they're enough. Charlotte finds it funny how they're all so friendly despite being in a competition. Valier starts going back, and Delphine hopes he returns for the boar leg later. Once he comes back, Bertus wonders how he managed to gather so many fish. Valier explains they had a lot, but Bertus still wonders how he even went to their place. The protagonist shares the whole story and says Delphine agreed on sharing some meat. Kair gets anxious as soon as he hears about the boars. He realizes they can get attacked at night if such dangerous animals, like boars, are inside the jungle. Valier gets annoyed, but Bertus believes it's fine if they stay cautious. He thanks the protagonist for his efforts, as they're in need of extra food. Valier notices the hut is almost built. The prince shares it was hard, but the students finished it somehow. Our boy still feels surprised by how doable the whole thing is. Adelia expresses her concerns about the rain, but Valier suggests they should just compromise and try making wooden flooring with the logs to at least avoid sleeping on the wet ground. He looks at Harriet working and believes it won't be easy. After that, the whole class keeps working hard despite all the fatigue. They are all determined to finish their work, so no one notices time moving so fast because they're all focused. At night, the whole class looks worried as they watch the fish get cooked. Harriet complains about utensils, but Valier reminds her they're literally on an island. She hears the other class singing and wonders what they're even doing because it sounds like they're enjoying themselves. The prince gets up to cheer their mood and understands they're going through a shitty situation, but he wants them to move forward and not let this be their last mission. He eats the fish himself first and shows them it's finally good enough to eat. The students continue to complain, but finally start eating their meals. Harriet doesn't feel okay about loving a meal in such a weird situation, so our boy tries fixing her mood by sharing some of his. They both sit together quietly and pass the time. Ellen suddenly gets up for no reason and heads straight towards the sea, while the prince tries stopping her in confusion. The others wonder what's happening, but Ellen comes out shortly after with multiple lobsters on her spear. She gets them cooked as well. The prince warns everyone about the jungle and lets a few students sleep while others get stuck with watch duty. He sits down with our boy and gives all the credit to him. Valier tries being humble, but Bertus points out all his efforts and believes everyone would have left without him. Bertus can't believe Team B's taking things so lightly, but he admits he's no match for them. Valier wonders what the prince is trying to say. He's sure Bertus is at his limit, seeing how he's not hiding his weaker side anymore. The prince thanks our boy for being here. Later, Valier gets tired from the non-stop watch duties. He's surprised he's being forced to do all this once more in life. Our boy remembers his tough army days. He notices Liana waking up but reminds her she can still continue sleeping. She doesn't look that good. The girl tries going toward the jungle, but he warns her about the danger and grabs her hand while demanding an answer. She gets pissed and frees her arm, pushing our boy away. Liana coldly tells him she's just leaving so she can take a shit. Reinhardt is sitting on a tree trunk in front of a campfire, worried about Liana since he has been in the bushes for more than 20 minutes. He wonders whether he should check on her. He could either find her in trouble or scare her. After considering his options, he makes up his mind and walks toward the bushes. He asks her to snap once if everything is okay and twice if she is in trouble. She snaps twice, indicating that she is indeed in trouble. He then asks her to snap once if she just needs something to clean herself up. She snaps once, and he suggests she use leaves to do so. However, she violently snaps again and again, signaling him to get her some water, and he gets her some. Liana walks out of the bushes toward the water, her face lacking any emotion, and she passes by Reinhardt without saying a word. As she fills the pot with water, she informs Reinhardt that she's going to give up. Shocked, Reinhardt thinks he can't blame her. She was raised like a princess at home and is now facing difficulties in this harsh environment. He tries to talk her out of quitting, arguing it would be a terrible thing to do after all the effort she has put in to get this far. Liana crawls back into the bushes with lifeless emotions, talking about the terrible things she is doing in the bushes. Reinhardt sits back down and hears a sound from the bushes again and wonders who it is this time. Harriet pushes her way out of the bushes, tears in her eyes, seeking help from Reinhardt. She wears an upset expression. Reinhardt thinks she believes he can help her, and his heart softens at her vulnerable state. He helps her out by providing a pot of water. Once everyone has cleaned up, they finish setting up their base camp. Harriet has a lot of free time after producing materials for the camp, so she helps them find plenty more food with her underwater breathing, which she uses for everyone at the camp. While everyone is finishing up the camp, Ellen and Reinhardt decide to search for clean water. Reinhardt reasons that since wild animals surround them, there must be a nearby source of clean water, as animals need to hydrate too. Although they already have access to drinking water, their greed drives them to seek fresh water. Everyone wants clean water for washing up and drinking. Constantly sweating and covered in dust, it is important for them to stay clean to boost morale. Reinhardt would much rather find a source of clean water than listen to the kids whine about being dirty. He knows the kids will give up if clean water is not found soon. In their quest for clean water, Reinhardt and Ellen become extremely exhausted. They realize that it is impossible for the two of them to explore the entire island on foot like this. Reinhardt resorts to his hearing powers to locate the body of water. He listens for the sounds of waves and points in the direction of the water flowing. They arrive at a cliff where the water is located, and Ellen jumps right into the water. Reinhardt thinks she must be extremely exhausted to jump from such a height. He wonders whether the water is too far from the camp, and if the kids should even attempt to access it. Even if they do, they will likely get dirty on their way back due to the length of the journey. Reinhardt and Ellen decide that it's not up to them, and that they will have to follow Bertus's decision. Ellen tells Reinhardt to go the other direction since she needs to take off her clothes. He figures she needs to wash up, so he does the same and starts cleaning his clothes. Ellen runs back to him, asking him to leave this place and that they should not be here. She points out the presence of skeletons and a fire beside the water, indicating they are not alone on the island. Clearly, there are others, or perhaps many people, on the island. Reinhardt and Ellen return to the camp. Seeing them wet suggests to everyone that they have found a source of clean water. Excitement spreads among the campers, but Reinhardt quickly points out one problem. There is somebody on the island with them. Shock and confusion rise among everyone as they question what to do and whether the inhabitants might be cannibals. Reinhardt calms everyone down, suggesting that finding the people on the island may be part of the mission, and that encountering them could help complete their objectives. They discuss what to do about the unknown inhabitants on the island and ask Reinhardt for guidance. He recommends visiting the stream of water first, because he is uncertain about how to handle this situation. At the stream, he admires the kids' happiness, but he also looks around to see the bones of dead animals. He and Bertus discuss whether to set up camp near the stream or remain at their original camp. They weigh the pros and cons of both options. Setting up camp near the water would make it easier to find the inhabitants, but it would also likely attract nearby animals that could threaten those in camp. They decide to first consult the group once they are free to speak. A debate starts about whether to stay by the stream or return to the old camp. Most people prefer to stay near the stream, but Liana points out that she saw a snake nearby, which Ellen had killed and was holding. Seeing this, Bertus decides it is best to go back to their original camp. The group returns to camp with buckets of fresh water, which they think should last them till the next day. Bertus thinks they have enough for the day since most reinforcements are set up, and they have plenty of food left over from Class B. Reinhardt suggests to him that they should complete the camp's reinforcements, which makes Ludwig and Kono slightly frustrated and disappointed, as they were hoping to rest after a long day of work. After the huts are completed, everyone settles in. In the novel, it is expected to rain tonight, and as night approaches, heavy rain begins to pour, accompanied by strong winds. The winds are making the huts collapse, and Bertus orders everyone to stay in their huts and, if their huts break, they should run to another one. While this is happening, Harriet's hut collapses, and she says she is being blown away by the fierce winds until Reinhardt quickly rescues her and takes her into his hut. Harriet feels scared, curling up in a corner. To comfort her, Reinhardt suggests she light her fire magic to keep warm. To his amazement, she not only lights a fire for herself, but manages to create one for everyone at the camp as well. a difference in character compared to the novel, where Harriet only cares for herself, and maybe for Reinhardt. As the rain begins to slow, Reinhardt and Bertus step outside in search of food. They look around the camp, which is a mess, as they count the number of people, realizing that Kair is missing. In the novel, everyone had given up on the mission from Class A except for Ellen. Now, just like Class B had experienced in their mission in the novel, people from Class A have begun to go missing as well. Bertus speaks to Eric, who was standing guard before Kair took over. Eric says he fell asleep as soon as Kair took over the post. Kair disappears during the night, leading Reinhardt to form 3 conclusions. Either Kair went into the jungle at night and got lost, or the island's inhabitants kidnapped or harmed him, or Class B kidnapped Kair to make Class A uncomfortable and ultimately give up on their mission, allowing Class B to win. Surviving on the island isn't the only way a class can win. They can also make the other class quit to complete the mission faster. Reinhardt claims he has frequent contact with Class B, so he believes that spying on their camp should not raise any suspicions. Upon arriving at their camp, he discovers it completely destroyed and in worse condition than Camp A. He calls out to the Class B students to see if they are okay and finds them sheltering under a tree from the rain. He approaches Charlotte, who questions him about whether he is there to spy. He admits the truth, and given the circumstances, he feels no blame for it. Reinhardt surveys Camp B and notes that one person is missing. He tells Charlotte that Louis Ancton is missing from their camp, which means people from both camps are missing, thus eliminating the possibility of Class B abducting Kair. Charlotte shares the challenges her class faced on the mission, leading Reinhardt to direct her to where her class can find clean water, pointing in that direction before he stands up to leave, receiving her thanks in return. Reinhardt returns to Camp A with his findings. Bertus concludes that the best course of action is to try and find the island's inhabitants in order to recover their missing classmates. Although that may be the objective of the mission, they must gather food first. 2 pairs and 1 person capable of fighting set out to find food and any inhabitants. Liana with Reinhardt, Bertus with Cliffman, and Ellen alone because she is stronger. As Liana struggles to keep pace, Reinhardt realizes that she might not move around much because of her magical powers. He suggests that they take a break. Sitting against a tree, Liana asks Reinhardt for the machete he is holding, and uses her electricity to heat it up for warmth. Reinhardt is shocked to learn that Liana already knows how to use electricity to enchant objects. She encourages Reinhardt to try it as well, leaving him confused about whether she is a nice person or not. While they question where to find a huntable animal in this rain, they stumble upon a deer. However, the deer is too far for Liana's powers to reach, and if Reinhardt misses with his javelin, it will surely run away. Cleverly, Reinhardt suggests she enchant his metal javelin with her electricity despite the heavy rain, and as she electrocutes the javelin, Reinhardt ends up shocking himself in the process, causing the deer to escape. This leads Liana to question how Reinhardt topped the class with ideas like these. She argues with him that he must have an empty head, which makes the electricity's conductivity in his head even better. As their argument continues, Reinhardt concedes defeat, stating he no longer wishes to argue and suggests they search for the deer. During their search, they hear a noise and stumble upon a jaguar that has already taken down the deer. Reinhardt is frustrated and puzzled as to why the jaguar is here in the first place. Staring face to face with the jaguar, Reinhardt suggests that the 2 options are either they confront the jaguar and attempt to kill it for prey, or they retreat. He suggests enchanting the javelin with electricity again, and throwing it toward a puddle next to the jaguar as a scare tactic. He commands Liana to execute the plan since she won't get electrocuted because she cannot be harmed by her own powers. Liana hesitates, questioning if they could simply back away and look for another option, as missing the target will put them at risk of being attacked. Reinhardt does not want to back down and tells her that he will take responsibility for their safety. Liana throws the javelin with all her might and fury, but unfortunately, it is ineffective, missing both the jaguar and the puddle. Reinhardt is confused and disappointed. The now angry jaguar leaps toward them with the intent to attack. In a desperate moment, Reinhardt commands Liana to electrocute the sword he holds. He claims that he has only one chance to kill the jaguar, or else they would both be killed by it. Reinhardt swings his sword at the jaguar and successfully kills it. Afterwards, he sits down, and Liana is worried if he is okay. Reinhardt, after joking with Liana, heads back to the camp with the deer. They are soon met with praise for him killing the jaguar to steal food from it. Harriet asks him if he is okay, and he responds by saying he is fine, but tells her that he got electrocuted while Liana appears annoyed in the background. Bertus also returns to camp with a lot of birds he hunted, and tells Reinhardt that it is easy for him to hunt because it is a hobby common among the nobles. Ellen has not yet returned to camp, and Bertus gets news that Eric went into the jungle in search of Kair as well. Bertus decides that since Liana is too tired, only Cliffman, Reinhardt, and himself will go out on a mission in separate trails to find Eric, not worrying about Ellen since she is strong and can manage by herself. He instructs them not to go too deeply into the jungle since it is nighttime and they are alone. Reinhardt reflects on the actions of Kair, Eric, and Kono, thinking about how their reckless actions could put the lives of the three others sent to look for them in danger. He did not want to go searching for Eric but joined anyway. As he is deep in his thoughts about how reckless and useless all of them are, he hears voices in the distance. He discovers Eric arguing with Scarlet over prey that she has hunted. She accuses him of claiming it should be left behind while hurling insults in his direction. Reinhardt overlooks the entire scene, witnessing Scarlet punch Eric to the ground and push her shoe into his face. She tells him that she possesses protection from the Queen and could go deeper into his face, but chooses not to because she is not like him. As she walks away, Reinhardt comes out from the bushes, and Eric asks him if he saw that. He claims he is innocent in front of Reinhardt, claiming Scarlet beat him up, but Reinhardt saw the truth and refuses to believe him. Reinhardt delivers a kick between Eric's legs like he's cracking 2 eggs and warns him to stay silent, having witnessed the entire encounter. Reinhardt takes him back to camp where Bertus confronts Eric. He reassures him that feeling useless now and then is normal, especially in a gathering such as this. Some people are bound to feel useless, but his actions have put the lives of 3 others in jeopardy. He urges Eric to realize he is neither strong enough nor capable of using magic effectively. He asks him if he wants to be labeled as useless due to his unnecessary actions. Eric apologizes to Bertus for his mistake, and he is forgiven. However, Bertus assigns him the punishment of standing guard the whole night. Just then, Ellen arrives at the camp, bringing with her the jaguar that Reinhardt had killed. Bertus tells them that the meat of the jaguar will be tough to consume, given it is a predator. However, they can skin the jaguar and sell its leather. Since Reinhardt and Liana were involved in killing the jaguar, and Ellen transported it back to camp, they agree to split the proceeds 3 ways. Liana declines her share of the leather. Reinhardt and Ellen could earn up to 20 gold coins for the skin, or even 10 coins in poor condition, so Reinhardt begins skinning the jaguar for its leather. Ellen pulls Bertus aside to explain that she was late because she was exploring the jungle. She updates him on her discoveries, mentioning an additional camp surrounded by human skeletons and a fire, which she thinks are the trails left by the island's inhabitants. As time passes, they piece together clues about the inhabitants and realize they attack their camp at night. They have established their own camps in the jungle and could attack or even kill people. It becomes clear to the camp that their special mission involves capturing these inhabitants. They agree to attempt to catch them at sunrise. Everyone else heads to sleep except for Eric. In the middle of the night, strange noises disturb the camp, and when its occupants emerge, they discover that Eric and Adelia have been abducted. Cliffman proposes that since 2 abductions have happened at once, this could slow the kidnappers down. He suggests they should immediately pursue them. Everyone fears an ambush in the dark by the inhabitants. Harriet uses her light magic to light up the jungle. Some footprints become visible. Although not clearly visible, they indicate large sizes. Class A follows their trail. As they pursue the footprints, suggesting the kidnappers are quite sizable, they eventually come across Charlotte from Class B, who shares that Liana and Christina are also missing, indicating that there may be more than one kidnapper. The trails diverge into 2 paths. Bertus says they will go for the deeper section of the jungle, while Charlotte takes the other side of the jungle. Following their trail, Bertus and his team encounter a river that appears impossible to cross. The team is confused about how to cross the river. Kano has brought a rope, which he questions for its usefulness, wondering how they can use it without tying it across the river. Reinhardt remembers Kono's teleportation ability. He instructs Kono to teleport to the other side of the river. Kano teleports across the river, resulting in him losing his clothes in the process. Reinhardt jokes about Kono's embarrassment. Once Kono successfully crosses, they tie the rope to a tree, and Ellen makes her way across to join Kono and Reinhardt. Cliffman is in the process of crossing via the rope as they coordinate. As Reinhardt gets up after helping Ellen to her feet, he notices a figure standing behind Bertus, Liana, and Harriet. They begin gesturing wildly and shouting, but being separated by the river, Bertus and the others are unable to hear them. They question what is causing such strange and fearful behavior. Upon turning back to identify the source, they discover that the shadowy figure is an orc emerging from the trees. Bertus, Harriet, and Liana are staring back at the orc in complete shock. Its large, muscular green form is intimidating them. They are confused about why it's there. It lets out a loud scream and pounds the ground so forcefully that the rope they set across the river snaps in half, causing Cliffman to fall into the river. Bertus shouts for everyone to run and focus on their own survival, as Kono questions what they are up against. Reinhardt explains that it is an orc, a creature from medieval fantasy stories. He had introduced them into his novel, considering orcs to be much stronger than humans, which made him question why they are often regarded as mere mobs. With Cliffman now in the river, Kono shouts for him, questioning his safety, Yet Reinhardt reassures him he was likely saved by their teachers. The button-shaped artifact serves not only as a signal to give up, but also as a recall spell in emergencies. Therefore, it is likely the teachers saved him. Reinhardt reflects that the mission should not be life-threatening. It was meant to create situations close to death. Ellen insists that they must attempt to kill the orc if they want to succeed in their mission. Kono, confused, asks if it's even possible to defeat such a creature. Ellen responds that they must at least try. She instructs Kono to teleport across the river again and tie the rope one more time. As they flee from the orc, Bertus reflects on his past decisions, feeling overly satisfied. He asks Harriet about her ability to create attack magic, but she lacks confidence. Meanwhile, Liana's lightning magic seems insufficient to overpower the orc. Now, Bertus thinks to engage the orc himself, directing Liana to use her lightning in the assault while telling Harriet to prepare an attack spell and climb a tree to avoid the orc, which might attack her. Just before confronting the orc, Bertus steels himself and reminds himself not to fear any orc. Liana strikes it with her lightning, but as Bertus readies to attack, he trips over the rope, and the orc slams into him. Liana watches, worried it will now attack her, but she believes her lightning could potentially push the orc away. As she is thinking this, the orc throws a machete at Liana, knocking her out as well. Next, it turns its attention to Harriet, who is sitting in a tree. But as it throws its machete toward her, Ellen jumps out of nowhere, deflects it, and leaps into combat with the orc. Everyone watches as Ellen battles the orc. Reinhardt thinks about how, in the novel, he portrayed Class A as talented but lazy, while casting Class B as better than Class A at one thing: motivation. He believes Ellen stands out as the only member of Class A who refuses to give up. Meanwhile, as Ellen continues to engage the orc, she gradually makes more wounds upon it. As Ellen keeps the orc occupied, Harriet finishes her attack spell, a massive ball of fire. She warns everyone to take cover before tossing the huge attack toward the orc. As Harriet launches the enormous fireball at the orc, she risks falling from the tree. Reinhardt exclaims that if she falls, she will surely die, and he is too far away to run and rescue her. Not sure how to proceed, Reinhardt instructs Kono to save her. Kono is confused about how to perform such a rescue. Reinhardt advises him to use his teleportation technique to catch her. As soon as Harriet falls from the tree, she finds herself caught in someone's hands. It's Kono, who has teleported all the way to save her, losing his clothes in the process. Kono swiftly teleports back, embarrassed. Reinhardt rushes over to ensure Harriet is okay, and she jumps into his arms, thanking him. Reinhardt tells her that she should have hugged Kono instead, as he was the one who saved her. He acknowledges her successful orc kill and encourages her not to be afraid. In the original novel, Ellen was the one to kill the orc while Harriet was quick to give up. However, in this case, Reinhardt thinks Harriet did a remarkable job. Everyone becomes curious as to why the mission isn't over since the orc has been defeated. They discuss whether there might be additional orcs if Team B has already dealt with theirs. Reinhardt remains unsure if Team B managed to kill their orc since they lack the strength to do so. In the original novel, Ellen was supposed to handle the remaining orcs. In the midst of their speculations, the button-shaped artifact begins to glow, and Eppenhauser comes out from a cloud of smoke. He informs everyone that their mission is over and proceeds to read out the results. Team A had 4 survivors and killed 1 orc, while Team B had 1 survivor and also killed 1 orc. To everyone's surprise, Charlotte killed the orc all on her own. After the mission concludes, the group enjoys fun at the beach for the weekend. A lot of delicious food is served, and everyone enjoys swimming and sunbathing. Bertus joins Reinhardt for a chat about how he could have completed the task more swiftly, and suggests he should also commend Harriet and Ellen for their excellent performance. Bertus thinks that such praise directly from him might put pressure on them. Harriet becomes dramatic as she realizes her accomplishments, while Ellen captures a lobster, preparing to cook it. The group insists Reinhardt join them in the water, and Bertus calls him to come along as he runs toward the waves. As they enjoy the water, Charlotte asks to join them. Following an afternoon of fun and pranks, Bertus retreats to a room with her to talk. She expresses her awareness of Bertus's inquiries for personal advice from Reinhardt, to which Bertus replies that he should keep his personal feelings separate and avoid making judgments about others, especially since he does not know whose side Reinhardt will be on, and he does not want to kill him. Eppenhauser has arrived to announce that the winning teams will receive extra points. Furthermore, the students have been assessed individually based on their significance in the mission, and they will be awarded extra merit, eventually voting for the MVP from both teams. The students cast their votes, and Charlotte and Harriet are selected as the MVPs for each team. Harriet is confused and shy about her win, and everyone congratulates her. Later that night, as she sits beside Reinhardt, he tells her to express any thoughts she might have. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly says, "Thank you." Reinhardt catches her expression and playfully teases her about what she is grateful for as she runs away. The next day, Charlotte and Reinhardt sit on the beach, discussing the circumstances surrounding her solo kill of the orc. Charlotte confirms she killed it, but refuses to tell him how, stating she prefers not to rely too heavily on her magical powers. Reinhardt's curiosity grows about her power, particularly why she is cautious in using it. Before he can dive deeper into this topic, their mission is over, and they return to the temple, where Reinhardt returns to his regular routine. He trains with Adriana, facing defeat at Ellen's hands during their training match. He successfully sells the leopard skin to Bertus's great-grandfather, who once tried to kill him, getting 30 gold coins from the transaction, which he splits with Delphinine and Ellen. He spends a day dining at an expensive restaurant. As Reinhardt dedicates himself to intense training and studying, he notices only slight improvements in his physical abilities. However, he is happy at rising to an F rank in swordsmanship, resulting in a boost from an F+ to a D+. Filled with excitement, Reinhardt rushes to express his thanks to Ellen. Although he feels disappointment at only achieving a D+, he reminds himself that he has ample time to enhance his skills. As life goes on, Adriana insists he accompany her somewhere, assuring him that if he does not enjoy himself, he is free to never return. Upon agreeing to accompany Adriana, Reinhardt discovers she intends to take him to a religious club. The academy features a variety of clubs, some around faith, and she leads him to the one devoted to the worship of 5 gods. This club has the highest membership among the royal class. He receives friendly greetings from everyone and is offered snacks if he is feeling hungry. Yet, Reinhardt is uncomfortable with how overly nice they are and thinks he may prefer the company of naughty friends like Bertus. While speaking with the members, Reinhardt is greeted by Ceres Owen, the vice president of the club. With the president absent, they start the meeting as everyone else is present. As the meeting starts, they open with a prayer. Reinhardt soon realizes that the act of prayer has a noticeable effect on him as well, as all his fatigue disappears. This is not what he had thought a religious club would be like. He shares stories about his first mission, and before long, the first meeting concludes. When he attempts to exit, Adriana catches him and insists on feeding him some snacks. As they discuss whether Reinhardt follows any religion, she explains that gods reward those who have faith in them. Reinhardt thinks about the situation of being the world's actual creator, questioning how he should pray to creations of his own making. During their conversation, he overhears discussions regarding the president's potential return and the resurgence of a demon church. Conversations about the existence of the demon realm begin as Reinhardt listens closely. He reflects on how there are human supporters for demon gods, and how these beings differ from the main gods. The demon realm had collapsed, leaving only a handful of survivors. However, due to Reinhardt's escape of prisoners, the demon realm has found a flicker of hope. Many people misunderstand the demon realm's power, mistaking it for something strong, and they seem to think that the demon realm has prepared for a dangerous counterattack against them. Someone raises concerns about demon cultists within the temple, which Ceres swiftly shuts down, claiming to have already spoken with the student president. She tells everyone that the children discussed are simply misunderstood and warns that further talk may lead to arrests by inquisitors. Once the meeting has concluded, Reinhardt and Adriana walk back together. He realizes that she does not wish to impose her religious beliefs on him. Rather, she aims to assist him in connecting with some seniors who could be of help. As they prepare to part ways, Reinhardt asks Adriana about the discussions surrounding the demon cult supporters in the temple. On his way back from the club, Reinhardt asks Adriana about the talks among the supporters of the demon realm. Adriana thinks Ceres and the rest might know something, but she believes that this is surely nothing. Reinhardt is surprised that she knows nothing about this, and goes on to question what is wrong with the president of the club. She tells him that she is the daughter of the leader of the Holy Knights, Liberia Ranch, Olivia Ranch. This organization is made up of the presidents and knights from the Witnesses of the Five. Though it is under the command of the Rope of the Five, being the leader puts her father in a position of power. As it is a religious group and separate from the country, the power they have makes them bigger than the main principals. Olivia's nickname is the Iridian Saint, as she is great in her abilities and volunteer work. She said she was going to join the Holy Knights after she graduates. As Adriana talks about how she is her role model, she tells Reinhardt that she is worried and frustrated since Olivia has not been showing up to meetings or classes, and even the teachers cannot figure it out. Reinhardt thinks she is just being rebellious, but Adriana does not think so. Reinhardt tells Adriana to go ask Olivia what is going on since she is still in the temple and only skipping classes and meetings. Adriana is hesitant since she is her senior, but Reinhardt tells her she will keep feeling this way if she does not ask Olivia about what is going on. After a bit of convincing, she goes to talk to Olivia, and on her return, she tells Reinhardt that not only is Olivia planning to quit the club and the temple, but she is also giving up on her religion. She did not give Adriana a reason why she is doing this, making Adriana wonder if it would be right for her to investigate this. Reinhardt tells her it would be wrong of her to do so, and he says he will do it rather than her. He thinks Adriana does a lot of things for him, and this time it would be right for him to do something for her. He likes to see Adriana happy. Reinhardt has started his investigation and questions Bertus about her first. Bertus says he saw the Holy Knights but did not see Olivia with them, as she does not hold an official position. He asks Reinhardt why he is asking about her, and Reinhardt tells him about Adriana's findings about Olivia. Bertus is confused. He tells Reinhardt that she is pretty famous because she had the abilities to fight in the Great War but could not because she was a student. She took a year off to treat people involved. She saved a lot of lives, could use high-level priest magic, and was named the Iridian Saint. He believes she could have become the next leader of the Holy Knights or the next pope if she joined the Tuan Order. Bertus wants her to be the leader of the Holy Knights. Reinhardt asks him why, and he thinks it is better for everyone if she becomes the leader. Reinhardt knows this is not the true reason. He wants her to become the leader of the Knights. The Holy Knights are a big problem for the Empire, and they also have demon slaves and tried to get the succubus for themselves during the demon prisoner's escape. Her becoming the leader would mean she would not interfere in the Empire's affairs. Bertus thinks she found out the Holy Knights are not as good as she thinks, or that Olivia found a boyfriend, which is why she is giving up on everything. Bertus thinks he should go talk to her to convince her. After his talk with Olivia, Bertus informs Reinhardt that he could not convince her, but he found out why she is quitting everything. She found out the dirty things the Holy Guard does. Reinhardt goes to talk to her. As he knocks on the door, she shocks Reinhardt by saying his name, showing she already knew his name. Reinhardt is lost in her beauty and thinks if she is an angel. Looking at how beautiful Olivia is, Reinhardt believes he knows why people call her Iridian Saint. She tells him Bertus was just here to talk to her, and she thanks Reinhardt for worrying about her as she touches his face. Our boy Reinhardt is blushing and tells her he knows rough details from her talk with Bertus. She asks him if he knew her. She had heard of him before, but she is meeting him for the first time, which is why she is shocked he is concerned for her. Our boy tells her that it was actually Adriana who was worried about her, and she thought it would be rude to interfere in her matters. The saint is embarrassed and thinks she is causing a lot of people to worry for her. Our boy tries to talk her out of quitting by telling her that countless people rely on her and look up to her. She asks him if she should overlook everything wrong. He claims she should get into a position of power and make changes on her own. She believes she cannot delay this, and if she does, she will either stay the same or will end up becoming like the others. Our boy understands and apologizes. She thanks him and hugs him, making him nervous. After a failed conversation with Olivia, our boy and Adriana go out for a run the next morning. On their way back, they bump into the saint. She is standing next to her father, and she looks like she has been beaten up and is leaving. They ask her if she is going away, and she tells them yes. Her father tells her to wrap this conversation up and focus on training. Our boy thinks she was crying. He thinks to himself that while the temple has the right to stop a knight from taking a student, they cannot stop a parent from taking their child. Adriana seems confused, and Reinhardt tells her to come to a safe place to talk to him about his findings about the Iridian Saint. As they are talking, she concludes her father took her away to keep the Holy Knight's activities secret. Our boy is shocked to hear that she is the leader's daughter, as priests cannot get married. Adriana tells him that Lebarrier adopted Olivia because she showed divine talent, and he wanted to turn her into the next leader. However, her turning away from the knight would have made him mad. After a moment of thinking, our boy tells Adriana to follow them. She is shocked and thinks they will get caught. Reinhardt tells her he will make an excuse if they get caught. Adriana is determined and agrees. Lebarrier and Olivia are having a talk on a train, which Reinhardt and Adriana are spying on. They cannot understand what they are saying, and Reinhardt activates his listening ability. Lebarrier is telling her how she is destined to be the leader, but she is stuck on never leading the Holy Knights and wants to be exiled instead. Olivia has claimed she will not change her mind on this, and her father puts an end to this conversation. After our boy and Adriana get back, they discuss what they heard on the train. There was something about suffering, and they believe that Lebarrier will force his daughter into becoming the leader. Adriana is about to cry, questioning why he would go this far. Reinhardt thinks about how he had not written that she is not present at the gate incident. If Lebarrier does not change her mind, she will be gone one way or the other. If Olivia is saved, the reward is to gain one of her abilities. He thinks certain characters who are not supposed to exist are saved, then they can change history, and Olivia is one who can change history. As Reinhardt and Adriana sit talking about the saint's situation, Adriana seems worried. Our boy thinks he does not know Olivia personally, but someone as nice as her should not be treated this way. She should not die. He wants to save her for how nice she is, but he cannot save her with Adriana alone. With her gone to the Temple of the Holy Knights, it will be very difficult, as they do not have an excuse to get close to that place. Bertus and Charlotte might have access, but they do not have an excuse to save the adopted daughter of the leader of the Holy Knights. Even if they help her, this will cause problems for them. Adriana asks him if it would help if the people found out about this. Our boy tells her while this might be able to help, the Holy Knights will be at a point of no return. The myriad religion has a lot of followers, and this will not break their faith, yet will put Olivia's safety at risk. Reinhardt believes that a huge authority figure needs to step in to resolve this matter, and he tells Adriana that the teacher will have to step in. Adriana is shocked at this suggestion and questions if he wants to tell on the Knights. The Demon Prince agrees and tells her the plan. He wants to involve teachers who have huge authority over the students and Ceres from the student body since she knows many people in positions of high power. He tells her they will write a letter with the sender's name missing and will place it in the club, acting like they believe it. Adriana is scared they will get caught and will be taken by the Inquisitors. They place the letter in the club. Reinhardt is trying to rewrite the novel, but is having trouble doing so because he needs 10,000 achievement points to change the future. Instead, he sees the preview for the novel. In the preview, he sees Olivia injured. Then he sees her father take her out of the academy, and he sees the teachers meeting about Olivia's situation, which concludes with the teachers discussing how they cannot help her since she is no longer a student of the temple. After this, the Demon Prince thinks about Ceres seeing Olivia, and the saint telling her nothing because she might be afraid of Lebarrier, or she might have been under magic to stop her from doing anything. If he does not do anything, the saint will be killed. He starts thinking about what he should do to change the future. As this is happening, Adriana enters his room and tells him that they have to go to the club meeting because Ceres has read the letter written by them. Adriana comes in to tell our boy that Ceres has read the letter and that they have to go to the club for a meeting where Ceres is looking at our boy with suspicion, but lets him into the meeting anyway. As talks about the read letter begin after Ceres smacks the letter on the table, it is decided by Olivia that this might be a prank or a letter to defame the leader of the Holy Knights. But there were a few people who saw the saint leaving the temple with signs of being abused. She decides she will go talk to Olivia. The Demon Prince thinks this is exactly like how he saw the future, and they only have one day to save Olivia. He tells her that Olivia will not say anything because her father will not let them talk alone, and she is afraid of her father, so she will not say anything. It is suggested she take Ivia, a first-year student with telepathy, with her, as she will be useful to her. Ceres and Ivia arrive at the leader's house, where Ivia is nervous while sweating. She is told to calm down and ask her questions if she thinks anything is fishy. They are then greeted by the leader of the Holy Knights and the Saint. Ceres and Lebarrier have a conversation about how Olivia's sudden disappearance from the temple was confusing, and she is glad the Saint is okay. As the president of the club is trying to keep Lebarrier distracted, Evia remembers she has to use telepathy to ask Olivia questions about her safety. She gathers up courage and asks her using her powers. She confirms she is being tortured and needs help, making Evia sweat and nervous. As she is using her telepathy, she becomes nervous, and Lebarrier asks her why she looks scared. Ceres makes an excuse for her and tells him they have to leave. They return to the club for a meeting where they discuss that the letter was telling the truth and that they have to do something to help Olivia. Ceres decides to tell everyone the truth, and on Sunday night, the temple's faculty, along with armed forces, make a move for the Temple of the Holy Knights. Reinhardt does not follow them, but he knows that things took a turn from how he expected. Bertus is talking to him over a cup of what seems to be coffee, with a very happy expression on his face. He tells our boy that he made things a lot more fun. Reinhardt is confused, not knowing what he is talking about. Bertus tells him he knows about how much Reinhardt was involved in this and all the things he did in this operation, like writing the letter and suggesting to take Ivia. Bertus seems very happy and tells Reinhardt that Olivia being saved changes everything as the Holy Knight is being disbanded, with his yellow eyes wide open and a big smile on his face. As Bertus is telling our boy about the Holy Knight being disbanded, our boy is in shock. Bertus tells Reinhardt that His Majesty will not take this lightly, especially since this was a case of child abuse. Our boy saving one life could lead to war, as disbanding could cause the Holy Knight to go against the Empire. Reinhardt is shocked at how such an action can cause such a reaction. Bertus tells Reinhardt that if he takes over, he can help prevent any potential war, and Reinhardt agrees. It has not been confirmed whether Olivia has been tortured or not. The Imperial family has now taken over the case, and in order to avoid backlash from the Knights, they dismissed the case as Lebarrier's personal matter and proposed he should resign for someone who is more in favor of the Empire. While this is happening, Olivia has returned to the temple. Everyone is emotional and happy to see her, as they thought she was quitting the temple and the religion. Reinhardt finds out he has gained Olivia's holy mind ability from his success in saving her life. The ability gives him her strong will and resistance to mind control. As he reads about this, Olivia knocks on his door, apologizing for coming at this hour and asking him if he has a second. The Saint and the Demon Prince set out to have a talk while walking. She thanks Reinhardt for his role in her rescue. She tells him her giving up on everything would mean she would be safe, but she was too innocent to know better. They sit down, and our boy asks her if she is giving up on religion. She tells him yes. Reinhardt tries to talk her out of it, but she shows him a fragment of white light coming out of her hand with a blue aura. She tells him this is the power of Tuan, the god of innocence. If this is the case, why are not all innocent people able to use it? Some knights and priests even use divine powers to cause harm to people. The gods do not care what people do with these powers. She is still able to use these powers after giving up on religion. She claims maybe this is the case only for the 5 gods, catching him off guard. She then asks him why he helped her, and if Adriana asked him to do it. He starts blushing. She asks him if he has fallen in love with her since she is very attractive. She says she does not have to follow divine orders and is free to do many things. As she is flirting with him, he gets nervous as his face turns red. She tells our boy they can do something in the future. It is too early right now. She kisses our boy on the cheek, making him blush to the point his face turns red, mouth open, and he is frozen. She laughs at him and tells him that they will continue this another time. Reinhardt thinks she has changed. She has become corrupted as she flirts with him. On their daily jog, our boy, the demon prince, tells Adriana what happened at night with Olivia. Adriana thinks it is a good thing that she kissed him, and he should be happy she likes him since she was once called the Iridian saint. Reinhardt thinks she was just teasing him. In the process, Adriana tells him that Olivia invited both of them for a meal as a treat. Reinhardt does not want to go as she looks shy, but Adriana refuses. Adriana and Reinhardt meet up with Olivia, and everyone is staring at her. She grabs both of them by their hands and takes off. Reinhardt feels shy again as everyone is staring at him with jealousy. He asks Olivia if she can let go, and she says no. During their meal, Adriana tells Olivia she will not be joining the Holy Night. Olivia apologizes and asks Reinhardt about his magical powers. He explains his powers, and Adriana tells her his powers helped in saving her. She says in this case, she will marry Reinhardt after he graduates as she grabs his hands. Reinhardt starts blushing, and his face turns red. Our boy pulls his hand back and tells her she is playing with him. She will forget him after she graduates. She tells the demon prince she will complete her graduation from the temple. She asks him if he likes Adriana more, and she is shocked. Olivia tells her to be free like her. She sees them off and tells them she will see them at the club meeting. Our boy now understands what Harriet feels like when he teases her. Reinhardt does not join the club, as saving Olivia was enough to gain the trust of upper-class men and seniors. They all greet him whenever he passes by, especially Olivia, who flirts with him, hugs him, and kisses him on the cheek in public. While our boy finds it fun, a lot of people are starting to get jealous of him and talking behind his back. Reinhardt cannot tell them to stop because what they say is true about him being a jerk, but all the older girls like him. Kano has also asked our boy for advice about women, making the demon prince even more annoyed. Kano asks our boy the secret to his success with women. Our boy starts to think carefully and tells him he does not know. Kano's jaw drops as Reinhardt tells him this. He tells him all the women in his life are there because of coincidence. Nothing he has done. He thinks it is easy for him to talk to them because he sees them as kids, but Olivia being older makes him nervous and unsure. That's when the demon prince gets the idea that he is successful with girls because he talks to them casually, with no hidden motive. Kano should do the same. Kano's eyes light up as he runs in the opposite direction, thanking Reinhardt. Reinhardt thinks he has made a mistake telling him this. He watches as Kano goes to Liana and asks her out for lunch, to which she says they have gym later and she will be too tired to do anything afterward. Our boy is covering his face in secondhand embarrassment. Slowly, Kano asks all the women in Class A out, and they all reject him, making this an achievement, getting rejected by all of the girls in Class A. Kano comes back to our boy and asks him whether this works since he has asked everyone out with all rejections. He goes down on his knees and begs Reinhardt to show him what he does, begging him. Our boy kicks him off and tells him to watch how he does it. He goes to Liana to ask her out for food. He thinks he will surely be rejected by her since she is in a bad mood after gym class, and he will understand that the demon prince is not a womanizer. Liana says she is not hungry, but she will go out for drinks instead, which puts Reinhardt in complete shock. Reinhardt returns to Kano and tells him she agreed to drink with him. Kano is angry and confused about what makes Reinhardt better than him. Bertus enters and tells them to come with him, and he will tell them what makes him better than the rest of the guys. They all sit down drinking tea, and Bertus tells him that women are attracted to Reinhardt simply because he is hot. Both Reinhardt and Kano are confused. Kano gets embarrassed, then he gets angry, claiming our boy is an enemy to all men from now on. Kano leaves the table crying that everything comes down to looks when it comes to women. The next day, our boy, the demon prince, thinks he felt a rise in hostility from 3 dumb people. There seems to be a meeting about something fishy going on in the temple. A man claims Olivia has changed and she is very close to our boy, the demon prince. They do not seem to know exactly who he is, but they have noticed all of the upper-class men are friends with him. They claim they want to find out more about him and destroy his reputation. It is the media team from the temple. They are upset that our boy is close to Olivia. They set out in search of interviews, starting with Bertus, who claims Reinhardt is hardworking. Ellen is not sure, and Liana thinks he is hot as well. They interview many people who have nice things to say about him. They ask Harriet what she thinks of our boy. She goes off angrily about how he annoys her all the time. As she realizes this, she says he is not that bad. He has helped her. Kono says people think he is hot, but he does not see it. The media team returns and discusses what they will publish to defame our boy. They are unsure since most people had nice things to say about him, including Her Highness, Charlotte. But they turn to Harriet's comments about him and label him as a bully. And since most women are close to him, they label him as a playboy as well. Ellen tells Reinhardt that a few people from the school newspaper came to ask her about him. She did not have a clear answer. Reinhardt gets angry that after everything they have been through, she does not know what type of person he is. She asks Reinhardt to look in the mirror and tell her what he thinks of himself. Our boy has no answer to this, and they continue back to training. As time passed, the first weekend of June arrived, and the article on Reinhardt was published. The article mentions him being a bully and a playboy. It also says that people are afraid of him. Reinhardt reads this while surrounded by people. He smiles, thinking this was written because he is close to Olivia. Suddenly, he fires up and shouts about why he is not denying this, causing people around him to run away. Harriet enters, saying he is making the situation worse, and Reinhardt tells her he knows she is the one who talked behind his back. She gets upset and leaves. Reinhardt sits down with her and apologizes. He asks her what she said, and she tells him that she tried to help him. She asks him what he will do since he likes to make a scene. Reinhardt thinks he cannot confront them since he does not know how this will turn out. He tells her there is some truth to it. She thinks he really is a creepy playboy. Reinhardt gets angry, saying not that part. Reinhardt thinks about what Ballier would do and remembers he would let it go. But Reinhardt will make them pay, not in the bully way. Reinhardt believes that the upperclassmen of the monthly royal will have to pay for giving him a bad name. He storms towards them and kicks down the door, claiming they need to talk. As he is shouting at them, asking why they would post such an article, he freezes after he sees Charlotte already sitting there, who says she had a feeling he would come to them. Reinhardt wonders what Charlotte is doing here, and she tells him she knew he would come here and put himself in trouble. She also claims that the article is misleading since she mentioned him as a good friend. But that part is missing, and the whole article seems misleading. The members of the article tell their side that they gathered information on him and assumed Reinhardt was like that. She tells him that our boy might get along with women well and was involved in troublemaking, which disappointed Reinhardt. But he has changed and is not a playboy. She asks them if people read their digest since it has a lot of conspiracy theories and is only available to the royal class. She comes across an article about the imperial capital attack. She is shocked as it contains content talking about the demon realm and questioning the holy knights. As soon as she reads the article, her eyes change from shock to anger, and she starts shouting at them that this article would land them in trouble. It also puts a bad light on the imperial family and the holy knights. Our boy thinks that something is being covered up, and that's why Charlotte is so mad. If people actually read the article, the writers and team's lives would be in danger. There are also articles about a revolutionary student army, a secret magic society in the temple, a demon spy, and a ghost haunting the temple. Reinhardt has to find out about all of these except for the demon spy, which has been cancelled. He will get 300 points for each. Our boy tells her to stop. He thinks if she keeps going, he will have a lot of events to handle. Later, Reinhardt and Charlotte discuss how annoying those articles are, and no teacher would have assigned them those types of articles. She asks our boy if he is okay and if she should break them up. He thinks not to do that because they would get difficult to deal with if separated. She agrees and tells him some articles are worth investigating because rumors are spreading about demon worshippers. No one can stop them, as the temple has people from around the world, and they discuss that it would be unusual to have no anti-imperialists in the temple. She asks Reinhardt if he wants to find this out together since she heard he likes the empire. Reinhardt thinks he is the demon king, and he should be helping the enemies of the empire. He tells her his head is about to explode. After this, she asks him for a favor. Reinhardt knocks on Alaris's door, and she lets him in. She tells him that people investigating the area have disappeared, and he should lower his guard when coming in. He asks her how Aerie is doing. She tells him Aerie has taken control of the Adena Islands by taking control over the business and business majors in that area. Reinhardt is shocked, but thinks it is easy for a succubus like her to amaze people without using any magic. He tells her to inform everyone to be safe since things can go bad at any time. He opens a letter that Charlotte wrote to Ballier and asks him to deliver it to him. The letter mentioned the group mission and how she did not want to use her powers, but she had to do it in the end. Reinhardt feels wrong writing a reply to her since if anyone found out, It would ruin his relationships with everyone. As our boy holds his head in frustration, Alaris grabs him from behind and hugs him. He knows this is wrong for both himself and Charlotte. Reinhardt asks Alaris about the temple of the demon god, and she asks him why he is interested in knowing about it. He tells her about how there are rumors about demon god worshippers in the temple, to which she tells him that there is no demon god. It is the same god humans believe in. But since they cannot digest that humans and demons pray to the same god, they changed the god's name and held it to their standards to fit their agendas. This information had been passed down for generations, and those who believed in it attended the demon temple, putting Reinhardt in shock. He is confused why demon temple believers can use magic since it is a man-made religion. She tells him it is still based on faith in God. That is why they can possibly use divine powers. He understands why Olivia was upset that the gods do not care how people use their powers, as long as people believe in them. He questions his stupidity by making the gods selfish and not caring towards humans. A few days later, Reinhardt gives Charlotte the letter written by Balier. She holds the letter tightly and goes towards her room with a smile on her face. Seeing her like this makes our boy feel worse about what he is doing. Time passes, and June arrives. The day he promised he would help Her Highness to look into the rumors. Kano is swimming helplessly in the pool, and Charlotte tells our boy to investigate later, as swimming really made her tired while being escorted back to her room by Alaris, who is helping her out as she can barely walk or feel her knees. Reinhardt does not want to train with all this rain, but as soon as Ellen passes by him without saying a word, he thinks if she does not say no to training, he cannot say no to training. In training, he asks her if she is okay because she looks slow and lets him land a predictable attack. He asks her if it's the rain, but she tells him she likes the rain and they should take a break. They sit down for tea, and our boy tells her he did not know Ellen liked the rain. She asks him if she does too. He tells her not really. She asks him what is going on between him and Charlotte. He assures her it's nothing. They are just friends. After that, Ellen squeezes her thighs and tells Reinhardt about her brother, who he reminds her of. She tells him he went on a trip right after coming back. He gave her his sword and never returned. He knew everything about her, but she knew nothing about him, like Reinhardt. Reinhardt is shocked as he remembers that she did not tell anything about Reinhardt to the members of the monthly royal, because she does not actually know much about him. She asks him a few questions about his reality, and he is shocked and confused about how to answer them. He thinks she asked him about Charlotte because she saw him looking at her in guilt. He knows she cares about him more than anyone else. That is why she is asking him such questions, so he does not disappear like her brother. Reinhardt thinks about what to tell her. He panics and tells her he hates the rain. She smiles, gets up, and tells him she hates people like him before she leaves. Ellen does not come to the training grounds the next day. Ellen has stopped coming to the training grounds and morning exercises, making Reinhardt question if she is okay. He knows he cares for her, but he cannot tell her the truth about himself, and she does not want to know anyone else like that. He thinks asking her to keep things the same would be unfair to her, and he would just reopen her old wounds as he hits the wooden training stick with his sword again and again. There is also the problem of him training with Cliffman. He pities Reinhardt, our boy can tell that. They do not talk, only communicating with actions. He pats Reinhardt on the back and tells him good luck before leaving. Reinhardt goes over to Ellen to have a talk, but she ignores him and leaves. Harriet is watching and asks if they had fought. Reinhardt denies it. She happily says it's obvious they fought since they hung around annoyingly all the time, and it was a matter of time for her to realize how bad of a person he is. She offers her help to him, and our boy thinks that she is a cute kid who is ready to help, despite the things they had been through. Reinhardt denies it and jokes around with her about worrying for him. They both lean against a wall side by side and discuss how the rain is not stopping and the Irene River might overflow with the rain. As she tells our boy that she and Adelia planned to go to the riverside but canceled due to the flooding, he gets a shocking thought about the canal being flooded and the Rotary Club members who live under the Bronze Gate. He runs away without saying a word. Reinhardt is looking at the canal, which looks completely submerged. He asks a guard nearby what happened to the people who lived under there. The guard tells him that they escaped in time and left for Wenster Market, which is the best place to shelter them. He should not go since that place is filled with homeless people. As our boy is exploring the market, thinking how disgusting the place is and that he hopes he does not get stabbed or run into thugs, a man tells him to get out of there as he should not even be there. As our boy thanks him and turns around to leave, the man notices the temple sign on his umbrella. He tells Reinhardt to empty his pockets, and he would let him go if he just gave him the money he has. Reinhardt smacks him on the neck. As the man shakes on the ground, Reinhardt tells him he decides his own freedom. The man yells attack and people charge at our boy. Reinhardt is tied to a chair with all his stuff taken. They think it was stupid of him to do something so reckless. They check Reinhardt's identification and inform him he must be the same guy the Rotary Club sent back to the temple. Reinhardt is surprised. They tell him they are the Thieves Guild. They have a relationship with the Rotary Club as they send them money to survive. However, Loyar from the club has been trying to break free from the guild's financial support, causing tensions between both parties. Catching him at this time was perfect for them, as they will use him as bait to lure them in. Eppenhauser has noticed that number 11 is missing, and it is uncommon for number 11 to miss school without telling him first, as Ellen listens in closely. Reinhardt has gone missing. News about him being missing is confirmed. The temple's guards have gone on a citywide search for him, but no clue of him has been found. Bertus and Charlotte get involved, so the capital's guards have been involved in the search as well. But still, there is no sign of our boy. Ellen stands in the rain with an umbrella over her head, thinking about the time she last saw her brother. He was leaving for a trip and told her he loved her. She told him she hated him, causing him to slap her. As her brother did not return for years, she later stood on his grave, thinking the last thing she said to him was that she hated him. She thinks she did the same to our boy, thinking she could live without him, but she cannot. She wants him in her life. He is lost, and he could be dead with her last words to him being that she hated him. She thinks this is her punishment for all of the awful things she has said as she walks towards Harriet, who is sitting in the rain, and Ellen puts her umbrella over her. Harriet looks at her with a red nose and tears in her eyes. Ellen tells her, "Let's go find him." Ellen and Harriet go to the canal where Reinhardt was last seen, and conclude that he went to look for the people living under the Bronze Gate. They ask a nearby guard where the people living under the bridge went, and he tells them Wenster Market. They both go and explore the market in search of our boy. Harriet seems scared since her brother told her not to go there because of the thugs in the market and the criminal organizations in the back alleys. They go around asking for our boy but find no clue. No one even knows who he is. They figure the temple's guard also came here for questioning, but did not succeed in finding him. They think either he did not come here or they have to find someone who knows who Reinhardt is in order to find him. So they go out looking for the people under the Bronze Gate first. Harriet and Ellen come back to the temple to talk to the guards and discuss the location of the Rotary Club, as they were not at the market, shocking the guards. They discuss other places they could be, where one guard tells them they could be at the Mana train since they can do business there despite how bad the weather gets. They arrive at the train and meet a guy who offers to sell them a shirt for a silver coin, with a smile on his face. They ask him if he knows Reinhardt. He is surprised to know he is missing and did not know about this earlier as he holds his face. He asks them who they are, and Ellen tells him they are his classmates. He tells them to go on, and they will go look for him. Ellen wants to come along, and after arguing whether it's safe for them to come along, he agrees, but they should not complain later. As they are heading towards Loyar, they are told they are in the middle of changing their base, and they have to be careful around her boss because she is short-tempered. People around them are judging and questioning who these pretty two girls are. They go inside where Loyar starts questioning Ellen about who they are. She tells her and informs her Reinhardt went missing during a search with her team in the market, shocking everyone, including her. She tells them to go, and she will handle it. Ellen insists she will join and can be of use. Loyar tries to grab her, but Ellen moves out of the way. Loyar freezes and tries to grab Ellen multiple times, but she moves out of the way each time. Ellen tells her she does not want to fight. She just wants to help. Loyar thinks this brat thinks she has a chance if she went all out and tells her she has a feeling things will go badly there. She will get Reinhardt back to the temple, and they should go back. Ellen again tells her no, causing Loyar to charge at her with full force. Ellen thinks to herself she will have to go all out while she struggles on the floor because she blocked the strike. But it felt like her hand would break into two pieces. Loyar goes to attack Ellen, who dodges the strike and hits Loyar with one of her own. She looks up at Loyar, who is looking down at her and questioning her if she is holding back, unleashing a range of attacks that throws Ellen back. As Ellen struggles to get up, Loyar thinks that Ellen is a monster as she avoided all attacks targeted at her vitals. She thinks that can be a threat to the demon realm, and she should be killed despite her being a student of the temple, which could bother His Highness. She thinks she should kill her now while apologizing to Reinhardt as she charges up an attack to kill her. Loyar charges toward her. Loyar prepares an attack to kill Ellen, who looks back at her, thinking Loyar really does want to kill her as she stares back at a huge wolf. As Loyar rushes toward Ellen, Ellen swings her sword at her. Ellen is on the ground and Loyar stands above her with Ellen's lament in her hands, thinking about how Ellen managed to dodge and counterattack. She thinks that our boy has befriended her as he might have a plan for her. Even the lament she was holding has returned to Ellen, leading her to think it's enchanted. She feels relieved that she did not kill Ellen. Loyar tells her to go, and she would only get in the way. Ellen sits down on a bench, thinking she is not the strongest person in the world and how a mere homeless woman blocked the lament. She also thinks that she really does not know our boy. Harriet asks Ellen to leave as she believes Ellen will get sick, but she wants to stay there for a while. Alaris and Loyar discuss that Reinhardt got kidnapped and some girls came looking for him. Alaris is shocked. Loyar believes it must have been when our boy went to the Wenster market to check up on them, but they were in the middle of changing bases. She believes the Guild of Thieves has our boy, as they cannot get to her directly. Alaris wants to go to them herself, but Loyar believes the Imperial Guards would have checked with the thieves, so something does not seem right. Alaris believes they will have to find out themselves. Harriet returns to the temple where Adelia asks her where she has been and to change her clothes as she will get sick. Someone asks her where she has been from the back, and it is Bertus, smiling at her and asking if she went out to look for Reinhardt. She thinks Bertus is creepy, and she does not understand what type of person he is. At first, she wanted to be friends with him, but now she is not sure. She comforts her by saying Reinhardt will return. Alaris and Loyar are at a gate while Alaris is using her life detection magic. She tells Loyar that this is the place her magic worked. Loyar tells her this is the base camp for the guild, and Alaris tells her she has done good work finding this on her own as she thought Loyar was only dumb. They argue over a lot of things before going in, such as how she was beaten by a first-year kid from the temple and why Loyar wanted to kill the girl who wanted to His Highness Reinhardt. Two people are asking someone what to do now while calling them their teacher. That someone is Reinhardt, who is scolding them, saying that they are older than him and should not call him their teacher. He is arguing with the leader of the Guild of Thieves to work under him. While they are doing this, Loyar kicks down the door and tells everyone to hand him over, or else she will kill everyone there. She freezes when she sees Reinhardt fine and untied, and he tells her she's late. Reinhardt tells her what has happened over time. How the master of the guild got mad at his team when he found out they had kidnapped a kid from the temple. He returned his stolen items and asked for forgiveness. Reinhardt asked him to dispel his ID card, as it was traceable. As the search for him began, the master became more and more worried when he found out the Imperial family was involved as well. He was found by both Charlotte's and Bertus's men quickly, while the temple's forces failed, causing him to think they have a lot of information on their hands. Reinhardt dismissed both parties, telling them he has a plan for them and to keep his status as missing. He thinks Bertus and Charlotte should have an idea of what he is doing, and they should only pretend to look for him. He tells Loyar to become the master of the Guild of Thieves, but she refuses, saying it would be difficult to oversee two organizations, and it's not even worth it. He gets mad at her, thinking he laid out the plan so nicely, but now he's facing opposition from the wrong side. After a bit of arguing, they leave, and the guild seems indebted to her for not becoming the master. Our boy is nagged by both Alaris and Loyar, whom he apologizes to for worrying them. Our boy comes back to the temple, where he is investigated, and he gives false statements. He keeps going around saying he remembers nothing, and they did not bother him again. Our boy is walking in the rain, thinking things turned out decently, and how the rain is not stopping. He sees Ellen sitting there, and he goes over to her. She looks bruised from her fight with Loyar. As soon as she sees Reinhardt speaking to her, she jumps over to him and hugs him. Her feet on his feet make him freeze. Everybody greets Reinhardt on his return to the temple, including Olivia, Charlotte, and Bertus. He wants to know more about this once our boy gets some rest. Reinhardt thinks he has met everyone but remembers there's one person left to meet. He knocks on a door and is told to come back later. Reinhardt can tell that person is crying, so he agrees to leave. As he is leaving, he is told to wait. Harriet is crying. Reinhardt tells her he found out about her going to find him and thanks her. She tells him she was worried for him and wasn't sure if he would return, making our boy think he should have returned earlier. Reinhardt is worried for Ellen after Harriet told him about how she got beaten up and sat in the rain, refusing to come inside unless our boy returned, despite Harriet trying to get her back in. She refused. He is walking toward her room, thinking she might be sick. As he knocks on her door, he is greeted by a very sick Ellen. He tells her she should get treatment rather than staying in her room. He tells her he made porridge for her and that she should lay down. He starts feeding her the porridge and asks her what she has done. She tells him it felt like it was her fault and she feels guilty. She tells him she didn't want to lose him, as he is precious to her. They both apologize to each other for what had happened. After that, Reinhardt notices a few changes in Class A. Harriet and Ellen got close after they searched for him. They were also going out much more, joined by Adelia and Liana. Reinhardt and Ellen were avoiding each other since the talk in her room. He thinks it's maybe because she told him how much he meant to her, or that she's embarrassed she cried in front of him. Cliffman and Reinhardt are now on talking terms since Ellen has gone out a lot. They are the only ones left in closed-quarter training. Cliffman takes an interest in Reinhardt's relationship with Ellen, like a girl worried about her crush. Reinhardt is confused about whether these are normal conversations. Reinhardt is blushing when asked by Cliffman if he wants to spar with him. There are talks about why this girl has returned as Loyar asks her why she is here and what she just said. It's Ellen with a sword in her hand. She asks Loyar to train her. Ellen has returned to Loyar's camp, looking to train with her. Loyar asks her why she would do such a thing with an angry expression on her face. Ellen tells her that she knows how to fight and can only gain experience from combat, not training. Loyar remembers the warning Reinhardt gave her when she told him she tried to kill Ellen, and she is still feeling uncomfortable about it. He told her not to do things she is not ordered to do with a dead expression on his face. As soon as Ellen calls her auntie, her expression changes to a smile, and she tells Ellen to call her Big Sis. Ellen agrees to call her that if she agrees to train her. Loyar agrees to train her, and they begin. Reinhardt is walking back, thinking his back hurts from training with Cliffman. He is totally different from Ellen, who focuses more on elegance. Cliffman is more about strength. He thinks that despite training like a beast, Cliffman helps Reinhardt get up and is very gentle toward him later, but he could still hurt our boy. As Reinhardt is thinking this, he passes by Ellen. She is bruised and in bad condition. Reinhardt, after some hesitation, asks her what happened to her. She tells him she has been training with Loyar. Our boy warns her about choosing her enemies wisely. She says she will not ask him about his secrets, but he should let her do this as she does not want to feel that way. He then asks her if she has forgotten about him since she made new friends while he is dying over here. She apologizes, putting our boy in shock that she is very cautious of him now. Reinhardt understands and grabs her by the hand, taking her for treatment. She can barely walk, so Reinhardt helps her by letting her put her hand on his back. Later, he accompanies Ellen to training with Loyar after classes, where the skill gap between them causes Loyar to beat Ellen up badly each time. Ellen would stay back to eat with the beggars, and the gang would stare at Loyar for beating a kid up this badly, making her some sort of villain. Reinhardt would have to carry Ellen on his back on the return, causing the gang members to make fun of him. Time passes and July comes. The semester is about to finish. Ellen, Adelia, Liana, Reinhardt, and Harriet are having a talk over sweets. They discuss how Ellen does not gain weight, how hard she trains, and their plans for the vacations. Reinhardt does not want to eat his sweets, and says Ellen would eat his share when Liana asks him why he is not eating. Everyone shares their plans for the break. Adelia wants to stay at the temple and do research. Harriet wants to go home and research her magic, and she also has a few things to ask her family. Reinhardt does not know what he will do. He wanted to stay and train, but he wants to do something more meaningful. Liana will go to her villa in the Adena archipelago. Ellen says she is signing up to be an adventurer. All the girls get worried since it is a dangerous thing to do. She tells them she is going to the Darklands. Ellen worries everyone after she tells them she is going to the Darklands. They ask her if she is talking about the land of the demons' dark lands. She says the Adventurers Guild gives rewards for exploring new places. Everyone tries to talk her out of it since, despite the war being over, there are still demons present there, and she might run into some of them. She says she has teleport scrolls if things get really bad. She does not listen. Reinhardt thinks she has gone mad and tells her not to go. He gets mad at her. Ellen agrees in a shy manner. Everyone is confused as to why she is acting like this. After Ellen and Reinhardt see everyone off, he tells her he needs to talk to her. He tells her whatever happened with the kidnapping is not her fault, and he is very grateful that she even went out to find him. She tells him she keeps doing irresponsible things, causing Reinhardt to think that she is just being cautious of him, so she does not hurt him. That is why when he told her she cannot go to the Dark Lands, she agreed. Reinhardt knows she thinks of him as a precious friend, and he does not want her to see him like this. He decides to tell her the truth because he thinks she is trustworthy and does a lot for him. He starts by telling her how he delayed his own kidnapping when he was found, how he wanted to absorb the Thieves' Guild into the Rotary Club but failed. He tells her everything about the Guild's relationship with the club and about how he was sent by the club to the temple to gather information, but his aptitude got him into the royal class. He musters up the courage to tell her that this is just a cover-up and he is actually the last heir of the demon realm. He tells her this is also a cover. He tells her he is the creator of this world, and everything that happens in this world is because of him, as Ellen listens with a disappointed look on her face. As he talks about this, she starts hitting him. He asks her why she keeps hitting him, and she tells him if he does not want to tell her his secrets, he should not. But he should not lie, as she gets up to leave. Reinhardt thinks it was stupid of him to tell her so because no one would believe him. As he is thinking this, Ellen tells him if he is coming or not. He smiles and joins her.